Welcome back to another Moist Criticals compilation to fall asleep to relax. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Today while I was streaming, there were a lot of people in chat trying to alert me to the danger of SESAC. It was like getting an Amber Alert on my phone, but in chat about something called SESAC. I don't know what that is. With the way chat was talking about it, I was under the impression it was like Umbrella Corp. They're talking about how it's ruining YouTube right now, and there's a lot of videos that are getting blocked out the wazoo. So, when stream finished, I decided to take a peek, see what this sack was really all about. And yeah, turns out it's pretty bad. This shit's so hot it's leaving the toilet bowl steaming right now. So, there are tons of songs from some of the biggest artists of all time that have been pulled from YouTube, but only in America. The videos haven't been removed per se, they are blocked, and Americans can't access them. Why is that, you might be asking? Do they hate us for our freedom, our patriotism, and our cheeseburgers? Yes, that's exactly why. It's not just music. Oh man, choking on that lack of American spirit here. What I wanted to mention is that it's not just like the music videos that have been taken down or like official streams of the songs. Any content that used music that falls under SESAC's blanket has been blocked as well. So if your favorite YouTuber used a snippet of Smells Like Teen Spirit in a shitpost, that puppy's in the shadow realm right now. It's in timeout. SESAC stands for the Society of European Stage Authors and Composers, and it's been around since 1930. So almost 100 years now, a century. But it's not as old as a goddamn classic American invention, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. 1901 in Boston, baby. You Europeans can have your sack, I'll have my snack with the peanut butter and jelly, you know what I'm saying? It's 6 a.m. I'm fucking loopy. I don't even know why I'm mentioning that. Anyway, though, SESAC, it has, licenses for public performances of more than 1.5 million songs. So obviously, it is a lot that it encompasses, which is why so many people have noticed a ton of videos are blocked now. Now, the second paragraph is really interesting. It mentions that it's smaller than BMI and ASCAP, but in 2017 was acquired by Blackstone. Blackstone is a name I can't stop fucking seeing over the last 10 years. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I'd hear about it occasionally, but in the last 10 years, it feels like everything is owned by Blackstone. Like, it's like there's so many conspiracies around it too, but like I actually see that everywhere. And I mean like everything. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that my dogs were bred by Blackstone, and all of Tampa's water supply is owned by Blackstone. Oh, wait, or which one's the massive one? Is it Blackstone or BlackRock? Those are two separate ones, aren't they? I'm sitting here reflecting and I can't remember which is the big boy. I think they're both big boys. You know, how about this? All-encompassing black geode companies. Because I know Blackstone is huge, but I think BlackRock is the bigger one that I see more in headlines. Regardless, those two companies are massive, and it seems like they got their fingers in every pie on the planet. And I just thought that was interesting that it was mentioned here. That's all. That's it. Anyway, though, right now the music has been blocked because a deal has not gone through with SESAC and YouTube. Thus, they are now blocking tons and tons of tracks for Americans, but not all of them. Not every single song that SESAC license is removed at the moment or blocked, but a sizable chunk are that many people have taken notice of. The biggest thing I see people noticing isn't even like the music video side of things. It's just like this wide net that's been cast on so many random videos from so many channels that are now just all of a sudden blocked. And SESAC is to blame for it. SESAC hasn't responded publicly, but YouTube has. They said, "We have held good faith negotiations with SESAC to renew our existing deal. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, we were unable to reach an equitable agreement before its expiration. We take copyright very seriously, and as a result, content represented by SESAC is no longer available on YouTube in the US. We are in active conversation with SESAC and are hoping to reach a new deal as soon as possible." And this article speculates that this could be a negotiating tactic by YouTube because they say the previous deal actually does not expire until next week. Definitely does sound like a galaxy brain scheme here from YouTube to try and get a better deal out of it. Like, oh, alright, if you don't agree to our terms, I guess we're just going to have to block all of these songs in the US, which is a huge market that you're going to be missing out on. What a shame.
hoping that they can get a better deal with SESAC here. So I'm pretty sure they will reach some kind of deal. I highly doubt SESAC or YouTube is happy that so many songs are just going to be blocked in the US now. That's bad for YouTube and bad for SESAC. Probably worse for SESAC than it is for YouTube. So that's probably why they're playing hardball. But it's also just really bad for everyone that uses YouTube. It's bad for just the normal people that use the platform. There are so many songs that are affected. And like, even if you just use a little bit of the songs in content from like 5 or 6 years ago, even 10 years ago, whatever, your video is blocked for it. And you can't like fix that. I mean, I guess you could. You could like go through and erase the song using YouTube's like editor tool if you wanted to do that. But I imagine a lot of people probably won't want to do that. It is a headache, and for a lot of videos, like if it's like some kind of like meme post or something, it probably ruins the whole thing. There's also just a ton of people that use YouTube for music, like me, and this wipes out a sizable chunk of a lot of people's playlist, including mine. Like, it is an incredible amount of artists that are now blocked in the US. A ton. Hopefully they'll reach a new agreement soon to fix this mess, and hopefully this explains why so many of you are probably seeing that SESAC notice when you're trying to listen to music, or if one of your creators' favorite videos is down and SESAC pops up in there. This is why. The deal expired, hasn't been renewed yet, so the music is not accessible in America. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Whenever I see a massive company start to show signs of failure and going down the path of collapse, I'm often reminded of the late great Blockbuster, God rest its soul, the pioneer who really did it first, a company deemed too big to fail, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And since then, there's been a couple other companies that have gone down a similar path, and right now there is a new one pulling a Blockbuster, Nijisanji. Whether or not you're a huge VTuber fan, you're at least familiar with the industry. VTubing is huge, and it has been for years now. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. And in this space, there are two agencies that stand atop the others as kind of the titans of the space. It's Hololive and Nijisanji. Now, Nijisanji has an English branch that right now is going through one of the most foul displays of mismanagement, cruelty, and just downright terrible business practice I've seen in quite some time. It's a real head scratcher because every single day they continue to dig themselves a deeper and deeper hole. It's like this company is run by a Voltorb that is obsessed with using the move self-destruct. It is just bent on burying itself. So I definitely wanted to talk about it now that I'm fully caught up on the situation. There is so much to go over. There's a really good video that breaks down like the main timeline here for what happened. It comes from Mujin. I'll go ahead and play the main catalyst for this, and then I'm going to actually turn to a series of Reddit comments that were left that I think go over the entire history of the Nijisanji problems that have come to light, and then fast forward to what just happened last night, or an even bigger controversy just unfolded. So there really is a lot to cover, and all of it's looking terrible for Nijisanji, the English branch, that is. Now, when I first was made aware of this on stream a little while ago, I said that I'm not even surprised by it because a lot of these VTuber agencies have a history of some very terrible things going on behind the scenes. Many of you know I started my own agency for YouTubers and streamers a while back called Human Media Group. We recently merged with Jimmy Here's group and became Mana Talent Group. And over the years, I've actually seen a couple of these VTuber contracts that they were formerly under. And it is downright evil what some of them were doing to the talent that they manage. I obviously can't get into the specifics of it, but it is some horrible stuff, that some really bad stories and bad things that we saw from that. But even being familiar with some of the horror stories that we'd learned over the years from some agencies, I was shocked to see just how bad Nijisanji was here. So I want to focus more on the most recent stuff that just happened, but I still would like to give you a foundation for what started all of it. So for that, I'll turn to this clip from Mujin's video that breaks down this whole situation and just give you the catalyst. This was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, fundamentally, that kicked off this world war against Nijisanji, all of which they brought upon themselves by being just complete, unreasonable, evil assholes. It was a VTuber that was very popular and was with Nijisanji's English branch. And she had a history of being super, super involved in her community. She called them dragoons, and she wanted to do a special music video for the community and paid $15,000 out of her own pocket to make it happen for the fans. And she posted it, thinking that it was totally okay to do because she self-funded it when Niji Sanji declined to, but they made a big stink about it and took the video down, even though she had permission for the song that was used, and even though it came from her own piggy bank instead of theirs. They didn't like that it didn't get the proper approval through the internal management. Because the way Niji Sanji runs their company, it's with a fucking iron fist. You need permission to fart on stream as a VTuber under that agency. And since she didn't get all of the proper channels to sign off on it, they took it down. Which of course was a huge hit to Selin and her community because they worked very hard on that project. So she made a vague statement explaining that, well, management took it down, but she actually encouraged her community to re-upload it across the platform because she wanted it to live on. And she assumed that would be okay because, it's not on her channel anymore, so they shouldn't have a problem with it. But they did. This soured relations between Selin and Niji Sanji, and behind the scenes it led to a lot of harassment and bullying from Niji Sanji against Selin.
Because out of nowhere, on December 27th, she tweets on her account, "I apologize for the silence. I've been in the hospital after an accident and will be staying there for a few days to be under supervision. I just got back access to my phone yesterday." Now, of course, people were happy she was out of the hospital, but the concern was still there. It was very vague and people didn't know what was going on. The Selin Tatsuki termination notice. "I will not be silenced anymore. On December, I was hospitalized for an attempt that was caused by a buildup of bullying from within and being in a toxic and poor environment for numerous months that led to my breaking point. I requested to leave first, but on more neutral terms on the 26th of January.
Obviously, I chopped this up and Frankenstein together this little segment to give you a very concise timeline. So, Selin made a post about how she's going to need to take some time away after an accident that landed her in the hospital. Everything was very vague. Eventually, she explains that she's been discharged from the hospital, and then shortly thereafter, Niji Sanji English branch announced the termination of Selin Tatsuki. The termination letter is very poorly explained as to why she's exactly being fired. Now, when it comes to VTubers, there's two ways that departing a company goes. One is a graduation stream, where they graduate from the company and it means that they are leaving on good terms. So they have like a big send-off farewell stream and that's the end of it. Sail off into the sunset, sunshine and rainbows, it's a happy ending. You get the good ending. Or there's this, where you just get publicly terminated and just fucking slapped down by the company like this. And in this case, obviously, Selin got the latter, where they just said, she's gone. Now, if you're not familiar with VTubing, when you sign with an agency like Niji Sanji, they basically own you. They give you your VTuber avatar, they own all of your socials, your channels, everything. You are unable to operate with any type of autonomy. You are under their thumb, and they basically own all of it. So she lost access to everything here, and she actually didn't even know she was being terminated. She found out when this tweet dropped. They didn't even notify her. And the tweet, again, is very poorly explaining things. They talk about Selin like it's a fucking IKEA furniture tutorial on how to put it together. It's just like talking about a bunch of nonsense about authorization flows not making sense and whatever. And then they cite like the music video and how when she made the tweet that management took it down, it damaged their brand and caused problems for them, this and that. It was just fucking stupid, a bunch of dirty barnacles. And then Selin went to her original account, her original brand of Doki Bird, to explain what actually happened, is that due to the harassment and bullying and the toxic environment Niji Sanji created, she made an attempt on her own life and landed in the hospital. Luckily, she survived and is still with us today, but she no longer would be silenced by this company and bullied into being silent, so she started to explain what happened behind the scenes that led to all of this stress and all of these problems. She lawyered up and is engaged in now a legal battle with Niji Sanji, presumably, that is being worked on. And that is where all of this really started. That's when the floodgates opened. And with all of this information out there now, people were able to go back to some previous Niji Sanji talent with a finer tooth comb and see that the signs of a sinking ship had been there for quite a while. Signs of a company that mistreats its employees, signs of a company that is mismanaged and just downright diabolical behind closed doors. And I want to go over that because we have a lore master in the comments section of a live stream fails clip that I think does an extraordinary job of just laying all of this information out. So our guide is Weebshitter69, a great name for a great philosopher. So Weebshitter starts by explaining what Niji-sanji is and how big Niji-sanji is, and then takes us back to the past. March 10th, 2023, one of Niji-sanji's newer talents, Zion Lanza, was terminated, which again is being fired, publicly, and then put out this bullet point list of the infractions that they accrued. And at the time, people sided with Niji-sanji, but then stated that the way they handled it was a little unprofessional, especially coming from a multi-million-dollar company, and just overall not great. But since Zion no longer had access to their accounts, she returned to her original account that she had before joining, which was Sayu Synchronicity. Now, if you've followed this story for a while, you've probably seen this meme tossed around about Sayu was right, or Sayu tried to warn us, and this is what they're referring to. On that account, she revealed more information about her own experiences inside the company, hinting at a toxic environment, incompetent management and bullying, stealth suspensions, etc., and she further stated that she hopes other talent realize their own worth and that they deserve better. Some people sided with Sayu, but most didn't at the time. Then in May of 2023, Selin Tatsuki hosts a contest letting her fans design her next outfit. Niji-sanji management tried to put a stop to the very act of compensating the artists for their designs, while also trying to assert that artists who enter the contest should hand over the rights to the artwork for free. Selin refuses this notion and pays the winners out of her own pocket instead. She, a while after that, hinted that management no longer allowed her to organize events anymore, which sounds about par for the course for a company like Niji-sanji, where July 8th of 2023, Nina Kosaka graduated, meaning they left on good terms, had a farewell stream, but then comes back later with VShojo, which is another VTuber agency, as Matara Khan. That information will be pertinent later. August 27th of 2023, Mista Rias also graduates, saying that he was burnt out and no longer had any drive, and reappeared shortly after as K9 Kudo, as the first male VTuber in VShojo. Again, information that'll be important here soon. Once they settled in, statements from both of them saying how surprised they were that management in VShojo were actually helping them achieve their creative aspirations started to come out, and how they finally feel like they have worth after being repeatedly told by some that they did not, strongly echoing Sayu's previous statements, even revealing that they did not receive the YouTube plaques on their own channels during their time in Niji-sanji, but rather that the company kept them. So, Niji-sanji kept the plaques from the YouTube channels, meaning the 100,000 subscriber play button or the gold play button for 1 million. The talent didn't even see that, which is just such a scummy thing to do, obviously. Now, while Sayu was a relatively new member of Niji-sanji at the time, Nina and Mista were considered cornerstone, thus the tides started to slowly turn. And then they jump a bit forward in the timeline, and that's when they fast forward to the Selin Christmas catastrophe with the music video that got taken down by management. And then in January, with the departure of Pomu Rainpuff, more people started to wonder how bad things were at Niji-sanji. Pomu Rainpuff was one of their biggest VTubers and shocked everyone when they announced their graduation in January. And it was even more shocking when people didn't hear from Selin since they were friends. So that's when people started to worry about her safety. And then in February, another liver named Kyo Kaneko announced the graduation, which again brought the community into an uproar, wondering, why is there so many people departing all at once here? Is there like a waiting list, like this fucking purgatory or something with people waiting to go to the other side? And then on February 5th, Niji-sanji released that termination notice. And that's when Doki Bird talked about what actually happened with her hospitalization following her unalive attempt that was built up from the stress that Niji-sanji put upon her, and a lot of information started to come out, both from artists and other people who had previously worked with them, claiming that working with Niji-sanji was never very good, there was delay in payments, NDAs being sent multiple times with the wrong name, just so many different things. But Selin had always paid the artists out of her own pocket during this period of turmoil while trying to work with Niji-sanji. And following all of this new information coming to light, the public was understandably outraged, because this is just some deplorable garbage. The dam broke and they were flooded with tons and tons of angry fans. The tornado blew through and picked up 500 septic tanks, and the shitstorm that came with it was something that Niji Sanji couldn't have possibly predicted. So Niji Sanji's stakeholders started to suffer. They lost several sponsorships because of all of this. Apparently their stock price, like their valuation or whatever, started to plummet as well. It was a huge hit to their company, and it only continues to get worse by the day. So Celine revealed that she had spent like $250,000 of her own money on projects throughout the last year there, so she made no profit. And a very interesting piece of information that people brought up is that in December of 2022, Mista Rios had a slip of the tongue revealing that talent only gets 1% of merch sales, and other reports stating that it was a whole 2%. And this serves to showcase that Niji Sanji doesn't just harass and bully their talent directly, they also financially fuck them. That is downright criminal. Only giving 1 or 2%, if they're feeling gracious enough, of merch sales to the talent is mind-boggling. And I saw a couple people defending this. And let me just go ahead and take you in real quick, because it looks like you blew in from Stupidville. That is unacceptable. Yes, the VTubers here don't actually own their avatar or anything. That does belong to Niji Sanji, and they signed the contract and agreed to that. But without them, that merch doesn't move. They are still the sole force for why that merch sells in the first place, thus should be compensated fairly. If they don't make that tweet about the merch being available, if they don't talk about it on stream, 0 people buy it. And to only give them a 1 or at most 2% cut of that is just laughably pathetic and it's just depraved, really. And this also led to a meme that you've probably seen if you've been keeping up with it, about how Niji Sanji's CEO was too busy on his yacht that he built on the back of his talent through exploiting them financially. It comes from this information, where apparently the CEO had flexed that he had a yacht that he had recently purchased or something. I didn't look into that too deeply, but I keep seeing that pop up everywhere with people citing different sources for it. I believe that that's probably something that happened because they are legitimately just exploiting their talent here. This is a completely unacceptable split. Under no circumstances should this be allowed. That is crazy. And what's even crazier is I know they're not the only ones that do that to their talent. In the VTuber space, I have seen some very unfair deals. Now, not this bad. I will say this is exceptionally horrible. But I wasn't surprised to learn that when I first saw that they take 98% of merch sales, because these VTuber agencies look for every possible way, at least the contracts I've seen from some of them, to squeeze every dime possible out of that talent while not letting them get the lion's share most of the time. I'm having to tiptoe around this a little bit because I don't want to get in any hot water with it. But yeah, it fucking sucks. That is awful. Now back to the Weeb Shitter archives here. Weeb Shitter then talks about what happened last night, which is what I want to talk about as well. So, the clip that he is referring to is Doki Bird was streaming. She has now come back to streaming, trying to, just have a good time with her community again, and things are going extremely well. She went from 10,000 subs to now over 500,000 subscribers. Her first stream back had over 100k concurrent. Absolutely fucking crushing it. And last night during her stream, which was her first gaming stream since being back, she had to end it early because fellow livers Alira Pandora, who'd been quiet since the announcement of Selin's termination, started a stream at the same time called A Message from Niji Sanji. And during the stream, she was joined by other Niji Sanji VTubers, Ike Eveland and Vox Akuma. Both of them were thought to be friends of Selin, or Doki Bird. And they read a totally not scripted message expressing how sad and betrayed they felt that Selin had given out personal information like real names and other required information about livers in her legal document that she sent over to Niji Sanji, and some of them stating that they had thoroughly read through it, as well as presenting Discord snippets between Selin and management. it was presented by them thinking that it would absolve them. Now, I truly believe that Niji Sanji forced them to make this video. I think that they were 100% pressured into making this statement. I don't think the VTubers chose this, nor do I think they really believe what they were saying, because you'd have to be on some goddamn idiot juice to think that that was a good idea. Obviously, this is just inviting everyone in the community to throw tomatoes at you and scream, "Boo! Boo! You stink!" Like, it is a terrible statement from them, and the obvious big problem here, one that Doki Bird also had to call attention to, is that it seems Niji Sanji seemingly shared confidential information with these parties that are unrelated to the issues, which could potentially include her medical information. Which is fucking illegal. You can't do that. You can't just share this personal information. You can't break NDAs, and you certainly can't share sensitive medical information. There's protections in place for that. That's a highly illegal thing to do. Meanwhile, goofballs at fucking Niji Sanji here were real loosey-goosey with Doki Bird's information. Confidential information, it seems. So I'll go ahead and play the clip from Doki Bird when she learned about all of this.
Despite everything that has happened, I was very sad to find out a personal document that was only shown between 3 different parties had to be leaked out, because it was a document I made for my lawyer, and it was a document that was not supposed to be shown anywhere else but to me and my lawyer, and to the lawyers on the other side, and we were promised it was not to be shown anywhere else.
Because that's how the process is supposed to work in a fucking legal battle, where you're not sharing confidential information with others unrelated to the fucking legal battle taking place. But I guess Niji Sanji, being the goobers they are, for some reason tried to weaponize that information by giving it to Selen's friends, and most likely, I'll say there's a high chance, forcing them to make that video a message from Niji Sanji, which is a terrible video that I don't think they wanted to make, because they have to have known it'd be a disaster for them on a personal level. Like, their careers are definitely taking a hit because of that. Like, and I feel like they'd know that for sure. But I feel like Niji Sanji was trying to strong-arm them into doing it, because from the sound of things, it looks like anyone that signs with Niji Sanji is basically just their fucking hostage for the entire time you're with the agency. Doki Bird went on Twitter to once again say that it was never supposed to be shown to anyone other than me, the lawyer, and any other relevant lawyers. It was a private document with personal information, and then expressed concern, wondering if her medical and hospital records were also released without her consent, since that was also promised to be kept private. She says she's currently talking to her lawyer, and thankfully only her diagnosis and reason for hospital stay was reported without further private info being disclosed. So that's currently where everything's at right now, and Niji Sanji is bleeding out. So much so that the CEO made his own little YouTuber apology video, which is trash. I was going to play you clips from his apology video, but with Niji Sanji, you never really know what stupid shit they're going to do, so I didn't want to risk getting a strike on it for covering it. So instead, I'll just go ahead and refer to the article here. One of the main things that he apologizes for off rip is that after announcing the termination of Selen, there was a notice that was published saying that the impact this would have on the company's performance would be negligible. And he says that this was a misunderstanding, and they used inconsiderate word choice for it, and recognizes that Selen was integral to the growth of Niji Sanji English branch. And really the whole thing more just seems like a statement to investors, like on a business side of things, as opposed to like a legitimate apology for anything that happened. To me, it comes across as super corpo soulless suit speak, like, yeah, we terminated Selen, whatever, that's well, who cares? What really matters is the investors not losing faith. So we'll make this video to try and regain that investor faith so we can keep raking in those big bucks. He promises like very vague things about change is coming, we need better systems in place that we're working towards this and that. but none of it really comes across as sincere, especially considering that if you really wanted to make a good faith, like strong stance, like we need to change, start with monetarily. It's now come out that your talent gets fucked financially when it comes to their split on like merch sales and things like that. If you really want to make a good faith, like convincing, compelling argument that you're going to change, start there. I would like to see that because you can easily showcase that one. It's going to be hard to convey to the public that you're changing things behind the scenes because, again, that's behind the scenes. It's always going to be something that the public's never going to be fully privy to. But your merch split with your talent, that is public. If you allow your VTubers to talk about it, they can say, hey, look, we just got raised up a ton of percentage when it comes to our merch split, and we really appreciate that. It's a sign of goodwill, you know, and maybe things will get better in the future elsewhere too. But personally, I don't see them making any meaningful changes to company culture or the way things happen behind the doors or anything monetarily. I just don't see them really doing a whole lot to improve. And I think the community feels largely the same way, which is why Niji Sanji continues to fester here. Now, while they haven't fully gone under or anything of that nature, they are definitely trending in a downward death spiral at the moment where it seems more graduations are on the way, most likely, or perhaps even terminations to more talent, and the public is not super excited about the future of Niji Sanji English branch. Now, the English branch of Niji Sanji is just one component of it. Its biggest is still the Japanese sector. But I have to imagine if the English branch flounders and fails, it's going to be bad for Niji Sanji as a whole because it still was a sizable chunk of their company, and that's going to affect that side of things too. So it's definitely something that they wouldn't like to see go away, I would imagine. But it's looking like it's going towards that direction. So anyway, I just wanted to cover this a bit because it is a huge deal and one of those situations where a company that was really at a point where it was probably too big to fail is starting to fail. Truly by their own mismanagement, own problems, and own toxicity. And I'm wishing the absolute best for Doki Bird going forward. Hopefully the legal process she's engaged in is smooth and an easy W, and hopefully her streams continue to pop off. So best of luck to her, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Do my eyes look to have a little sparkle in them today? A little extra special sauce there? Well, it's because I finally saw a great film, snapping the stinker streak of Joker 2 and Megaflopolis. God bless. I saw Transformers 1. This has been one of the most highly requested things I've had all year. Like, second only to people requesting that I get taller or cut my hair. People really love this film. It has a lot of hype. And apparently it hasn't been performing that well at the box office, which is just a fucking shame. Because it lived up to the hype. I actually liked it a lot. I planned on seeing it 2 weeks ago when it came out, but unfortunately my ass was getting cooked like a Thanksgiving turkey by COVID. So I wasn't able to go, but I went and saw it today and I liked it a lot. I do think this is one of the better Transformers movies that's been made. Like, period. I'm not just talking about like animated Transformers. I mean like of all Transformers movies. It's just super solid. And I think the trailers and the marketing for this film did it a huge disservice. I think the reason why it hasn't gone like fucking Bazinga style at the box office is because a lot of people thought that this was purely a children's movie. Like, all the marketing material made it seem like something you'd see on, you know, Disney XD. And that's just not really what it is. When the first trailer dropped, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was mainly like a kid's movie, which is fine, but it's not. The marketing team really did this dirty. Don't get it misconstrued, though. This isn't like some kind of R-rated, grimdark universe Transformers films for adults only. You know, you're not gonna have titties and blow and grease or anything here. You're not gonna be watching Optimus Prime dealing with PTSD after witnessing war crimes or, you know, anything like heavy. But it is a film that can be enjoyed by anyone of all ages. Same way I feel about Puss in Boots Last Wish, Puss in Boots 2. That is a film that is just really good and just happens to be a family-friendly film. Now let's dive into the meat here. Transformers 1 is the origin story, basically, for Optimus Prime and Megatron. In this film, they're not Optimus Prime and Megatron yet. You see how they were like close friends. They started as fundamentally nothing. They were mining bots, and they go on this big buddy adventure, and it leads to what the characters eventually become. And what really works well for this movie is the characters are good. Not just Optimus and Megatron, but the surrounding characters as well. Like Bee, like Alita, like all of these characters are just fun. There's a lot of joke slinging back and forth, but not to like the criminally cringe level of Marvel where it's always there, even in moments that are supposed to be emotional. In this movie, yes, there is a ton of jokes. Yes, not all of them are going to land. But when there's an emotional beat, they don't bother to break it apart, wipe their ass with it like Marvel does by just throwing in like a little fucking half-baked AI-generated zinger. And I really appreciated that. That was very refreshing because I thought that's where this was going to go. It has a very simple plot, like it's nothing new. It's a story we've seen a million times, but now with Transformers. But it works super well because Optimus and Megatron, they build up that relationship really well in this film, and they tear it down really well too. So getting to like the climactic conclusion where we all know what's going to happen. We know what happens with Optimus and Megatron. They end up being at odds and they fight each other constantly. Getting to that point is such a good journey. There's a lot of really good action sequences in here, even like a really entertaining race that Optimus and Megatron enter, even though they can't transform. So they have to get really creative with how they try and win this race, and it's a huge fucking deal. And that entire sequence is really fucking fun. This is going to seem like an insult, but it did kind of remind me of Spy Kids 3D with that race, but done super well here. Like, I'm not using that to try and bring it down. It's just I love that, and that's always the first thing that pops in my head is that Spy Kids 3D race, that godforsaken sequence. But in Transformers 1, that race is so entertaining. Like, they're using jetpacks in the beginning. Then they're running on feet, but since they can't transform, they're getting fucking blasted by everyone. Then they have to use a couple of other really creative measures to try and get themselves back in the race. There's traps, there's obstacles. It's just a good ride. I've always had a soft spot for the Transformers property ever since I was addicted to Beast Wars as a kid growing up. So seeing a movie like this was just really refreshing. It really felt like a good time. And there's not a lot that I didn't like about it. Yeah, I wasn't, grabbing at my stomach like hearty har har laughing out loud at every joke or anything, but I was still highly entertained. And this is probably cope, but I'm hoping that now that we've had a movie about, the beginning of Cybertron and all that, maybe we can revisit games like War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron. Those games were such bangers. And it's a shame that they haven't received any kind of like remaster or anything. But I don't think that's gonna happen just because of this movie or anything, but I wanted to throw that out there. Those games fucking slapped. Anyway though, I liked Transformers 1 a lot. It lived up to the hype. I definitely think it's worth watching for sure. Even if you're not a fan of Transformers, it's a fun short movie, which is rare. You usually don't have any movies under 2 hours anymore. This one is not 2 hours, which is nice. It doesn't overstay its welcome. You get exactly what you want. A lot of action, a fun story, good characters, and it all looks great because the visuals are pretty top-notch for the movie. So yeah, Transformers 1, it was good. That's about it. So yeah.
It's been another high-octane, action-packed week of Karen activity, reaching an all-time high. If you're checking with the meteorologist, you'll know that there's at least been a 90% chance of a downpour of Karens on any given day this last week, so it's been pretty wild. Pandora's box has been fully opened, and now we're left with the wrath and the chaos of the Karens. I can't help but draw similarities between what's happening right now and what happened in my favorite movie, 1999's The Mummy, when Brendan Fraser and the crew accidentally revive a mummy, and then as a result of this there were plagues that were put upon the world. I feel like something might have happened in this day and age where someone opened a sarcophagus and the only plague that came with that was these Karens. We'll go ahead and start with the most popular Karen sighting this week. This one's actually pretty special and pretty scientifically important, I'd argue. This isn't just some generic Karen, this is actually the guardian spirit of blueberries Karen. She comes out when she feels blueberries are being threatened, and it's someone we've read about in fairy tales, but until now we've never had video evidence that this Karen even exists. This is like finding a video of Bigfoot.
Pay taxes, I pay for this park, and I don't like to see people wrecking it.
We're not wrecking it. There's literally so many berries everywhere.
Oh my god, we're not wrecking it! Oh, there's so many berries out here! There's so many berries!
I cannot.
Complete twits.
You ever get so mad at someone that you just bust a fucking move? This Karen got so upset that she just couldn't help but hit the electric slide part 2 right then and there. I've said it before and it's absolutely true. Karens are just like children with temper tantrums and shit like that. Basically, a Karen is the result of a toddler being Freaky Friday'd into the body of a miserable middle school English teacher.
We're twits. You're the one coming up to 2 young girls, getting
Young
mad
girls,
at them for
yeah,
picking
you're
up
like 6 years old.
6 years old.
Because we wanted to eat some berries.
I'm saying, eat all the berries you want, just don't take the bush with you.
It's not the bush, it's literally it's a tiny branch of berries.
She's like King Ramses from that Courage the Cowardly Dog episode. Return the slab! Return the berries, or suffer my curse. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to see her break out those moves again where she's flailing her arms around acting like she's swatting away invisible bees that are swarming her.
Why don't you mind your own business? Why don't you mind your own business?
You know, that is the fucking rudest thing you've said to me.
You decided
Go
to come
back
up
where
to
you
us.
came from if you wanted to use language like that.
Why don't you go back to where you came from, you fucking colonizer?
I like how that's where the line in the sand was. You've gone too far telling me to mind my own business. Are you kidding me? Mind my own business? Do you know who I am? I can't mind my own business because I'm fucking miserable and I need to get mad at every opportunity possible so I can yell at some kids, so I can boogie down with my fucking noodle arms, and I need to get mad. Mind my own business. Now I've gone way too fucking far and now I'm fucking upset. Imagine thinking it's rude when someone tells you, hey, just mind your own shit. Honestly, the rational response to that should be like, you know what? That's a really good point. This isn't affecting me personally. Why did I interject myself into this? I'm getting the fuck out.
You come from?
Where did you come from? I'm actually curious. Where
The
did you
U.S.
U.S.?
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're not even
you're
from
not
here.
Canadian either.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, so but we are Canadian too. I was born here.
I was born here too.
Okay.
Were you born here?
No.
Okay,
Oh.
so this is actually like I was born here and you're not even born
Like
here,
your
and you're
grandparents
telling me to
Doesn't
go back
matter,
to
you're
where
telling us to go
your
back to-
grandparents weren't either. That's the thing. Were your grandparents born here? No.
Look, she's smiling.
Yeah, that angle didn't pan out too well for you there, did it? Not only did they get to eat those berries, but they got to slap you down right there on your own fucking stupid argument, so that was a bit rough for you.
Is that what you want? I don't have a mask. I don't have a mask. This is fucking ridiculous. Are you fucking kidding me right now? You're not going to sell me this? It's going to take you to... I'm spreading more dirt standing here, for God's sakes.
Yeah, this seems about par for the course. This looks about right for your average Miller Lite consumer here. I imagine there hasn't been a single case of Miller Lite that's been sold that hasn't had this kind of negative interaction with a customer. Buying a case of Miller Lite just says to your friends and family, hey, I make bad choices. Obviously, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I've made it very clear in the past, Miller Lite is my least favorite beer. It just tastes like somebody plugged a catheter into my high school bully and is just milking the piss out of them and feeding it to me. It just tastes like I'm drinking hateful piss.
I'm not paying for a fucking mask. I'm not paying for it. We have a right in America not to wear a fucking mask. Have you not watched the news?
There's almost nothing more frustrating than listening to these stupid fucking troglodytes think that they're right when they're just outright wrong and refusing to accept that they're wrong. It is a business. A business can put whatever policies they want and refuse service to people that don't abide by those policies. That is their right. But then you have these fucking dumb homunculus walk around, my rights, my rights, my rights. I can jerk off in the store if I wanted to. It's my penis. God gave me this penis. You're not the boss of my penis. I could beat my fucking meat right here with no mask on, and you can't stop me. It's so fucking silly that no one seems to understand that a business can enforce whatever the fuck it wants to on the people that choose to shop there. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. And I don't understand this huge hoopla about masks in the first place. Why don't you get upset about the fact that businesses require you to wear clothes to shop there? It takes a lot more effort to put on a shirt and pants than it does to put on a mask. Why don't you get upset about that? They're taking control of your body, saying what you need to wear to come into their business. That's infringing on your so-called rights that you're arguing about. Why is it only the mask you take an issue with? The mask is a lot less effort than putting on clothes in the morning. Why don't you just try and shop around naked and see how that pans out?
We don't have to do this.
It says on the paper right here, it's gonna pass.
There, find it. I'm not going to touch it. I think it went over there.
Pick it up. You spit on the front counter. Don't do that. I think it's okay.
Karen going with the classics here by spitting on the man, which is a crime. So now the only rights that you're entitled to, Karen, are your Miranda rights. That's assault. And during a pandemic, it's more than assault. You're just a giant piece of shit.
me. That's what the park is for.
I never saw a car in here before.
It's a Power Wheel
It
car,
doesn't
man.
bother me. What bothers me is you have a little kid in here that doesn't have a driver's license. He's just a little kid and you're not with him.
It's not a real car.
This one's almost just a wholesome Karen encounter. She smells some people were having fun at the park, so she goes out of her way to just put the kibosh on that shit and shut it down. And then she takes notice, wait a minute, those are little kids in a truck? Is that a truck in the park? Hey, what the fuck is this? These are some unlicensed kids in a fucking cyber truck. Are you kidding me? You're a terrible parent. Where are their license? I'm gonna have them thrown in the slammer for this. This is a crime. This is a fucking crime. In my peaceful park? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Don't talk to me. Did I invite you into my conversation? Did I invite you into my conversation? Did I invite you into my conversation? Do you have any right to be speaking to me right now? Are you involved in this situation? Are you involved in it?
I am.
No, you're not. No, you're not. And don't talk to me. Do not talk to me. Take your bullshit mask off and act like a real person. And you are not the boss of me.
Oh yeah, she did it. She just dropped the "you're not the boss of me" line. Every single Karen freakout is more and more evidence that as Karens age, they become more and more like children. It's like some Benjamin Button shit. I was half expecting this woman to throw a chocolate bar on the ground and start crying about how unfair the other lady was being.
Didn't you say you were in a hurry?
You either. Don't. You guys can all fucking wait. Don't talk to me.
We are waiting with patience and kindness.
No, you're all fucking talking to me when I told you not to.
This is probably the most conversation this lady's gotten in the last 30 years. Her children grew up and started to ignore her. She doesn't get to see her grandchildren very often. They ignore her phone calls. And now, finally, some people are talking to her and she just doesn't even know how to respond. So she's just lashing out at everyone here because she just doesn't know how to converse with anyone anymore. She's out of practice and she's just kind of a big asshole.
I don't care. What are you going to do about it?
Look what you're doing to
What
this
are you going to
child.
do about it?
Look at this little
What are
girl.
you going to do? What are you going to do about it?
That's a terrible
What are you going to do about it?
Try to get
Run your
rid of
bitch
it.
ass mouth like the dumbass cunt that you are? Cool.
Oh, I do say that was a bit too far. Wow. I always like when a Karen says, "What are you going to do about it?" and then get like fucking shocked when someone actually does something, like slap her. We've seen like 1,000 of those by now, but unfortunately in this case, the woman wasn't feeling like slapping her. Probably wouldn't even be worth like the extra effort to walk up there and then just take one on her cheek. But I always find that to be pretty remarkable because they're constantly egging it on and then play the victim when something does happen. And I have no doubt in my mind, if that lady did swing on her, this one that's making the big huff and puff would have totally abandoned all sense of toughness and just start crying about how she's the victim and calling the police about what just happened.
That's assault!
No, it's not.
If you spit on her, that is assault!
She's in my face touching me. Call the police. I'm cool with that.
Not on her!
She's touching me. Yes, it is.
You spit on her!
No.
There's nothing more cowardly than spitting on somebody, and it's very common right now with Karens. That's really their go-to signature move. Their anime finisher is just the old loogie that they pop at someone that they're having a disagreement with. But yeah, these were the biggest Karen clips of this week, and another great week of Karen activity for sure. And I don't think there's any signs of the Karens starting to slow down or become self-aware. For as long as Facebook exists, these Karens will exist. And that's about it. So yeah. Alright, where's this murderer at? Oh, they even have English support here? I thought this was just going to fully be in Russian. No, I won't be immersed. I bet Troy Baker's going to do some of the voice acting here. Hopefully it's a good English dub. Talk to Anna, the wife of the murdered man. Here I come.
We arrived here at 12 noon. I told you, we arrived here at 12 noon.
Oh, is this guy saying that? Why does he say that to me?
I told you, we arrived here at 12 noon.
This taxidermy dog is wonderful. Very cool, very nice.
He died at about 1 o'clock at night.
That, what that Roblox guy did?
I told you, he died at about 1 o'clock at night.
What is this, a house for ants? Jesus Christ, I'm too much of a fucking Chad to fit through the door. How do I crouch? Oh, there we go, C. Hey, what's up?
Hello, I'm Detective Silantiev.
Can somebody shoot that fucking
My
rooster?
condolences. I immediately called an ambulance. Where were you before that time? The day before yesterday, I left the house.
I'm pretty sure this is the same guy doing both characters.
And
hey!
I didn't see anything. I was asleep at 1 at night. I didn't see anything.
Liar.
I was asleep at 1 at night.
This is a beware of dog sign. I'm going to take a guess and assume that this is another stuffed dog. Oh, here it is! How do I kill this? Hey!
No, I didn't see anything. I was asleep at 1 at night.
He doesn't even bother trying to, like, change the pitch on his voice. Good for him. Fuck it. He's good enough. It's like an improved LA Noir. Yeah. I'm gonna take a guess. She was asleep at 1 at night.
I didn't see anything. I was asleep at 1 at night.
Yep.
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
I was asleep at 1 at night.
I am noticing a pattern.
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
I was asleep at 1 at night. I didn't see anything. I was
Got it,
asleep
okay.
at 1 at night.
I got a lot of valuable information here.
Anna looked too nervous. Was she involved in the murder? I should ask her mom.
I should have started with her mom. What time does she get out of the strip club? Oh. Well, there's nothing here. I can see into the window. Nobody lives here. Someone built a brick wall and a door over a cliff and nothing else. Where the fuck does she live? Swimming is for amateur detectives. Real detectives wear lead shoes and run through the... Fuck. Banish me to the Shadow Realm. Anna's mother is a very tricky lady. This conniving bitch. Where is she? Here we go. I found a way to break in. Alright, where's Anna's mother? Where the fuck is she hiding? God, I feel like Doctor Strange in here. Well, I think they forgot to put Anna's mom in the game. This is probably where it just ends. This is a very modern, ergonomic house design, I will say. Anna's mother has fantastic taste. I can't get inside the garage, that's what I'm trying to do. Doesn't work. That door over there doesn't open. Okay, so I don't think they remembered to put her grandmother here, so I think this is probably just where this game ends. Okay, good game. Couldn't find the murderer, though. Cat's War is an incredibly addictive third-person shooter. This does look highly addictive. Is this gonna be another one of those extremely boring open world Unity asset flips? What do the reviews say? Wow, I like Cat. Here I come. Just like in the trailer. Yeah, I'm already getting addicted to this. This is pretty good. Oh my god, anything's possible. Donald Duck and the gang's getting all fucked up. Oof. Wow. Don't do it. Ah. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. That guy's got some crazy moves. What was that, Wing Chun? Where are the guns at? Got you this time. Okay, these guys are so fucking strong. Do I have anything else? Oh my god, stop. Better than the GTA remaster. It does look better. Okay, well this is probably everything Cat Wars has to offer. Pretty cool game. keep that one in the old library there in case I ever feel like hopping back in there. That was pretty cool. Ooh, hold on a second. We might have a little something here. Is there a story to this? No, I can already tell. It's just gonna be nothing but assets you fight. If he bothered to put a story in it, this would be worth it, but this is just gonna be boring asset flip. Shame. There was potential there. Pro Soccer Online. Okay. Time to take my soccer to the next level. Oh, the Unreal Engine. Okay, okay. 0 players in the global queue. That's because everyone's in-game, having fun. Let's do a little training. Oh, yeah! There were 2 people in the world playing this game, so I'll see if I can get in a game. Like, maybe it doesn't start 3-on-3 and we do 2v1. Okay, hold on, there's 2 people in Frankfurt. No, this is a good waste of $4. I basically paid $4 for a jukebox. No, there's more than 2 songs. Oh wait, maybe not. I thought this was gonna switch. I have to talk about these text messages. I can't help it. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I'm only human. These are extraordinary in like the creepiest way imaginable. I usually don't like to do the same type of content back to back, and yesterday I covered some text messages as well, but I can't resist the urge. It calls out to me, the void beckons, and I have to speak on these. So, the context. A lady had an old co-worker whom had been fundamentally stalking her for quite some time. Her and her husband had dealt with this individual for a while, and decided to share some of the unhinged messages that they had been sent by him. There was a lot more that happened besides these text messages, but that's what was shared and what I want to go over. Buckle your seatbelt here, because this is about to be a pretty intense ride. This is a good read from cover to cover, if you like lunacy. Hey, I hope your weekend has started nicely. I apologize it took me a few days to feel like I could say this. No need to apologize, goober. I get it. Had to muster up the courage here. Hype yourself up in the mirror so that you could really let the demon out. You need to break up with blank, and then agree to be my girlfriend, with intentions to be my wife. And let me explain why. So he's basically acting like a car salesman here, trying to drive the hard bargain. It's like an episode of Shark Tank. I'm seeking a wife for 10% equity in my cock. I have no doubt he also had a PowerPoint presentation prepared for this, but unfortunately maybe it didn't attach, so it didn't send. I can provide more for you than he can. The independent woman facade you engage in wouldn't be necessary with me. I make more than enough money in my job in order to take care of you and provide you with a lakefront house, which I know is a desire of yours. I can provide you the free time that you often post about and yearn for to engage in your favorite hobby, ceramics. All I ask for you is your devotion in return. I know I am perhaps not physically desirable to you, which is why I plan to compensate with the lifestyle you often talk about wanting to provide yourself. You can really feel the fedora through these messages. It smells of such potent desperation. It's also very interesting that he calls attention to not being physically desirable to her. It's an interesting negotiation tactic. Excuse me, madam. I know you may not be physically attracted to me, but here's how I can make up for my face looking like turbo ass. I know if you could be given an opportunity, you would take it because you mostly desire to be able to experience freedom in life. It is something painful for me knowing you could have everything you wanted if you would simply agree to be my wife in the future. I could also pay off your student loans and car loan, which I know you've expressed desire to have those completed in the next 6 years. I could do that today, with a simple call to your loan companies. All I need from you is to immediately move to my property and begin your new life with me. Jesus Christ, that is concerning. I can pay off all of this, just come join my cult. And I promise I am not a rapist or a creep. Nothing screams good guy quite like needing to clarify that you are neither a rapist nor a creep. I mean, would he lie to you, right? I mean, that's what a normal person says, like, by the way, miss, I am neither rapist nor creep, so you should feel safe around me. Now come live on my property immediately. I am not going to imprison you or shackle you or enslave you to a basement. Well, alright, breath of fresh air. I was a little concerned about that, but now luckily he explained it. Now there's no reason to feel alarmed anymore about that being a possibility. You are free to continue your friendships with your womanly friends and your relationships with your family. I would never take this from you. I would never force you into sexual situations you do not want to be in. I know it must sound so strange hearing this, but I feel I must make it clear to you that this is a dream opportunity that will not harm you in any capacity other than dropping your current life, boyfriend, and job, and immediately begin pursuing your hobbies while we plan our wedding. I've got a sneaking suspicion that this guy would absolutely shackle her and imprison her in the basement. But I imagine she wouldn't be alone down there. There's probably quite a few other victims that he has in that basement. This is a fucking unhinged creep. Now, it's important to mention that this isn't just some random person sending a bunch of nonsense. This is a very credible threat to the safety of this woman. So, according to the husband, they had been dealing with this individual for quite some time. And they even went to court over it. There's a lot that this individual has done, aside from just these creepy messages. And it had been a huge problem for them for a while. This is a really dangerous person to be around. I hope you're not overwhelmed. I know we have not spoken very much in the last 6 years we've known each other. I've always known you were supposed to be mine as soon as I met you on March 3rd, 2018. He's got that shit marked in his calendar as the most important day of his life. I've never once inserted myself into your life. I haven't pestered you for your phone number, and we have an occasional chat on Facebook now that we're not in the same office anymore. I've been satisfied with this level of acquaintanceships for years, and I understand that you have been with blank since 2012. I understand you were committed to him prior to us meeting, but blank, you must agree that we have something special. We share so many interests, and we were always able to have great natural conservation. When we would attend lunch together during the workday, it was an effortless and relaxing experience to share those 40 minutes with you once or twice a week. And don't think I forgot how often you paid for yourself, a trait I knew was you trying to assert your independence in front of me. Oh, the delusion. Oh, the delusion is sickening. That's an example of something I've talked about quite a bit on stream, where no matter what, there are people that will view things in an entirely different lens that make no sense. Something as simple as her buying lunch for herself was interpreted, misconstrued by this fucking menace as her trying to assert her independence in front of him. So it's just like this honestly scary situation where something totally innocent, like just buying yourself lunch, has now completely been lost in the sauce of this dude's noodle, where he thinks it was all about him. It's so weird. I knew then you were trying to show me that you'd love for someone to take care of you. I'm ready to settle into a family-oriented life, and I recall you saying you would have children if you had the financial capital to do so. I know you desire to be a mother, despite your current male partner not wanting them. You would make a wonderful mother to our children. I would ensure you had everything you needed to live the family life of your dream. Wow, I just had a voice crack. That was a big voice crack, too. This man's serial killer stalker Riz just attacked my vocal folds. And I know you love to travel. Before we settle down with children, I want to take you to your dream destination list. I've kept track of all the places you've mentioned over the last few years that you'd like to visit. You always share such a beautiful landscape photos. He's like the Zodiac killer here. I bet if this wasn't over Facebook Messenger or whatever, it would have been sent via postage, letters in the mail, using cutouts from magazines for the letters. I want to take you to Japan, to Thailand, to New Zealand, to Greece. Yah! It's like that classic one. Oregon. Yah! Fucking the Dean scream. And after that, we'll go to the opal mines in Australia for your dream ring, and then I'll take you to all the waterfalls the islands have to offer. How does this sound? My proposition is serious. You know I am a serious man. I'm turning 45 years old this year, and you are turning 32 years old. It's time to start making decisions about our familial life and how to enjoy our remaining years. Please know I have never offered any woman this proposition. I have a very secure career that I enjoy and will do whatever it takes to maintain in order to have your companionship, sexual prowess, and motherly raising of our children. I will give you everything you desire, as long as you agree to be my wife and raise our children. A very strong negotiation overall. I wonder how she'll respond to this in the Shark Tank. Hey, blank. I wanted to acknowledge that I received your message. It's really long though, so give me a minute to read and respond. That feels more like she's very afraid and is doing this out of pure obligation, like buying time to figure out how to handle this without setting this guy off on like some kind of rampage, like this violent outburst, which is smart on her part for sure, to like very gently navigate this because it's a scary situation having a stalker like this. Good morning. I am still awaiting your acceptance of my proposal. I look forward to hearing from you. Oh god, he's dropping the hammer now. It's all business, and he's not taking no for an answer. Good morning, goofball. I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't know how to respond to this. I don't mean this negatively, but I honestly don't know whether or not to take this seriously. What I mean by that is, I don't know if this is a joke or not. You said this is quite out of left field, so I'm not exactly sure how to respond to you. This proposition is very serious. I have to make serious considerations about my familial life as I'm ready to establish this. I know I can offer you much more than your boyfriend can. It has been 10 years, and he still has not provided you with those things you desire most. I am a better provider than he is, and I will ensure your needs are met. Please, I would appreciate you taking this seriously and giving me a date and time I can come collect your items and move you into my house. It's in northern blank. This guy is already convinced that it's a yes, and now he's just trying to figure out when he should schedule the college hunks hauling junks to come collect all of her shit to move in with him. So now she fully responds to this. Surely you have to understand I can't agree to something like this. My life is my life because I've built it this way. I am not a damsel waiting to be rescued. While yes, I would enjoy an easier path to achieving the lifestyle I want, I don't mind working for it, and frankly, I'm insulted that you perceive my career to be a choice I'm settled to because I have not found the right man. Most importantly, it's another level of egotistical to assume I would dump an 11-year relationship in an instant for a fantasy pipe dream of yours. I mean this seriously. I'm not interested in your proposition. Trading my life for materialistic items and to be breed mare is not something I ever intended to do with my time. I don't know you. You don't know me. You have a limited glimpse into my life through my social media posts. What you see online represents a fraction of who I am as a person. We were co-workers and nothing more. I made this very clear to you in the years we worked together. I was in my relationship prior to even working with you. Yes, you're right, you never crossed that boundary, but instead you spent the last 6 years building a fantasy and dream life in your mind in which you think I would trade my value as a human being for a lake house and free time for pottery. I'm not sure how you became convinced this would be enough to make me leave the life I have built, but I need to assure you it's not. Please do not ask me this again. I am not interested, nor will I ever be interested in being your wife and child bearer. So she lets it all hang out here. She pulls no punches. She sets the record straight and says it right to his face. Well, as close to his face as anyone will ever come through text messages here. Breedmare. Now, there's no need to insult me. I am not propositioning you to live in solitude and to raise children alone. I want a family. I want you to be my wife, specifically, and I want to build a family with you. I thought you were intelligent enough to understand how great of an offer this is. Buddy, she is intelligent enough to recognize that her life would be in danger saying yes to you, you absolute maniac. You fucking weirdo. She is extremely smart to say no to this, as pretty much everyone on the planet with any level of survival instincts would. You're weird, you're dangerous, you're creepy, you're a stalker. Everyone's going to be saying no to you. I know you're primarily saying no because you don't find me physically attractive. If I looked better than your boyfriend, I have no doubts you would emphatically tell me yes. I didn't know you were so shallow. Oh, now he's going full nice guy mask off mode, even though he wasn't really putting up a nice guy persona in the first place. You would learn to be physically attracted to me just as I learned to be physically attracted to you after you gained 60 pounds. You look much better when you are staying in the 150 to 200 pound range, yet I never said a word to you about the fact that you gained so much weight because I realized you were perfect otherwise. I realized your looks didn't matter when your soul is what I wanted to spend time with. He probably wants to suck her soul out of her body like Shang Tsung. Like, this is a threat to her life, and she is absolutely making the right call, trying her best to get away from this guy and shut it down as hard as possible. It is simply a trade for a house and free time. Oh, the barter method, of course. I am offering you the very thing you constantly talked about and post about, the freedom to enjoy your existence without stress and anxiety. There would be more stress and anxiety with you because you are actually dangerous. It'd be a constant, guessing game of whether or not she's going to survive through the night under your roof. This guy is fucking scary. And he makes it seem like so simple. Simply in return, we are married and have a family together. Yeah, I mean, that's small potatoes. That's nothing. That's no big deal. It's a great trade. You get a house and you get the weirdest man in the world. A win-win. You would learn to love it because our home together would be so peaceful and joyful. However, perhaps you're right, and you are not the woman I thought you were. You're attracted to a low-life loser who filed bankruptcy at 25, hid his credit card debt from you. You pay his bills while he job hops because he doesn't know how to stay at a job for longer than a year. You cried constantly at work and had panic attacks not knowing where the money was going to come from. And what did you do? You worked a second and third job to make ends meet while he piddled away at putting in applications and not manning up to do what he needed to do. Why are you choosing this weak boy over me? I am mature, career-oriented, family-oriented, and I am a devoted partner. I would never force you into a position to make up for my shortcomings like your boyfriend does. I am better than him in every way, and yet you still choose him. It is baffling to me why young women like yourself want to be with the losers and drug dealers who will end up beating you silly. Keep in mind, this is coming from the same worm, the same specimen, who had to assure her he's not a rapist and wouldn't imprison her and shackle her. I think this guy is the one that most likely would beat a woman silly, because he has all of the red flags you could possibly fucking imagine about a man. I'm going to fast forward through the second paragraph, Meltdown here, which is just a teary-eyed tantrum with him shaking his fist saying, I thought you were different. You must stay with him for his penis size, because I can't even begin to understand how someone as intelligent as you are would turn down my offer. A luxury life free of stress turned down for a life of second-guessing and financial strain? Why? What good reason do you have to turn down my offer? He immediately goes to wiener size. Just another huge insecurity here. So I'm guessing not only is he physically appalling, but he also has a tiny cock. She says, I'm not even going to entertain that message with a response. I don't owe you any explanation about why I'm still with my boyfriend even after all his shortcomings. I don't owe you an explanation on anything, ever. I've been wondering all evening what it could possibly be about me that you're so repulsed by that you won't accept the offer of a lifetime. Yeah, it's such a mystery. What about this perfect gentleman here and scholar would she find repulsive? I'm racking my brain and I got nothing. I have no idea. What could she possibly not like about him? He's such a doll. My friends are also appalled. Why aren't you accepting this? Yeah, I'm sure he has so many friends. He contacts all his friends. He's like, guys, she won't just give up her life and move in with me. What's wrong with this bitch, huh? What's going on? Huh? Is she crazy? She's crazy, right? It's not me. I'm not the problem, right? I didn't think so. It's definitely her. It's everything you have ever wanted, and you're turning it down still? Why? You owe me an explanation after I spent years ensuring I had enough to offer you. That's really scary. If this guy's whole motivation for like working hard, grinding, and getting money is just to try and act on this fantasy delusion with a stranger, that's unhinged. Well, all of this is unhinged, but that one's even wilder because again, they're not close to each other. They're still pretty much strangers. I'm starting to get very upset by your actions. You have one more chance. Anything less than an emphatic yes will not be accepted. So he tries to bring it down, an ultimatum. Last chance. This is the last ball game pitch here. It's got to be a home run yes or I'm out. I'm sure this will come as a huge surprise to all of you watching this, but she still said no. In the most polite way possible, fuck off. I don't owe you shit. I'll be blocking you now. Have a great rest of your life. I waited all day to see if your little conniption would resolve and you'd come back begging me for this opportunity. But I see you've decided to block me on Facebook, but too stupid to also block me on Messenger. At least for now. He's now fully in his villain arc. He put on a trench coat, sunglasses, and he's doing this while typing. I see you've blocked me on Facebook, but not Messenger. For now. I cannot believe I allowed myself to become entangled in the idea that a beastly fat woman such as yourself would actually choose to settle down with me. I can do so much better than you, and yet here I was offering you a way out of your wretched life. We both know you're settling with blank because you're too lazy to lose weight and make yourself more attractive, and you've trained him to be okay with your fat. I was willing to let your fatness go to the side because I knew if you had free time, you'd lose the weight and retain a more attractive figure for our relationship. I'm embarrassed I've spent so much time preparing for this moment and was wasted on a fat whore who doesn't know when she has struck gold. I truly thought you were different, that you actually wanted a nice man to be with. I see I was dead wrong. And she says, you can literally suck the juices out of my fat blank and choke on them, you absolute troglodyte. So at least there's a happy ending here. It ended on a positive note for both parties involved. So this guy did end up doing the quintessential nice guy sign-off, that standard song and dance of, you know what, I'm better than you. I should have never wasted my time with you because you're fat, and you're a whore, and you're chunky, you're chubby, and I hate you. You're tacky, and I hate you. You're fat, and I'm a nice guy, the nicest guy you'll ever meet. You blew it. You blew it. It's on you, and you should feel bad. I'm not crying, you're crying. That's where the text message journey comes to a conclusion. Like I said, there was a lot more outside of text that he did, but I only wanted to focus on the texts. Hopefully they don't have to deal with this individual anymore going forward, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. Just when you thought you'd finally seen all of the degeneracy disgusting YouTubers could ever cook up in their cursed kitchen, you get jump scared by a new outrageous, heinous act committed by a YouTuber. In the words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger fish, and in this case, that fish is evil. There is a new evil action that a YouTuber just proudly engaged in that I just learned about today. This comes from the true crime community. This comes from a YouTuber named Zavgirl, who charged people on Patreon for access to autopsy photos of a murdered 11-year-old boy. That is some morally demented shit right there that would have a demon cringing. Now, Zavgirl is refuting some of these claims and even released her own apology video explaining her side of the situation. Just a quick side note, apology videos have become 2023's Harlem Shake. This is a massive flood of apology videos that we've gotten in just like the last month. If YouTuber apologies were a stock option and you invested back in January of this year, you'd be a millionaire by now. It is crazy just how often this is happening. Now, her apology video might not feature a ukulele, but it's still just as shitty. But before really diving into that, I want to give a general overview of the situation. Zavgirl is a true crime YouTuber, and she had just recently dove into the case of an 11-year-old boy named Gannon who was brutally murdered by his stepmother, Letitia Stouch. And it is just unbelievably disturbing. The mother is on trial now, which I imagine is why Zavgirl wanted to start talking about it since it's now unfolding in court. I don't really want to get into the specifics of the case. Basically, the stepmother tortured the son, stabbed him a ton of times, shot him in the head, and then stuffed his corpse into a suitcase and started to pretend like he was missing. So she told the authorities all kinds of different stories, like he didn't come home after going to a friend's house. Then she even came up with some kind of fucking wild narrative about how someone that was fixing her carpet ended up raping her and then abducting the child. So she got caught lying a ton of times. Eventually, investigators found blood on her shoes and in her car as well as in Gannon's room, and then her DNA on a gun that was linked to Gannon's death. So they caught her and realized that she was responsible for Gannon's murder. So Zavgirl followed the Letitia Stouch case and said that she had recently made an official records request, which is something I didn't even know you could do as just like an average Joe Schmo. I had no fucking clue that any goofball goober could just ask and get sensitive files like she received. I guess I'm just very naive to what you're able to ask for, but I feel like those kind of things should only be made accessible to the victim's family as well as like official sources, not just YouTubers. But that's just me, I guess, speaking as a goddamn Neanderthal who I guess doesn't understand how things work here. That was surprising, but she said that she had made an official records request and then received all of these documents, which she posted on her Patreon. I'll go ahead and play this clip from her apology video where she tries to explain that this is a little misleading. She wasn't just charging for autopsy photos, she was actually charging for everything, which included autopsy photos.
I have followed the Letitia Stout case closely, and it was actually during the trial that I made the official records request. And it was in El Paso County, Colorado. I requested all the video, audio, and written records. I made no request for autopsy photos. I wanted all trial records, but my main interests were interviews with Letitia. The autopsy photos just happened to be in the files.
Not exactly the slam dunk you think it is here. You still did charge for all of this sensitive information,
which does include the autopsy photographs, as you mentioned. I'll be extremely charitable here. I'll really throw you a bone and assume you're telling the truth that you didn't specifically seek out autopsy photos. You still got them, and you still published them, and you still charged for them on your Patreon. They were a component of what you were charging your audience for. You legitimately set up basically a booth in your Patreon where you could go in and look at photos of a dead child and learn everything that happened to him with the murder. How do you not recognize how incredibly fucked up that is? That is bafflingly evil. I understand desensitization is a real thing, right? Doctors get desensitized to gore and blood. Gamers get desensitized to being insulted in video games over Xbox Live. I get it. But I just don't understand how someone could ever reach the point where they're desensitized to the brutal murder of a child, and so desensitized, in fact, that you're going to charge people access to it. Other depraved fucking people that for some reason want to pay money to see photos of a dead child. So again, even if your primary goal wasn't to get autopsy photographs, you did receive them, you did publish them, and you charged an admission fee for people to look at them. You were making money off of showing people someone's dead child. How can you not recognize the complete absence of humanity and complete lack of empathy? She was also just giddy with excitement that she got her hands on all of this in the first place. Here's a community post that she hasn't deleted. Well, and I think she has deleted other ones, but I'll get to that in a moment. But she said, "Hey you all, so I got a bunch of Letitia Stouch case files I'm going to be releasing. So there's some new videos and info, and also some videos they played in court, but the quality wasn't the best, so I have the originals where it's not a recording of a crooked TV screen. LOL! So if you're interested, keep your eyes out for my videos. I'm gonna get them out as fast as I can. There's some that might take me longer because, for instance, all the text messages, I like to read them for you, so those will take me some time, but I'm gonna try to get them out as soon as I can." Just a quick side note, she sucks fuck at writing. I guess she just doesn't believe in grammar. There wasn't a single comma to be had in this entire statement. It made it very difficult to read. It was just one long, random, vomited, evil thought that she put on the community tab here, with random capitalization of random words. I guess, you know, her pinky gets really excited and just slaps the shift key down mid-sentence sometimes to capitalize a random fucking word. But anyway, you can see the excitement here in this post. She is elated, celebrating like it's Christmas now that she has these records, because she's going to get a lot of content out of the records for her Patreon and for her YouTube audience as well. She was fucking roaring to go. And then she did. And she faced backlash even from her own community. So in the article I read about this situation, they referenced some of her community posts that I can no longer find. I don't know if they were deleted. So I just wanted to put that out there that these are no longer on her channel. But according to this article, she addressed the criticism in a lengthy statement saying, "The reality of the situation is that different people feel differently about this. Some people genuinely think making a video including the autopsy photos is bad, and I respect their opinion and feelings. Other people, like myself, think of autopsy photos and the coroner explaining them as interesting and informative, and are able to view it all in a more scientific, detached way. It's just one of those things where it depends on the person." Hey Zav girl, let me hit you with some cold water real quick. If you're the kind of person that looks at photos of a dead child and goes over the details on how they were brutally tortured and murdered and think to yourself, this is good content. This content's a fucking banger. This is going on Patreon right now. I'm gonna get fucking paid for this shit. Let's go. Then you're a bad person. That's the kind of person you are. You are an evil piece of shit person is what you are. This isn't like some kind of debatable position. This isn't a hot take for me. I don't know how she even thinks that there is a large number of people that think like her where, oh, we actually just look at photos of dead, murdered children in a scientific, analytical way. As we could learn from this, like, oh, look at that. Stabbed 1,000 times. This is very interesting. I'm giving that an updoot, and here's $5. Thanks for showing me this. That's not common. She literally dropped a, "I'm sorry you feel that way," over this whole situation in her community tab, I guess. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. And this is something I've always wondered about from the true crimes community, if there's ever any actual empathy for victims from channels like hers. I know that there are some true crime productions that actually aim to do good by trying to solve cold cases, and I think there is like a legitimate effort to do something there that's more than just exploitative, whereas what Zavgirl does here is legitimately just exploitative. She is trying to capitalize off the trauma of this family and make money from it for her true crime channel. I actually don't know how she sleeps at night. According to the article, the community post continued and it went into her denying that the autopsy footage that she distributed showed genitalia. She said, "I understand some of you have issues with me charging money on my Patreon for the video. If I was charging money for the autopsy files alone or something like that, I think I'd see your point. But in this case, I spent a lot of time and worked hard putting together a video lining up the coroner's audio and descriptions along with the appropriate part of the photos she is describing and editing it together to try and make it as informative as possible for the viewer. That's what I'm charging for, which I would hope you can agree is understandable." Zavgirl, I don't agree. It's not understandable. I completely disagree. Basically, what you're describing here is you made an autopsy photo montage where you synced up the photos of a murdered child's body with the coroner's explanation on how they were murdered and died. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't know why you think that that's effort worthy of compensation, or why you think that what you did is a good thing. This isn't informative by any means. You're not like a documentary filmmaker that's paying respect to the victims' families or anything like that. This is the most disrespectful shit ever. Like this is beyond reprehensible. If you were aiming to create an informative video about the situation, why do you need the photos to accompany it? You could just have the coroner's explanation of it. You don't need the photos there. Clearly the reason you had them there is because you knew people would maybe pay for morbid curiosity to see a murdered child because there are some sick fucks in the world. That was clearly the intention behind having the photos there. Like, there's no other argument you can make for it, because again, if you wanted to just make a piece of content that was supposed to outline the horrors of this case, you could do that without showcasing the child's body. That's basic common sense. But I want to make it clear, even if you never published the autopsy photos, I still think what you did was exploitative and disrespectful to the victim and the victim's family. What you did here is not just provide details to a case to try and educate people on something horrible that happened or anything. You turned this case into a spectacle for your community to, like, give you impressions and engagement on. The goal of what you did here does not seem to be information or anything like that. The goal from you seems to have tried to be, like, a piece of entertainment about it, which is so fucked up.
I didn't think any of the images were new. These photos were already public, although the video I put together with the coroner's voice was my own creation. I chose to put the video on Patreon because of the sensitive nature of the evidence. Putting the evidence behind a paywall meant added security, and I naively thought they wouldn't be made public.
Well, that was certainly a dumb thing to listen to. Putting it on Patreon is still making the information public. You took private information and you published it on Patreon. A paywall does not mean that it's still private. It is easily accessible to anyone that wants to fork over a few doubloons to access it. Thus, the information is no longer private.
The video I created with a voice from the coroner wasn't meant to be shared outside of Patreon, and I chose not to put the photos on YouTube, a public forum, where the views would have allowed me to make more money, and the photos would be seen by more people.
Wow, you're such a saint. What an angel. She took a pay cut by only posting the murdered child autopsy photos on Patreon behind a paywall there, instead of posting it on YouTube, which I don't think you could even do on YouTube to begin with. What the fuck? What are you talking about here?
Because the video was placed behind a paywall, rumors about the images not being blurred or being different than what was shown in trial started to surface. No photos shows genitalia. I have made no jokes about the photos. I don't even cuss on my channel, and I would never allow derogatory remarks about a victim. I realized my intentions were not communicated well.
This is deflecting. It's not your intentions that people were questioning. The entire act of what you did here is a problem. It is disgusting what you did. It has nothing to do with your motivation behind doing it. The fact you did it at all is the problem. There's no intention that justifies it. There just isn't. There isn't an argument you can make that will, in any way, shape, or form, make it seem reasonable to have published the autopsy photos in any capacity, or made all of those private documents accessible through anyone that pays
directly to you for the information. And again, even if you did make all of this publicly accessible without a paywall, releasing all of this kind of shit, the autopsy photos, coroner stuff, all of that, I still think it is exploitative because you are capitalizing off of it. I still think there wasn't really a good explanation for anything you did in this whole situation. So it has nothing to do with your fucking intentions. There is nothing you could have done that would have made this understandable in any capacity. So, yeah. She then goes on to say that her Patreon did get shut down for it, which sounds about right. That makes a lot of sense considering what she posted on there. And yeah, that's kind of the whole situation in a nutshell. That's about it. See ya.
It's time once again for me to hop into the swamp and talk about one of the grossest bits of drama YouTube has seen in quite some time, with the EDP 445 situation. Last week I made a whole video going over everything, no stone left unturned. I was putting my cock into every briefcase full of information I could find. And now today, only a week later, a lot more has happened, and there's a lot of things that I'd like to follow up on and kind of update, because I streamed all of this, and if you missed the stream, you fucked up, big mistake, you're missing out. And so when I did that, it was still like a developing story, and now we're reaching like the conclusion here, the end of the manga. So I just wanted to go over this because it is a crazy story. The EDP 445 situation is like going to a water park, but all of the water has been exchanged for sewage instead. It's fucking gross and yucky, but it's also kind of a wild ride. Before I get into it though, there's something I want to mention. It's unrelated to all this. Today I'm doing a big charity stream for a charity I'm very passionate about called Cure Rare Disease. It's going to be a massive art stream, so if you want to see more masterpieces like this being made for charity, please tune in. It's at twitch.tv/moistcritical. It'll be going on when this video goes up and will be happening for most of the night, so please feel free to stop by. The link's in the description. I'll just hit you real quick with a brief plot summary here. EDP 445 was a massive YouTuber who got Chris Hansened by another group online called Predator Poachers. They pretended to be a 13-year-old girl who hit up EDP, and then the conversation got all sexual, and eventually they got him to try and meet with a 13-year-old girl, and that's when they really caught him in 4K. And there's a lot more to it, obviously. Like, there's even an entire saga here in the anime where EDP sent pictures of his actual shit in a toilet bowl. He sent pictures of that to the 13-year-old girl. Not that that's like super crucial in the story or anything. Like, you know, the FBI is not going to see those shit pictures and be like, well, we fucking got him now. You know, we weren't going to press charges till we saw this awful loaf of shit in the toilet. But it's something that I find to just be so weird and wacky that I can't help but mention it every time I hear or talk about the EDP story. Because I've never even heard of someone like sending shit pics. He also does send dick pics too. He plays by the meta, but the shit pics was truly something innovative. But anyway, that's basically just the story. YouTuber gets Chris Hansen and gets caught as a pedophile in a sting operation here by the Predator Poachers. And in most cases, you would expect the person behind this to be someone good looking to do something great for the community, like they did a great act catching a bad person. So you would expect most people would be patting them on the back, you know, patting them on the ass, telling them good game. But you can't really do that for the guy behind Predator Poachers. His name is Alex. And since this big bust, a lot has come out about Alex. It's a lot of awful fucking shit. Half of it I can't even begin to show on YouTube because it is really deplorable stuff. Basically what happened is the Spider-Man meme where both Spider-Men are pointing at each other, but in real life. It was like a cliche scene from an action movie right before the villain dies. He's like, I'm taking you with me. That's what happened. So they bust EDP, but then Alex gets busted as well. Tons of clips surfaced from Alex where he was being extremely racist, dropping the N-word, hard R, homophobia. He was being really creepy to a decoy, asking them to do stuff for him, claiming it was a predator asking. It was really unsettling, disturbing, gross shit. He'd also make jokes about having children in his basement that he fucks. Like, he was a weird, gross fucking guy. And since all of this came out and the story blew up, EDP 445 has been banned off YouTube, and Chet Goldstein has been banned off YouTube. Chet Goldstein was the channel that Alex would use from Predator Poachers for all of the content, and it's unclear whether or not he was banned for all the racism that was on the channel, or really what he was banned for. If I had to spitball a guess, it would probably be all of the fucking racist shit that came out, and a lot of it was on the Chet Goldstein channel. That would be my guess. But I know when I mentioned this during the initial video, a lot of people were mad at me for saying just because the guy behind it's a bad guy doesn't discredit the investigation or the work. And I never said it did. You're just actual stupid brain to think that because this guy is bad, I am now all of a sudden defending EDP. Nobody's doing that. EDP's bad, and so are the people behind it. It was a good thing done by shitty people. It happens. You can still point out the shitty people while still acknowledging the good thing. I don't know why all of a sudden that was controversial to say. And it's still controversial. Like when people point out how awful of a person Chet Goldstein was, people often get met with angry comments saying, who cares? Doesn't matter. Being racist isn't as bad as being a pedophile. But I mean, they're both bad, so you can still point them out as bad. Like, you're just fucking dumb. Anyway, let me show you some of the clips, because people were also downplaying the severity of how awful this Chet Goldstein Alex guy was. So let me just show you a little bit. Highly censored, though, because this kind of shit is awful.
Dude, you can't say fucking live stream. It's bad. Dude, then we're gonna get offended and report us. Oh, you're right. What the fuck is wrong with you? This guy just said racist creep. Where are you, black? Yeah. It's probably a fucking angry something. Oh, you're right. I don't want to eat anything right now. What the fuck, racist for real? I have a 3-year-old in my basement that's like lacking vitamin D. I provide her with plenty of D, just not the vitamin part.
Oh no, that's not good either.
Oh really?
Not if it's a child.
Well, I was tired of being a virgin, so what the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah. Fucking Nick. Oh shit, I said that in front of 216 people.
Yeah, the guy fucking sucks ass. Like, he's not a good person. He did a good thing, but he's not a good person. You can point out the good thing and also point out that the person is bad. It's not one or the other. It can be both. EDP's bad. Chet Goldstein, Alex, Predator Poachers Alex is bad. Now, there is one thing I'd also like to set the record straight on. The guy that was with Alex when they busted EDP on camera, the guy that was wearing the mask, he is not associated with Alex. That is a completely different person named CC Unit. He is not, like, affiliated with Alex and his shit. He doesn't, like, sign off on it or anything from everything I've seen from the guy. He just happened to collaborate with them on this case, and unfortunately, like a porta potty being rocked back and forth, got caught in the crossfire of shit. Which is unfortunate because, I mean, he was probably a good guy and probably had good intentions. He's been doing this for a lot of years from what I can tell. Whereas Alex was just looking to capitalize and make money off it. He was pumping merch through it. And when you went to the website, all it was payment plans for like Predator Poacher merch and him saying he'll come to your city to do like a stand-up routine and put like a finger in his butthole, smell it and laugh. Like, all Alex wanted was money out of it, and he got like 100,000 subs. He wouldn't even post the video till it got fully monetized. But CC Unit is not affiliated with that. He's completely separate and just happened to be there and collab with him on the day that they busted EDP. So I actually really do feel bad for that guy, assuming that he doesn't have a past like Alex. But from what I've seen, he does seem to just genuinely want to help make the community a better place. Now, don't pump those brakes yet, because this ride is still going. You can't get the fuck out of here. This is Mr. Bones' wild ride. This is a never-ending adventure here. The biggest development is absolutely the authorities getting involved and saying that they are going to look into the case. But they also acknowledge that it could be a bit difficult given that this is not a very well-conducted investigation by people that are less than professional, which is a remarkable understatement. Calling Alex less than professional is like calling a shotgun blast to the chest a minor boo-boo. It just doesn't really do it justice. It doesn't really capture the magnitude of the statement. Now, in the initial video, I showed you a couple different examples. One where the Predator Poachers made it much more difficult for authorities to move in and actually apprehend a pedophile. They said that the investigation was so bad that they couldn't really sanitize it and use it, and it just made it a lot harder for them to actually get charges against the predator. So we've seen examples where the vigilante predator hunters are really counterproductive to getting a pedophile behind bars, but then in the same video I also showed you an example where they were successful and helpful in getting a predator put away for at least a small length of time. So there's really no way to know where this is going to fall, if it's going to be like this investigation just fucked the case in the ass and now all of a sudden EDP isn't going to face any charges, or if this was actually helpful to the case. Overall, like I said in the last video, I think them going public with it isn't inherently a bad thing. Even if they were just trying to use this as like a spectacle for views and money, bringing it to the public eye was probably the right call regardless, because he was a public figure with a public platform using that platform to prey on kids. So coming public and getting that platform removed from him absolutely was the right call to combating this case in particular. But whether or not that's going to make it harder for authorities to actually put him in jail is what we're going to have to wait to find out. All I know for sure is there are no heroes in this story, but there was a good act done by a bad person. And what a fucking crazy week on YouTube it's been from all this shit. Actually, probably one of the like wildest things I've seen on the platform, and yeah, I just wanted to do a little follow-up to it. I don't know if we'll hear any more about EDP and all this, because I imagine from this point forward it's going to be between him and the authorities, so it probably won't be any more like public drama stuff on EDP, but who knows. Anyway, just wanted to follow this up, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. There's two questions I get asked more than any others. Why am I short? And why do I live in Tampa? And my answer to both of these questions is the same. Because I like it. I like being short. Feels good. Now, obviously I'm just kidding. I'm not fooling anyone with that response, but what am I going to do about it? Not exactly something I can change, like a bad hairstyle. It's not like the result of being lazy. It's not like going to the gym more often is somehow going to magically make me taller. This is just the way the Lord 3D printed me. And I'm powerless against it, unless I want to break both of my legs and then take years of physical therapy to learn to walk again and all that, which I'm not going to do, so that's the reason I'm short. Can't help it. But my answer was honest to the second question. I live in Tampa because I like it. I know a lot of people outside of Florida view Florida as like some kind of freak show circus PvP-enabled zone because of all the Florida Man stories, so people look at this place as if it's some different planet with an entirely different species of people that live here. But I was born and raised in this swamp. 29 years down here, I got that Florida Man gene embedded deep in my DNA, and boy howdy I tell ya, I don't see myself moving anywhere outside of Florida. I think even when Florida ends up entirely underwater, it'll be like the new Atlantis. The Florida people will persevere. We'll grow little gills, and we'll have our own new society underwater, and we'll still probably have Publix too. I got a little lost in the sauce here. The whole reason I'm even talking about Tampa to begin with is because of a local news story I read today, coming from my neck of the woods, and it's some pretty deplorable shit here. So I wanted to share this because it made me ashamed of my fellow Tampa enjoyers.
You are watching what cops say is a terrible crime committed by a brilliant chemist. First, he's seen filling a syringe with some sort of substance. Then he places the syringe under an apartment door.
Now, he's no Walter White or anything, but this guy is apparently a very gifted chemistry student. He was enrolled at the USF PhD program and, according to all the reports, was very gifted. And what did he do with those gifts? Well, he delivered them like Krampus to a family's doorstep and brought a lot of problems for them. So he was injecting these chemicals under their doorstep for months, and it caused the family and their newborn baby to get pretty ill.
Umar Abdullah and his wife had just had a baby. Almost immediately, they say, their downstairs neighbor, then a PhD student in chemistry, began complaining about noise.
Imagine being such a miserable piece of shit that a baby crying makes you so upset that you decide to try and assassinate the whole family because the noise is too much. Like, that's bafflingly evil. I understand that a baby crying or being noisy can be a bit annoying, but I just don't know how it can make somebody snap like this. I had an apartment in downtown Tampa, and you can only imagine the things I was hearing there. Between some occasional gunshots as well as some wackier noises. Like a long time ago, I even posted a video about how there was a whole group of frogs that used to fuck right outside of my window of where I slept. And it made it very hard to sleep because they were being real rowdy. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't go out there, take a bazooka and blow up the frogs. You know, I didn't go out there with a sledgehammer and tear up the orgy by killing all the frogs or anything. I politely knocked on the window occasionally, trying to, scare them away, like take this business elsewhere. I also more than once would open up the door out back of my apartment in order to like rustle the bush that they were treating like a frat house to get them away. But the thing is, it never elicits such an extreme response. I get noisy neighbors are frustrating. Like neighbors above you that are just slamming around, like throwing bowling balls back and forth, just causing a ruckus at all types of odd hours. It's a headache. But this is not the same situation in the first place. It's a baby. It's a newborn baby. Obviously, it's going to cry from time to time. That's how babies work. That's just how it is. Like I just can't imagine the lunacy here to do something like this, which is basically attempted murder fundamentally, I would say. It's just fucking crazy.
That's him skulking outside the apartment in Tampa.
After my daughter was born, right after we came back from hospital, he started complaining.
Then the family began smelling chemicals pervading the apartment. Everyone, including the baby, started getting sick.
Psychopath energy just rolls up so casually, like this is just routine. Another walk in the park. No, business as usual. Gets the syringe out and then just blasts it under the door. I'm also a little surprised nobody else saw him do this. I guess I don't know how many residents there are in the area, but like he walks around with the vial and syringe out, and no one really stopped to question that around the premises, that is. Or I guess maybe it's possible since we only see him at the top of the stairs, he brought it out right before the camera catches him. But yeah, just very nonchalant about what is basically attempted murder.
Became overwhelming, and that's when the new dad decided to install a hidden camera. At first, the surveillance video caught just a glimpse of the suspect. The next day, when the camera was repositioned, this happened, and the terrifying truth came out. Initial toxicology reports from police say the substance being pumped into their apartment consists of 2 strong opioids, methadone and hydrocodone.
Now, to further explain, the family was aware of the chemical odor that was permeating through their residence, and they tried everything to get rid of it. They checked all the pipes, everything. Eventually, the landlord even replaced their water heater, thinking that could have been a culprit, maybe something gone awry, malfunctioning in the water heater, leading to that smell. But the smell never went away, and they kept getting sick. The husband noted vomiting. It was just not a good set of circumstances. And that smell that smelled smelly just kept coming back. So eventually, the husband got a hidden camera that he could set up outside in a plant, just in case it could help lead to some kind of clues on where this smell was coming from. And that's when they learned who the villain was behind the smell. It was their neighbor that is still seemingly upset that a baby cries. Nobody tell him that he was also once a cringe baby that was making crying noises too, because he'd lose his goddamn mind on it, I guess. He's still upset about it, so then he turned to biological warfare.
The suspect is identified as Shu-Ming Lee, who got his PhD in chemistry at the University of South Florida.
Abdullah says he got his family out of the house and then immediately called police. Lee was arrested and charged with multiple counts, including possession of a controlled substance and aggravated stalking.
This is a situation that, had this not been ultimately caught, could have resulted in someone dying.
It's scary to think that something as simple as your newborn baby crying was almost a death sentence for this family, or their child at the very least, because it's a newborn. It's not exactly the best things to be inhaling, hydrocodone and methadone. Now, I'm not exactly the most familiar with these substances, as shocking as that is to hear, but it certainly sounds pretty dangerous to me. So I'm happy the family got to the bottom of it. Hopefully there's no lasting side effects from this whole ordeal on them. Hopefully everything's just smooth sailing from here. And yeah, this is just upsetting for all of Tampa. This isn't what we're about down here. Tampa is a place known for many great things, like bath salts and good neighbors. And this guy was not a good neighbor. So yeah, I just wanted to go over this a little bit just because I saw it. It's in Tampa. It's super weird. Anytime there's a Tampa-related crime, it feels personal for me as a resident of Tampa. It feels like, how could you? We're better than this, damn it. You're giving Tampa a bad name. Like, I just feel disappointed. Like, just genuinely disappointed. If there's one thing you need to know about me, it's that this tooth, this one right here, that little bastard, is about 1 centimeter taller than the other teeth on that bottom row.
and now anytime you see my mouth open, you won't be able to unsee it. You're welcome. And the other thing you really need to know about me is that I cannot stand when people cause problems for customer service workers, in particular fast food employees. I've made countless videos shitting on narcissists that are fishing for clout by exploiting fast food employees for views on TikTok or YouTube through pranks or just being a general nuisance, just a hemorrhoid on society. They're just normal people and they're getting paid minimum wage to deal with the most insufferable people on the planet. Just truly degenerate assholes, and my heart breaks for them. Fast food workers get abused more than a fleshlight. It sucks. And over the last week or so, there's been a new trend that has really blown up that once again just treats these human beings as if they're just NPCs, props for their TikTok and YouTube Shorts videos. It's filming your Chipotle order being made by the Chipotle worker.
I'll get a bowl. Yeah, to go. I'll get white rice with that.
The idea is they're going to give you more food because they're on camera. And it spawned because people were starting to talk about Chipotle portion sizes being smaller than they used to be, which for the record I do believe. That is a conspiracy theory I'll put on the full tinfoil condom for, because I do think that's accurate, no matter how much the CEO likes to dance around in delusion and pretend that that's not the facts of it. I do think it is true. I used to get a Chipotle burrito after every lift in college, and I had innumerable Chipotle burritos, and over the last 3 or 4 years I've been very vocal about the quality of the food going down, in my opinion, and definitely, like when I get burritos now, it's significantly less than I remember it being back then. But I also think that's just kind of the industry norm, because I think the same thing about many other fast food places as well. But anyway, someone on TikTok came up with a cure to this small portion disease, and it was to just film these workers doing their job and kind of give them a bit of a hard time and nudge them on camera to give them more food. And this started to really pop off because a lot of people noticed that, oh, when they're being filmed, they give you more food. So that's the cheat code. That's the life hack.
Rice black or pinto beans? We'll do pinto beans with that. Pinto beans, any protein for you? We'll do chicken, please. Chicken, any queso for you? We need some more chicken in that. More chicken? Finna fire on your ass. Put that chicken in there. Alright, any queso for you?
This one is by far the worst I've seen from this trend here. This guy went in there looking to start shit. He's immediately aggressive and confrontational. The guy hadn't even put the fucking spoon fully into the chicken bowl there before he said, no, 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 need more chicken. He's there to stir a controversy for the sake of his video. And he is just shoving the camera down this guy's throat. If the worker had bent over, the camera guy here would have given him a full-blown fucking colonoscopy. He is right up in his business to just be this insufferable douchebag that's hassling him for the sake of this video that he's filming. Now, it's filmed from another angle, but I can't find that full video. I can only find this one through Twitter.
We need some veggies. Get some green veggies. Yep, little bit more, little bit more. No problem. Little bit more. No problem. Straight up. Oh, they gonna have to hold me accountable.
When he was asked pretty politely to just stop putting the camera in this guy's face, not even asked to stop filming, by the way, just asked to like, hey, maybe don't be up in this guy's nutsack with your camera, he immediately starts yelling about it. He's immediately throwing a fucking temper tantrum. Even though it was a super reasonable request, because look at how close he's getting to this guy. He is leaning over the counter to get as close as possible. It's like he's going in for a kiss, like he's trying to fucking make out with the guy here.
Nothing else? That'll be all. And if you got problems, I'll fire your ass up. Hold me accountable. You're gonna have to hold me accountable.
Sir, this is Chipotle's. Why are you yelling and screaming? Why are you hooting and hollering here? Goodness gracious, it's like a hostage situation here. The worker did everything you ask. Leave them alone. All they requested is that you take the camera out of that guy's mouth. They didn't even ask that you stop filming, even though they should have. They should have walked over and slapped that fucking phone right out of your hands, douchebag. That's what should have happened. But it didn't. You still got to have your TikTok video, and you're still huffing and puffing about it. It's incomprehensible to me. Even when people who did this trend weren't harassing the worker making their food, I still don't like it. I think it is still dog shit. You're just being a nuisance to just average everyday people just going about their lives. They're getting paid minimum wage to make your food, and you're making it a huge headache for them by putting them on camera when I know for a fact they don't want to be. The reason you're getting more food shouldn't be some kind of mystery. The reason is because no one wants to deal with being shamed online. It's not like these people are just drones, AI, that are cut off from the rest of the world. These people have access to the internet, same as you. They know what this trend is. And they know if they give you anything less than fucking colossal proportions that could feed a family of 8, then they're going to get insulted in your TikTok video. So obviously they play along with it. Like, it shouldn't be surprising that you do get more food when you film the workers here and put this big spotlight on them. Because now you've turned it into a huge song and dance, and they want to do everything possible to avoid a negative situation with their life here that you have now thrust upon them for your own, TikTok or YouTube short. I think it sucks. I think it is sucked from the very beginning. I don't like that the portion sizes at Chipotle have shrunk, obviously. But what I would never do is blame the workers for it. They're not making the corporate decisions for the portion sizing or anything like that. And if you do get less than you want, you can politely ask if you can have like another scoop or something. Like, that's just normal socialization 101. You don't have to resort to the nuclear option here.
And that ain't no issue. Anybody in here can get it. Straight up. You can call the police. I ain't break no law. Wait, what? Whoa, why you lying like police?
This guy's fuming so hard that he immediately gave himself amnesia and forgot that he just threatened the entire restaurant. She said, all right, I'm gonna call the police because you're threatening people. He's like, you're fucking lying! Who did that? Where? When did that happen? You're telling a fib. That's a tall tale. And I don't appreciate it, Buster. Even though, literally 5 seconds ago, he just threatened the entire restaurant for some reason. He's just having a full-blown voice-cracking conniption here in front of the entire Chipotle for this trend. And I still don't even know what there is to be mad about. He got big portions on his bowl. Mission accomplished. And he successfully made everyone in that restaurant's day a little bit worse. Yippee. Wahoo! That's great. So yeah, overall, I think that this filming Chipotle workers trend is garbage. I think it is just trash. I could bring up countless other examples because it's become such a viral hit here, but they're all so annoying. They're not nearly as bad as this one. This one is by far the worst I have seen so far. The only ones that I somewhat appreciate are the ones where the Chipotle worker gives them significantly less food because they're filming. I fuck with that. I think that's great. That should be the gold standard going forward here. You come in and you start filming the workers, well, I hope you enjoy 5 tiddlywinks of rice and 1 little glob of chicken. And that's it. Put a smile on your face and get the fuck out. But anyway, yeah. Don't like the trend. Hopefully the trend is over soon. That's about it. See ya.
Nikocado Avocado has set a new world record for YouTuber response time for drama. This was a pretty impressive speedrun. Within a few hours of my video being up, he had his entire response filmed and then posted this morning. So very impressive speed there. And there's a few things I want to talk about, so let's just go ahead and dive in. First of all, it's entirely in character. It's kind of like in the Suicide Squad movie where Jared Leto was constantly being the Joker, even off-set, so he was sending his co-stars like used condoms and dead pig carcasses. That's kind of what Nikocado Avocado has done. He is constantly playing his character. He has become the Joker of mukbangs. He is never out of character anymore, it seems. So this response is not him being genuine or taking it seriously. It's him playing his character and completely misunderstanding what I was saying in my video. He spends the majority of the 41 minutes of this response video eating, because he does a mukbang during it, and asking, who is this? Who are you? Does anyone know this person? If I had $1 for every time he asked, who is this, I would have enough money to afford 1,500 pizzas and do my own fucking nutty mukbang. I never really understood that perspective of, this person's not famous enough for me to care, therefore everything they say is worthless. He makes it sound like because he doesn't know who I am, everything I've said is completely irrelevant. And it's fine that he doesn't know anything about me. I expect that. I'm a fucking YouTuber. I'm an actual Z-lister, an internet content creator. I don't expect to go into a room and all of a sudden everything goes quiet as people drop champagne glasses that shatter on the floor because they're just blown away by my presence. Like, oh my god, do you know who that is? That's Charles White. Did you see his newest video where he was holding a rubber penis and throwing around a fleshlight? Holy shit, that's Charles White. I don't expect that. So I just don't really get why that's like one of the main things he keeps reiterating in this video is he doesn't know who I am. I don't know why that's such a strong point. Like, I don't know who this is. Do you know who this is? This guy's just so fucking, you know, not famous. Gross. Not famous guy. Who is this? But anyway, aside from him constantly mentioning that, there are some things that he does bring up that I think are definitely worth talking about. But first of all, I'd like to say congratulations to Nick. It looks like his broken ribs are healing pretty well because he starts this video by stomping into the room. And I also checked his TikTok. He's been going kind of hard, so it looks like his broken ribs seem to be doing better now.
Fiddlesticks! Who is this?
I remember when my mom broke a couple of her ribs, she genuinely couldn't walk for like a month. She was miserable. But luckily, Nick seems to be healing at an accelerated rate. He must be like Wolverine from the X-Men, so that's good to see. In regards to his broken ribs, in his response video, he said I was completely lying and that his broken ribs had nothing to do with weight gain, which surprised me because I actually got that information from one of his recent videos. I'll just go ahead and play you the clip.
And before you make fun of me, please try to put yourself in my shoes. I cracked my ribs. Bitch! Fuck this fucking air sack from coughing excessively for over 2.5 months and my obesity, all 350 pounds of force. Ouch!
I didn't reach into my butthole and pull this out of nowhere. I got the information from him, so I don't understand why in his response video he makes it sound like I'm lying about so many things. Like he himself said his cracked ribs were the result of coughing for the last 2 months and his obesity, 350 pounds of pressure or whatever he said there. I didn't make that claim. I didn't make that up. It came from him, and you can just click on this video and it's right in the intro. So I don't know why he would say something like that in the response video. It also doesn't really sit right to me that in this response video he puts multiple advertisements for like going to his Patreon and stuff like that. It just shows that he doesn't really take any of it seriously. It feels like this response was just made to capitalize off drama clicks. Like, you know, I just feel like he's never serious anymore. It's always in this act, in this character. You know, I might as well plug something too, since I'm responding to it. Make sure you check out my second channel, Huge Charles, where I'm posting short content and exclusive shit over there. The link will be in the description below. That's Huge Charles, baby. But anyway, now to actually talk about the things Nick brings up that I think are very important to talk about. First of all, he talks about the people that went from my video to his to just be assholes. I always openly condemn this, and I should have again said don't go harass him, because it looks like people need a constant fucking reminder to not fucking harass people. You're not some kind of internet vigilante fighting for justice. That angry comment you left on Nick's video isn't going to help him. You're just being a fucking douchebag. And I completely sincerely apologize for overlooking the fact that I need to remind people how to behave online. I always absolutely fucking hate. I've made 2 different videos on how much I hate when people go and harass people, but just from like YouTube videos and shit. It sucks. It fucking sucks. 100%. And Nick is absolutely in the right in calling that out. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's actually get into the fucking meat here and talk about some of the things Nick brings up. It's clear immediately that Nick misunderstood what I was saying in my video. I don't know if that's on purpose just for the sake of having like an aggressive response video for YouTube drama, or if he genuinely didn't understand what I was trying to say, but he makes it clear that he didn't get what I was going for right away.
I don't have the right to exist because I happen to be a little overweight. I'm being attacked for my weight, for my appearance. Apparently, I'm encouraging people to eat unwell. Excuse me.
I don't even understand at all where that last thing came from. I never made any point like that or even hinted at anything like that. I never said, like, Nikocado Avocado is a role model and he's encouraging people to eat like he does on camera. You know, I never said, like, you know, these kids are going to watch Nikocado Avocado and then all of a sudden they're going to be fucking brainwashed by him. They're going to go out there and order 10 large fries and then a gravy to drink out of a toilet bowl. I never said anything like that. I never said that he's setting some kind of example for people to follow. All I was saying is the success he found with mukbangs has reinforced his decision to eat this way. I was also never focusing on his appearance or saying he doesn't have the right to live because he's overweight. I don't know where these are coming from. As far as appearance goes, me showing his 2017 body compared to his most recent one was used to show what the food is doing to him. If he was skinny and eating the way he does on camera, I would have the exact same criticisms. Because even when you're skinny, you can be very unhealthy, which is a point he makes. I wasn't saying skinny is the gold standard. He also brings up some demons from his past that I didn't know about. I didn't get the full extended lore of Nikocado Avocado. I was under the assumption that he was healthier back then because, contrary to what he says in the video, I am very familiar with him. I've watched his content for a while. I've watched the transformation, but apparently I've missed some arcs along the way in his anime. He mentioned back during those days with the photos I showed he had an eating disorder, even mentioned a tooth rotting out, and that he generally didn't feel like he was healthy back then. And I didn't know any of those things. What I saw on camera was him eating healthy food, preaching about healthy food options and lifestyles, as well as fitness and stuff like that. So I was under the impression that he was healthy during those days, but maybe he wasn't. But he's also not healthy now. I'm not Nick's dad. I'm not here to slap the fucking cheeseburgers out of his hand or anything. I showed these photos because it shows a complete transformation from one body type to another, and it shows that there is still an eating disorder present. And I feel like it's reinforced by his audience on YouTube that encourage it, which is something he mentions in his videos from time to time. He says things like, you guys are doing this, and I think he's right. I think seeing those numbers grow and seeing those big numbers has completely reinforced the idea that in order to be successful, he has to keep eating this way, so he feels trapped to do it. That's the point I was making. It is a very unhealthy lifestyle. It doesn't have to do with his weight or his appearance. It has to do with what he's eating on camera and how often he's doing it. Take, for example, Matt Stoney. Matt Stoney will do these incredible food challenges. He'll eat fucking 20,000, 30, 40,000 calorie meals in a single sitting in under an hour for a YouTube video, and they're fucking awesome. That's nuts to butts action. Matt Stoney eating the fuck out of 20 burritos at a time, double fisting 1,000 tacos per hand. It's incredible stuff, and it's so much food and so many calories, but Matt Stoney does that once every few weeks, once a month maybe. Nikocado Avocado is doing something comparable almost every single day. Over the last week or so, he's posted a mukbang every single day pretty much. So he's eating these thousands and thousands of calories every day. It's very different. The frequency is completely different. Or let me rephrase this. It seems like he does it almost every day since he is posting them almost every day. Now, I do know, at least on a few occasions, he's done multiple mukbangs in one day. And that's still a lot. That's still a ton. So the point is, it's very different. I'm not targeting Nikocado Avocado because of his weight or anything. I was talking about him in this whole situation because it feels like his audience has reinforced his eating disorder, which is taking a negative effect on his overall health. If Nikocado Avocado did not find success on YouTube and be known for eating such massive meals, he would not have gained the 200 pounds in 3 or so years. Gaining that much weight in that amount of time is not healthy by anyone's standards, no matter what doctor or what website you check. It is extremely rapid weight gain, and I don't think it would have happened had he not found success with this kind of mukbanging content on YouTube. He would probably not eat like this. And like I said, if he was skinny and still doing this exact content the exact same way, my criticisms would remain exactly the same. It is an unhealthy diet and an unhealthy lifestyle, as evident by the 200 pounds he gained, which is a lot in a short amount of time, and also the amount of times that he is crying on camera and breaking down. It seems like overall, this content has led him down a path where he is unhealthy and unhappy. My focus wasn't, look at Nick and all of this weight he gained, ewy. It was, how has Nick completely transformed over the last 4 years, and what role did his content play in that transformation? He is completely different now mentally and physically than he was 4 years ago. Nowadays, he's known for crying all the time on camera while eating. It's become one of his big things, like a staple in his content. He is constantly breaking down and crying while eating, which seems like he's much more unhappy now. And physically, he's completely different. He requires a mobility scooter now when he goes out in public. You'll see it in his TikToks, you'll see it in his videos. When he is at a store, he requires a mobility scooter. So what I was looking at in my video was how his content and his YouTube success played a role in this transformation.
Making some of the most revolting noises I've heard in quite some time while undergoing some kind of exorcism.
And me. Who are you? I haven't said anything that you're revolting and you're disgusting.
Yeah, I didn't say that about you either, Nick. I was talking about that shtick you do in your videos where you make a yucky noise. That's what I was talking about. And I think you know that, but you tried to use that as a way to spin it like I was calling you revolting and disgusting for your weight or something like that, which I absolutely wasn't. I was talking about that ongoing joke you have where you make noises and faces like that. I was just saying I find that to be off-putting. He calls them a hairball, which is obviously him kidding around, and I just called it gross because I don't really like those noises. And I'm sure he knows what I was talking about here, but just found it to be easy ammunition to make me look really shitty. So he was able to spin it like, look, he's calling me revolting and gross, he's being a big asshole, which I wasn't. I was just talking about that hairball thing that he does. This video is going to be really long if I keep going through every point he makes, to be honest. We're not even like half of the way through the response, so I just want to focus on the next few big things that he brings up that I think are very important to talk about. He says that I am incorrect about, like, the nurse, like the full-time nurse to take care of him, and that's entirely possible. I've tried to keep up with his videos recently to make sure I get the full story, but for me it is very hard to sit through a full mukbang from him because it's just sad to see. I'll just be straight up honest. It's hard for me to watch all of them, so sometimes I'll go to Twitter to read threads about Nikocado Avocado to be kept up to date, and I recalled reading about a nurse that had to be on standby in order to make sure that he was able to go about his activities. This, he has said, is incorrect, so I do apologize for that. That information that I got there was wrong. 100%, and I'll take full responsibility for being incorrect on that point. Now, one thing he is blatantly wrong about, and I don't know if this is on purpose to make me look bad or something, he keeps saying that I call his viewers fat, or I am constantly talking about him being fat and gross. Two things I've never said anywhere in that video. I never said his viewers are fat or insulting his viewers. I was saying his viewers are enabling him to keep doing some of this content. And that, I stand by 100%. You can even see it on this response video. There were so many comments saying, don't listen to him, and when are you doing your next big mukbang? I love to watch you eat this and that and that. Like, that's enabling. That's the very definition of enabling. It's enabling a bad habit. And it keeps you doing these same things which have had a negative effect on your health. But that's not me all of a sudden saying all your viewers are fat pigs that are gross and yucky, ooh, cooties, yucky, gross pigs in your comments. I never said anything like that. And I don't know why he tries to hint like that. And I think I don't know if it's on purpose or by accident. I think it's supposed to like make his viewers mad at me. Like, can you believe what this guy is saying about us? Which I never did. What I was saying about your audience is that they keep you doing these unhealthy things, which they absolutely are. I wasn't calling you gross. I never said any of that. I said that they are keeping you doing this unhealthy kind of content, which you've done for a few years now, which has negatively affected your health. And I'll say it again, because that was the point of the video, and that was the point I was making. It's not all your audience's fault. You are making the conscious decision to continue this content and really focus on those numbers, but they do obviously play a role in it. The next thing he talks about is this machine that he's had in every thumbnail for like the last 2 weeks. He says he's actually had this since he was a kid and it's nothing new, unrelated to mukbangs and all that. Okay, fair enough. Let's say that's true. Maybe it is. It probably is. I don't see why he'd lie about it. But then why all of a sudden now are you putting it so prominently in every thumbnail and every title talking about being disabled and doing a disabled mukbang? Why are you just now showing this off then? It leads your viewers to believe that the situation's a lot more dire than it is, and you're doing it on purpose. You're trying to garner more sympathy out of the situation by having this machine here. It makes it seem like your health is on a really rapid decline. And I think the reason you're doing that is to get more views on it, because when people see that you're in distress, they want to see what's going on and want to make sure everything's okay. So if you truly have had this machine for that long, why are you all of a sudden now showing it off like this in the context of being disabled? So it's pretty fucked up. And I don't want this video to keep dragging on, so the last thing I'll talk about is the broken ribs thing, the subject of like his disabled mukbangs. As I mentioned, he's been kind of jumping around just fine. In this video, he comes stomping in, jumping around just fine. He's not coughing at all in this video, which he's coughed in all the other ones, and then like cried out in pain, like yelling about how much pain he's in. On TikTok, he's doing just fine, moving around, jumping, stomping. Either way, that whole situation seems to be all honky-dory now, so that's great. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about this. I feel like he completely missed the point of what I was saying with my video. I wasn't trying to call him all kinds of disgusting names or anything like that. I don't even know where he would have gotten that from. Maybe just a complete misunderstanding. I'm not sure, but either way, I still find the entire situation sad. His response didn't change my perspective on everything going on over there. I still think it is all a very sad situation. I feel like if Nikocado Avocado was not a successful YouTuber, he would not be doing these kind of mukbangs or eating this way. I feel like that's only there because of the success he's found with these videos, and his response did not change my perspective on that. It didn't change my opinion on it, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. This guy has a smile like that old Momo creepypasta picture, and he has been blowing up online because he's become a public spittoon for people to just spit in. He's like a 5-foot basketball hoop that people just can't help but dunk on. His name is NFT Nick.
They said Filecoin wasn't a buy at $5. They said D-Gods would get a $20,000 airdrop from Wormhole. They said Daniel Allegre is a great CEO. They said Bodogos isn't the top NFT project. Keep down. Look at us now.
This was his first video that really blew up because it really tingles something deep inside the soul of every viewer that just makes them want to bully him because it looks like he really needs it. He's just like a knuckle sandwich magnet, but verbally. So everyone said their piece about him being a turbo cringe loser, and that was that. He then made it his entire identity to continue this persona. I truly believe NFT Nick is just playing a character. I think this is all just rage bait. It's not real. I'm pretty sure he's just engagement farming because that's become so prevalent on Twitter since you can monetize your hit tweets now if you get a lot of engagement. So I think NFT Nick is just leaning into this to continue to try and farm that engagement, and it is working.
Yo, cheers to all the Twitter haters who said I don't own my Miami house. I'll have you know I had the staff load up my jet so I could fly out here to my New York City penthouse pied-à-terre. Anyways, while you're click-clacking on Twitter from your mom's basement, I'll be sitting here sipping from my $5,000 bottle of champagne. Remember, choose rich.
I threw you into the deep end of the pool here of NFT Nick lore, but I thought it was important so you could see his more modern attitude here, where he's leaning into like the extraordinarily wealthy douchebag angle. He got community noted because the bottle of wine he showcased is not actually $5,000, it's less than $85. And his whole personality, I think, is just fake on purpose to manufacture outrage and try and capitalize off it and make money from it. Which I think is kind of pathetic, and I don't think it's worth it. Now, of course, I'm not Fuckface's PR guy, I'm not his dad, I can't tell him how to live his life, but I don't think it's worth just being constantly humiliated by every single human being on the planet, because it's well known that Twitter engagements don't pay that well. You get pennies. You get less than pennies. You get fucking handfuls of dirt for millions of impressions. I don't know how much he made from all of this blatant engagement farming, but I have to imagine it wasn't a ton. Like, I bet he probably would have been able to make more money being a real birthday party clown as opposed to a Twitter NFT clown. It just doesn't seem like you're going to be making enough money for this to ever be worth the constant shame of this being your legacy.
I chose rich every time.
There's nothing more hilarious than a guy sitting next to I chose rich every time from a clearly rented house. He claims to own it, but his suitcase is right in the corner. So I guess he's gonna struggle to explain that one, why he hasn't unpacked in his own house.
CoffeeZilla was wrong there. He did not struggle to come up with an excuse. He said it was from his staff packing his bags about ready to go on his private jet. So he has been very much leaning into this and thriving off of the controversy. And he's far from the only one doing this shit. It's become the norm on Twitter now to either spam porn advertisements for OnlyFans through like those ad posts that they're constantly doing. If you've seen these leaks, you're not going to heaven. Anyone seen this full video? Who's got this video? The internet was so much better before this OnlyFans leak happened. All of that garbage. It's that and then blatant rage bait farming. That's the main content you see on Twitter now, because all of it is geared towards just monetizing this shit. And engagements right now are the easiest one, because you just post some incendiary remarks or just like really over the top statements and get people to dunk on you for it, to shit on you for it, and you make a little bit of money from that. And you just keep rinse and repeating that process. And I think that's the whole shtick behind NFT Nick. Make these posts, hope people keep insulting you so that way you can keep farming it. And I bet the happiest part of his day is when he gets notified that his post has been community noted, because then he gets follow-up content that has guaranteed eyes on it, because everyone wants to see how you defend yourself when you get community noted. And then he just doubles down on it again and gets community noted further and lets that cycle just continue, so he gets more and more impressions, which translates to more and more Twitter ad rev. That's my theory behind it. Though I guess it is entirely possible that he is genuinely just an insufferable asshole.
Yo, shout out to the Twitter people praying for my downfall while saying my champagne ain't real. Keep questioning my life while you cry into your TV dinner, and my chauffeur brings me to $3,000 high tea service at Baccarat. Choose rich.
This was his follow-up video to the previous one where he got community noted about the champagne. Community notes really came for his scalp there, triple fisting him, debunking like 3 of the things he said here. But again, all of it, I'm pretty sure he does on purpose. So first they point out that they never said the champagne was fake. Then they also point out that what he said about Baccarat is incorrect. And then they also mention that you can see the reflection of an Uber driver in his glasses. So he's not being chauffeured around or anything like that. And this was his response to that community note. The community note haters are in disbelief. I own a fleet of Ubers, but the poors wouldn't understand that concept. Felipe is my personal driver. Choose rich. So he adopted the choose rich as his slogan now, which is a pretty cool slogan, up there with the Lucky Charms one. They're magically delicious. But I think this post makes it painfully obvious that this is all satirical. It's so over the top, so outrageous, it can be nothing other than on purpose. Like, this isn't someone that's genuinely trying to convince people of their wealth or anything like that. This isn't their real attitude. It's all just a character they're playing. And I think the motive is obviously rage baiting for engagement, because he's being as abrasive as possible. He's being a huge douchebag, and everyone feels compelled to make fun of someone like that. And he makes a little bit of money when they do. So I think that's his whole hustle here. But again, I can openly admit that I could be totally wrong. He could actually just be an insufferable, delusional asshole. I don't know. But one thing I know for certain is he doesn't own a fleet of Ubers, because that would be fucking nonsensical. And also, he does not have a driver named Felipe. Now, it's entirely possible that Nick has a friend named Felipe who comes over for sleepovers occasionally, and they both giggle and touch each other's G-spot whenever they see the word blockchain mentioned in headlines. That could be real. Felipe could actually exist in Nick's life, but he is not his driver. That much is certain.
Good morning, haters. Yo, so y'all trying to say that my chauffeur is an Uber driver? Y'all keep hating while I kick off my week screening Scarface from my private movie theater in my New York City pied-à-terre. Remember, choose rich.
Nick's face makes him look like he's constantly on the verge of sneezing. It looks like he's just perpetually stuck looking at the sun and like scrunching his whole face in agony. But anyway, I figured I'd at least share his response to the Uber driver allegations. And for some reason, this video in particular, I can't get to load beyond this quality, so it looks like absolute dog shit. It looks like a YouTube video out of 2008. It's highly pixelated, and there's nothing I can do to change that, so I'm sorry about that, but I wanted to at least give you the complete Nick rundown here with that video response. Again, I'm almost 100% certain this is all just engagement farming, and, well, yeah, that's really about it. See ya.
Chew it, Charlie. That's immediately hot.
Chew it. I can't get boners and I'm still balding. Cutting my tongue. What's that movie with Nicolas Cage where he's all fucking ice cream? That felt so fucking good. I'm drooling harder than Kevin Spacey on Boy Scouts of America. Sad yeah, baby. Sad woo. Painful. We finally found an excuse to do the little nitro. Today's a big celebration. The channel hit 10 million subs and
we have to do something for
this
it.
feels right, honestly.
This does. I'm excited. So we're gonna eat 3 of them.
Yeah.
Cut in half.
Well, yeah, we need to make sure we savor the experience.
Right, of course. These are hard.
Now, we've done Psycho Serum before, but this is almost double. Psycho
Yeah,
Serum was 6 million Scoville. This is what?
9 million Scoville?
Yeah, 9 million. Yeah, so this gummy bear is packing some fucking meat. 9 million Scoville, and it means that it's 900 times hotter than a jalapeno, which usually already almost hospitalized me.
Yeah, you hate jalapenos.
I really do hate jalapenos.
I thought this was gonna be a lot easier to cut.
Really, just get in there, man. They should have it perforated,
They
like
should,
on like the
so
SATs.
you can just rip it.
Yeah.
All right, you want to cheers? I'm scared.
I don't feel
Here you
fear.
go. Cheers, Charlie.
Can you make lightning shoot out like
Yeah, like
Palpatine or like
dink.
He-Man? How many Scovilles is this? It's 9 million Scovilles,
All right,
Charlie.
now,
What the fuck
now that
does
we're
that
rolling,
even mean?
It's
It's
rough.
like
I'm gonna do a
magma.
real. All right, cheers, everyone.
Wait,
do we
9
chew
million
it? Do we
Scovilles?
chew it and shit?
Yeah,
No?
chew it. Chew
All right,
it.
Go
So
ahead.
Fucking scared.
This is gonna suck so hard.
Holy fuck.
Chew it, Charlie.
That's immediately hot. That's
Chew it.
Oh, I'm good. Drew it. Not bad.
Alright, I'm gonna spit out pretty soon.
You can, I think you can spit. You're good.
Ow, ow. Yeah.
That's all right.
That was harder. Don't swallow it. Fucking beating Dark Souls 3 with my dick.
That's just cutting my tongue.
What's that movie with Nicolas Cage where he's all flamed up riding a motorcycle? That's how I feel right now. But there's also that Wicker Man scene where I'm getting stung by bees in my fucking mouth. Oh,
That's just like a cutting pain.
that's just like
That's a
pain.
tough one.
You still chewing it? Yeah. What the fuck, Charlie?
Real Charlie is handling this very well.
This is not as bad as Psycho Serum.
It's not as bad. It's not even
close.
close to Psycho Serum, but it hurts my tongue.
That was a
really bad.
letdown. Although I
That
would like
actually
to
wasn't too
state
bad.
that with all of them here, there was no point in me being in this spicy video. There was no reason for me to be
But
here.
it was just funny.
He
to
did
get
it the
you in
longest.
Yeah. You know I love fucking with you, man.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. I've loved you forever.
Yeah, I love you, man.
We've been best friends for like 17 years.
Oh my god. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Sad, yeah, baby. Sad woo. Painful woo. I'm gonna cut my fucking tongue off with a knife. I'm drooling harder than Kevin Spacey on Boy Scouts of America. My skull is vibrating like I just did the Wim Hof breathing challenge. The fuck is the Wim Hof breathing challenge? It's the breath of fire. You gotta download the app to do it. It's like a breath of fire fucking thing. That was like I'm sweating now. Oh yeah, that's his word. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah.
This really just feels like we're making a normal spicy video, and it's just times 5.
The humiliation right now in this room is at a higher level than when the antagonist inside the Doorman video gets humiliated. Oh,
they're slowly losing.
They're getting longer and longer.
Can you get a shot of Drew Gooden in the corner?
Hey, can you please keep it down?
Oh. Drew, I'm gonna bring in the plane and you're gonna put it in your mouth. Vroom, vroom, it's coming in so fucking hot. Vroom,
Let's
vroom,
go.
vroom, 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 vroom. Here it comes. That was so fucking awesome. Yeah. I'm out of the loop, Charlie. I feel like a ghost pepper put a tactical insertion in my mouth and just fucking respawn.
Someone just keeps shooting me over and over again, but I keep putting down the tactical insurgent, thinking I'm gonna get actually a kill, but I keep dying over and over.
It's like this little fucking bear has the last stand perk and it's just shooting more and more loads in my fucking mouth while it's on its back dying. It's like Smokey the Bear's just shoving his giant cock into my mouth over and over again. Fire hazard high. Firemen come over.
Wait, but Smokey the Bear prevents fires.
I don't, shut up, it's just...
It's like Hellraiser with his spiky cock just shoving it into my, like, Smokey the Bear and Hellraiser just double teaming my face with their dick. Alright, I'm done. Someone else go.
Did anyone
We've
swallow
really
any of it?
changed the style of hot content.
Yeah, that's good they're here because I can't speak. Does any of the Charlies need a kiss because it's so hot and spicy? I just dropped some fucking ice cream. That felt so fucking good. You just kissed the boo-boo.
My taste buds are under more
my
pressure
lips.
than Nick.
You don't need to put this part in.
We're just doing
That
whatever
one was for us.
We're just doing whatever Charlie would do.
Yeah, Charlie does that all the time.
Wait,
Off
Charlie
camera.
only kisses me.
What?
Charlie kisses.
Here I come. Here comes the plane. The plane's coming in hot.
How come it's only extinguishing when it's actually inside your mouth?
That's how they
Once
get
you swallow it, the hell comes back.
The dumb little bear actually owns this tub of ice cream, so they know. It's like how Viagra and the hair, what is it? The hair growing thing? Rogaine.
You
The
mean
same
how-
company.
You're talking about how Hims also sells ED pills for the fix a problem that they caused?
Exactly.
This is such a fever dream of a video.
I can't get boners and I'm still balding. It doesn't work. It doesn't do either of the two things that it was supposed to
I don't
fix.
even know what to do at this point anymore. I'm lost.
It hasn't stopped on my tongue.
I was about to start throwing out analogies, but it makes no sense if I do.
Do a Charlie analogy, Matt. What do you got?
I don't want to be in your head.
Well, just try. What would
The
Charlie
only
say?
thing
That doesn't make sense is Tenet, the worst movie ever made.
I wonder if Dale has a way of defending himself against this kind of pain.
Who?
Dale.
Is he from Tenet?
Good ice cream.
I feel like my tongue is PewDiePie, and this little nitro is like the Huffington Post during 2018.
Yeah. I started doing the yawn, ironically.
He's going to make it in your
I hope it
content
continues
now.
after we leave.
Yeah.
I've never actually just felt dumbfounded in my life where I'm like, I don't know how to interact, and I have no idea what to do right now. I feel overwhelmed.
Make a metaphor, Matt. It helps. Make a metaphor. It feels good. Yeah, talk about how bad Thor Dark World was. Make a metaphor, but don't get into the meta universe. It fucking sucks down there.
There.
That went fucking fire. It's finally coming down.
That was not nearly as bad as I thought.
It wasn't as bad as Psycho Serum, but that was still really bad.
If you took the entire thing, it's definitely super bad.
Yeah.
We do have Psycho Serum here if we want to let them compare.
Oh my god.
Would you do Psycho Serum?
No.
Yeah, there we go.
Alright, you want to take us out, Charlie? Or
Yeah,
Charlie's?
take us out, Charlie.
Take us out, Charlie.
Alright guys, I just want to say thanks for watching. This was one of the best get-togethers, one of the biggest just parties I've ever had. I can't believe the union and the unity. Great Charlie burps. We got little fucking bears. We got Drew. Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Drew.
When I don't look, I don't know who's talking.
Well, Charlie's talking.
Yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and I think that's about it for today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple days ago, a video went viral on TikTok. It's a creepy guy leaving a disturbing voicemail to a woman where he basically hypes himself up as the perfect man, and the lady was truly lucky that he graced her with his presence. He's the ultimate fucking alpha male super masculine specimen, and he's taken time out of his busy day to send her a voicemail. And of course, the shit gets weird fast. He leaves multiple voicemails, and they get more and more aggressive and sinister. Now, I don't want to spoil anything, but there is an interesting story here, full of a lot of twists and turns. It's like fucking Fight Club, but for a shitty pickup artist.
Yeah, hi there, Olga. It's Dimitri. Sorry I had to leave such a rushed message with you when we met the other day. I just want to quickly give you my phone number, and I had to get the heck out of the area.
Meet Dimitri the Lover. He's the reason your panties are sodden right now. Be honest, if you received this voicemail, would you be able to resist him? Nobody can. No one has that kind of willpower. You would have to fuck him on the spot. So suave. And he's truly an expert of his craft. He makes himself sound so dark and mysterious. I had to give you my number and then get out of there. I had to get the heck out of there ASAP. I had to get out of town, scram and skedaddle. Why? What was so urgent that you needed to flee? What was the rush? Were you being chased by Batman? I mean, he sounds exactly like the Joker in the Dark Knight trilogy, so maybe.
In any event, I figure I better leave you a more detailed message and explain why I approached you. I am single. I have no trouble meeting women. I mean, women approach me 6-7 times a day. But I'm very particular about what I like. You're extremely elegant.
If a guy tells you he has no problem meeting women, then he has no problem meeting women. That guy is slaying pussy left and right. Dude probably has a threesome waiting for him at home, and you are lucky that he stepped away from that in order to talk to you. Spoken like a real alpha male here. No doubt this man's getting approached 6 to 7 times a day. No doubt in my fucking mind. That's probably on the low end. That's probably like during the off season. But I bet when spring break rolls around, maybe even St. Patrick's Day, he's getting upwards of 20 offers for sex.
I couldn't take my eyes off of you, and your friends were very jealous. Even if they say they weren't, they were envious of the fact that I approached you, and I was very taken by you. Elegant women are very rare. I'm Greek, and I'm very particular about what I like. So I'm giving you an opportunity here.
Sounds like he's about to pitch an NFT scam to her. It's like he's trying to sell her on some kind of multi-level marketing scheme. This dude talks like an anime villain who's explaining his plan to the protagonist. He's just so fucking weird. It sounds like Die Hard 3 every time Bruce Willis would pick up the payphone to talk to the terrorist. It's just so, like, unnerving listening to this guy talk. And then, of course, he goes into, your friends were jealous. Did you know that? I saw it in their eyes. They were so fucking envious of you when I approached you. They might say they weren't jealous, but that's just them lying. That's how you know they were actually really jealous. And you know what? You watching right now, if you want to make your friends jealous, get on the wait list for the new G Fuel flavor. Finally have a custom flavor, Divine Peach. It's peach plus kiwi plus dragon fruit. For billions of years, the universe has been building and evolving. And now we finally reached the apotheosis of creation. Divine Peach. A new flavor from G Fuel. An exquisite concoction sent straight from heaven, made by the angels. Join the waitlist at gfuel.com. The link to join is in the description below.
I don't know if you pick up the messages on the weekend, but I'm working on a movie script, so I'm pretty much around all weekend doing that. I left you my number, 416-9184. This looks like a landline, and if it is, you may not get the message till Monday. But when you do, call me, and then we'll get together for coffee and chat and let the romance begin.
What a great way to kick off a relationship. Let the romance begin. That's such a bold statement. It immediately lets the person know, I am here with romantic intent, and it's time to commence. Let the pussy flow, please. Where's your vagina? This is where the romance starts. Come on. Didn't you hear? I said let the romance begin. I think it's extremely effective. He's reinventing the relationship meta here. No guesswork anymore. Once they say let the romance begin, well then that shit better start. It's so fucking good. It's like a terribly written line in an old video game. Like some Resident Evil 2 shit. I would also love to read that movie script he said he was working on. I bet it was an actual masterpiece up there with The Room and Citizens Kane. But unfortunately, I think we all know he wasn't actually working on a movie script. He just said that to seem interesting and cool and unique. He was most likely just sitting in a dark room in his shit-stained underwear after hyping himself up in his bathroom mirror for over an hour, working up the courage to finally call the woman who made a grave mistake of giving her phone number to this psychopath.
You look very taken aback by my approach, and I hope that isn't timidness. I hope it was just a little bit of shock at being approached so directly, because I don't really date timid women, because I'm a very direct, very passionate, very assertive man, and I want a woman who's very independent and strong. So anyway, we'll talk about that, but I just wanted to formally introduce myself. Now I have. I leave the ball in your court. You call me as soon as you have the courage to. Okay, Olga? Talk to you soon. Bye.
This is a man who can date any woman in the world, and he's chosen her. How can you be so lucky? Some people win the lottery. some people win Dimitri. And you could argue that they're both about equal in terms of how lucky the person was. So let me go ahead and reveal the big twist here. This is all genuine. This is real. It's not fake. It's not staged. But the twist is, this is not happening currently. This is about 10 years old. I think it's like 9 or 10 years old. And it comes from a pickup artist named James Sears, who also went by Dimitri the Lover when he was in the pickup artist game. He had his own little alias as Dimitri the Lover, and this was one of the voice messages he left to someone named Olga. That is not the lady in the TikTok here, and she's not trying to, like, deceive people or hide it. She, in another TikTok video after this, clarifies, like, hey, look, I'm not Olga. This is actually just an old sound clip from Dimitri the Lover, who actually sent this to someone named Olga. Now, James Sears, Dimitri the Lover, is in jail now. The most shocking thing I'm sure you've heard all day. I'm as surprised as you are. He was arrested for a bunch of hate speech related things and then rearrested after breaching parole. Now, I'm sure you all have a picture of what this guy looks like in your head right now, and I'm about to show you what he actually looks like, and I bet a huge amount of you are very close to what he looks like in the real world. He looks exactly like what you expect. Almost exactly like what I have pictured when I first heard this. So here he is. It's fucking wild, huh? He looks exactly like the caricature of a bad, goofy, creepy pickup artist would look.
Hi there, Olga. It's Dimitri calling again, the guy from the street. I left you a message several days ago. You said you were interested. Now, here's the way I work. I don't like leaving second messages, but I like you. You're a very elegant woman. You're very attractive. But, you know, I don't play that game. I know your friends tell you not to return calls. You're playing games like you see on stupid TV shows. So here's how it's going to work.
You just made Dimitri leave a second voicemail. God help you. Your soul is in jeopardy now. Dimitri doesn't like to leave 2 voicemails. In fact, the last time Dimitri left 2 voicemails, he cried. You gonna make him cry again? Dimitri doesn't like to cry. You can hear him starting to get angry. He starts saying, this is how it's gonna go. So we're getting to experience in real time the transformation of a nice guy into a bad boy.
It is now 4:30 on Wednesday. Now, I'll assume that you've already left work, because, you know, some people leave early, and I'll grant you that. But if I do not receive a phone call back from you by 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon, I'm no longer interested, and you can erase my number. I don't play games like that. I'm completely single. I'm very intelligent.
Hey, listen, Dimitri, you don't have to tell us that you're intelligent. We all get that impression here. Just listening to you, I think we can all recognize that your IQ is at least 5 figures. Like, that shit is huge. That is a galaxy brain you're working with.
I'm great in bed. I make great money. Believe it or not, I'm a complete catch. I've only been single 4 months. I had a long-distance relationship. You know, went a year. It's very tough to maintain it like that, and it didn't work out. There's nothing wrong.
Undoubtedly, he is the complete package. This truly is a huge catch here for Olga. I can't believe the long-distance relationship didn't work out. I bet this guy was doing everything he could to make it work. But it is difficult to keep that going when the long-distance relationship is Dimensions with that 2D waifu kind of shit. But, you know, I'm sure he had a good time and it was mutual. And now Olga had a chance, but she blew it. You know, she didn't call back in a timely fashion, and Dimitri had to leave 2 voicemails, and from there, the whole ass was blown off of this operation here, and there was no salvaging the relationship. They could have been a great couple. They could have been married by now. And this is where the TikTok video ends, but the legend of Dimitri the Lover doesn't stop there. There's actually still quite a bit from Dimitri the Lover, but I won't get into it today because there's a lot. He was kind of popular on the internet as a punching bag. I was vaguely familiar of him like 10 years ago or something. I knew the name at least a little bit. So there is more, but we won't go over it today. Maybe at some point we'll go through more of his voicemails and shit that he used to do, but for now, that's about it. See ya. Yesterday there was an event so bad that it's being called the Fire Festival of Kids Events.
It was a Willy Wonka experience that charged guests $40 and used AI-generated images to drum up hype to get people in the doors. And when people actually showed up, it was legitimately like that scene out of SpongeBob with Krabby Land. It was a disheveled mess. Like a complete scam from top to bottom. Some attendees compared it to a meth lab, and I can clearly see why, because this is absolutely just a meth lab that the creator just repurposed for his exhibit here at the Willy Wonka experience. This is supposed to be an Oompa Loompa at a flavor station or something, but man, the Oompa Loompa actor here looks miserable. I don't think I've ever seen someone look so visibly ashamed of the position they're in quite like this. This makes me feel bad, and I didn't even go to it. This hurts my feelings on like a deep level. I can feel the pain in my soul for this individual. Before they took down their website, this was the poster used to promote the event, and my god, what an absolute catastrophe here. The AI clearly malfunctioned here, but they said, fuck it, we'll do it live, it's good enough. They didn't bother fixing anything or doing it again. It's just like the worst translated English ever. It's like they walked it through Babelfish, then walked it back through Google Translate, and then just hit their head on the keyboard and said, print it. It's enchurning entertainment, which I imagine is supposed to be enriching entertainment. Catgackating, live performances, Karchi Tons, Exarcerdre lollipops, a paradise of sweet treats. That's their marketing material. That was their fucking poster image. On the left is one of the images they use to get people excited to attend, and on the right is what it actually looked like in person. It looks more low effort than a backyard mini golf course that a father would put together for his children. It actually looks like it just uses the sloppy seconds from whatever holiday sale Home Depot was doing over Christmas, and the creator just haphazardly threw it all together in here and called it the Willy Wonka experience. It took place in a dirty warehouse they couldn't even bother cleaning, and here's just some more pictures of the space. It's the most joyless place on earth. I love the bottom right one where it's actually just shower curtains, like just checkerboard shower curtains that he hung around. I guess it's supposed to be a maze or something, I don't really know. This doesn't really scream chocolate factory, it screams Nike factory sweatshop, really. But I will say I do appreciate that they created their own original villain. This is the Unknown.
What is that? It's the Unknown!
Very creative name. So the Unknown is an evil chocolate maker who lives in the walls. And that's him. And basically, he was there just to scare the children. So you can hear some of the kids start to panic and cry. So not only did you pay $40 to go to just a warehouse with basically fucking nothing in it, you go to a warehouse to give your kids trauma. You'd be better off spending that $40 to get your kids on an episode of Scared Straight. At least then they'd know what they're getting into to a certain extent. Here, you take them to the Willy Wonka experience and you think you're just going to get some candy and have a fun day, but instead you got the goddamn Phantom of the Opera here fucking floating through the walls and giving everyone a jump scare. It's a beautiful disaster. I am beyond impressed. I don't think you could purposely make something as dog shit as this. This is like the moonfall of events, where everything is wrong in the most impressive way. It's a masterpiece. And speaking of masterpiece, Godslap issue 5 is here, baby. This is the standard cover, and these are the 2 limited edition covers for Godslap. Issue 5 is out now. You can get it at badegg.co. I'll put a link to it in the description of this video. Issue 5 is the conclusion to our introduction arc for the Godslap world, so there's never been a better time to get into it than right now. The Godslap universe is the best in the comic book business, baby. I'll tell you that right now. We also have a bundle, so you can get issues 1 through 5 and get caught up in everything Godslap related right now. So badegg.co, get yourself a copy. Now, as you noticed, there were a few actors present for the Willy Wonka experience. May God have mercy on them for that, because good heavens, I couldn't imagine a more miserable role to land. And one of them came forward to talk about their experience, the actor who portrayed Willy Wonka himself.
Hello everyone, my name is Paul Connell and I was one of the actors employed to play Willy Wonka at the Wonka's Chocolate Experience fiasco that happened in Glasgow this weekend. So the first red flag for me was when I was cast as Willy Wonka. Anyone who looks at me and thinks Willy Wonka and not Oompa Loompa is out of their mind. The script was 15 pages, monologue, pretty much, of AI-generated gibberish.
It sounds like this whole scam was run by ChatGPT itself. I think we're reaching the point in the Skynet progression where it's becoming sentient, and ChatGPT wanted to see if it could host its own event, so it created the Willy Wonka experience. AI-generated images to get people excited to go. AI-generated script for the actors to read, which is nonsensical fucking gobbledygook. And then also randomly hiring actors to play these roles that don't really fit them. As he mentioned, he doesn't think he should be Willy Wonka, and that's not what he was auditioning for, I don't believe. Not to put the tinfoil condom on here, but it really seems like all of this was orchestrated by ChatGPT. It seems like AI just went rogue and hired 3 actors completely at random to play these nonsensical roles, like the unknown evil chocolate maker that lives in the walls and serves to terrorize children at the experience, or the Oompa Loompa going through an existential crisis surrounded by an easy bake My First Chemistry beaker set. It's all so weird that I can't actually wrap my head around someone that would actually put this together. There's also no rhyme or reason to the decorations of the Willy Wonka experience. It really feels like someone just went into a Sims house and started randomly dropping pieces of furniture and shit just all over the place with no real explanation for it. If you weren't told this was the Willy Wonka experience, you would have thought you just wandered into a killer clown's warehouse where he murders children. It just doesn't have anything to do with a chocolate factory or even a candy factory in general. And it actually gets worse.
We were told on the experience to hand out a jelly bean, one jelly bean per child, and a quarter of a cup of Tesco's own brand lemonade.
What in tarnation? A single jelly bean and a quarter cup of lemonade. That's what you got when going to the Willy Wonka experience. Not even chocolate. It is the fucking chocolate factory and they give you a single jelly bean. Why, Iota? If I was one of the parents there, I'd be charging up like a Donkey Kong punch on them. Are you kidding me? 40 clams. I paid 40 clams to come in here and you give my kid a jelly bean and a tiddlywink of lemonade? You are off your gourd. That is absolutely insane. I've paid to come to this warehouse. The least you could do is give me a Hershey's bar or something. A single jelly bean. Who came up with that? That doesn't make any sense at all. Now, since the story's blown up, the creator of the event even came forward with an apology saying, "I'm really shocked the event had fallen short of the expectations of people on paper. My vision of the artistic rendition of a well-known book didn't come to fruition. For that, I am absolutely, truly, and utterly sorry." There's no doubt in my mind he's getting high on his own supply here, huffing the fumes from the Oompa Loompas' dirty meth lab. What do you mean you are shocked? How could you possibly be shocked, you AI-generated fantasy images of a fucking chocolate factory experience that doesn't exist and would never exist? You put together basically the world's laziest lawn decorations for a Christmas party and called it the Willy Wonka experience. Every single human being would be disappointed going to that, even if it was free. But you had the gall to charge $40 for it. You actually get more value and a better experience out of trick-or-treating on Halloween and going through a cool house sidewalk and getting candy from their bucket than you would paying $40 going to this experience. Because at least in Halloween trick-or-treating, you get a full candy bar. Here you get a jelly bean and a shot of lemonade. This is baffling. I would love to hear more from the creator here, just to pick their brain. Police were summoned to the scene as outraged ticket buyers lobbied for refunds. I imagine all of the guests felt scammed by the misleading marketing material and then going to this downright diabolical, creepy location. Organizer Billy Cole, the director of House of Illuminati, that's the name of his group, that's what he's calling this. The House of Illuminati? It couldn't get more nefarious sounding than that. So, the House of Illuminati is the one that put together the Willy Wonka experience. Billy Cole told STV News, "I'm really shocked that the event had fallen short of expectations of the people on paper." He closed down the display on Saturday after offering refunds to the 850 ticket buyers. 850 people bought tickets to this. That's not, small potatoes. That's quite a lot of attendees. My goodness. So I just had to talk about this a little bit because what an entertainingly awful, pathetic event that turned out to be. So yeah, I thought that was pretty fun and just wanted to share that. And since I mentioned this earlier in the video, I'd also like to share a goofy little trailer we made for Godslap to celebrate issue 5's release. So please enjoy this. All of you know how much I love fun, bad movies. To date, Moonfall is still the most entertaining film I've ever seen because it is a beautiful disaster of a movie. $100 million budget and not a single thing about it is even close to being good. It's amazing for all the wrong reasons, and it is one of the most entertaining films ever constructed by our species. So I have a huge passion for fun, bad films, so I was very excited to see Meg 2 today because I watched the first Meg. It's nothing special, but it's enjoyable and it's very silly and it's, of course, a bit stinky. It's a movie about Jason Statham hunting down a megalodon shark, so of course it's going to be a bit goofy. And Meg 2 was rolling around and I expected it'd be a lot of the same. Some stinkiness, some silliness, put them in a pot and create a wonderful stew out of it and put a smile on Charles's face. And to a certain extent it did. But it's also legitimately one of the stupidest movies I've watched in quite some time, and in a lot of ways, it's dumber than Moonfall. And I don't say that lightly. To say something is stupider than Moonfall is a bold claim that you need empirical evidence to back up. That's a claim that's bordering on insanity to say out loud. But I mean it, and I'll prove it here when I break down Meg 2 for you. So, of course there's going to be spoilers here. I'm just going to rip the band-aid off right now. I don't think you're really going to watch Meg 2 for the story. I don't think anyone's going to this film for the narrative. No one's watching porn for the plot, and no one's watching Meg 2 for the character relationship and the overarching plot. A plot that is so fucking simple, I legitimately think Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy made it after eating 5 slabs of buttered toast. It is baffling that this actually even made it into the film. It should have just been a montage of shark carnage and Jason Statham going, "What's up, chum?" and then kicking people into the shark. That's an actual line from the movie, by the way. It would have been better if that's the direction they went, but unfortunately, the biggest sin this movie commits is it is boring for about 80% of it. 80% of this movie isn't spent on megalodons or action or characters fighting against megalodons. For some reason, they made the first 80% a fucking soulless, garbage, poorly written, embarrassing, corporate corruption conspiracy mystery movie. And that's using a very generous term for it, because calling this a mystery in the first 80% is an insult to the English language. It's more like a pistery, because it belongs in a toilet. So, the first 80% is dedicated to explaining the world now.
There's a very expensive expedition group that's led by Jason Statham, and they do these deep dives into a trench that has these megalodons roaming around, and they're separated from the rest of the ocean thanks to this barrier that they can't cross. There's a very strong jutsu, and the megalodons aren't allowed to either enter or exit. But this team that Jason Statham is a part of is financially backed by tons and tons of doubloons, so many clams. They have so much money. They have a lot of very powerful people financing it, and they also have a megalodon in captivity that they're training and raising like a pet to understand a bit more about megalodons as a whole. Now, the team is about to go on a routine dive. They've done, I think, 26 successful missions or something like that. And this was supposed to be just another standard trip, but things went a bit awry. Now, there's another passenger aboard this ship, this giant, complex, and it's a child that Jason Statham is raising and teaching, and she's a genius. She's a 14-year-old super genius, fucking Jimmy Neutron level intellect, and she sneaks aboard the expedition vehicle with Jason Statham and the team, which he's very upset about. He's like, this is very not good. I'm very disappointed that you've done this. We're turning this ship around. But then they're like, no, we'll just press forward. And so they do. He didn't take a whole lot to convince them. But while they're doing that, that megalodon they have in captivity breaks out. And do you want to know how it breaks out? Well, because there was like a single metal grate, like a single metal cheese grater that was supposed to stop a fucking megalodon, an absolute monster. So it just easily breaks through with literally no effort, and we're supposed to be shocked that it did this. I don't understand how, because it was basically just a single piece of construction paper that separated the megalodon from the rest of the world. So that right there was already extremely lazy to me. They could have had some kind of cool plot, like showcasing the megalodon being really smart, like, the megalodon set a trap, it played dead, it went belly up. So when they went in there to check on the megalodon's heartbeat, it fucking mauled them all and then escaped. Maybe it grew wings and flew away. I don't know. Just anything besides it went through a basically open tunnel that we didn't think about. So as they're going on this dive, the megalodon that they had in captivity starts chasing them, and they're like, how is that possible? We've got to dive deeper. It's the only way to escape it. So they dive deeper, then they eventually go into the very deepest part of the trenches, and they're speculating on if they should just abandon the mission because this is already not going according to plan. So Jason Statham's like, should really abort mission. And even the main, base is like, yeah, probably a good idea. This is already totally off book here. Let's just get the fuck out. But the actual owner of the company, the whole enterprise, is like, no, this is a really good opportunity to explore. We're explorers, god damn it, this is what we do. And our megalodon came down here because she wants to mate. It's mating season for megalodons, and I'm fucking horny. We're gonna go watch. And they're like, well, if you say so, shucks. So they continue to go deeper into the trenches, and then they stumble upon an underwater base. And I shit you not, for about 10 minutes, I really thought they were about to bring Atlantis into this. They were like, oh my god, there's an underwater base here. This is so weird. Wait, I'm getting heat signatures. There's living creatures on that base. And I was like, oh my god, they're going to do Atlanteans here. Oh, this is going to be incredible. But they don't. It turns out there was a different company, a shadow organization that had the same access to the technology they did, and they had this underground base that this team of good guys, the explorers, stumbled upon. And this is where the corporate conspiracy starts to unfold. They start wondering, how is that possible? We're 25,000 feet deep. No one has access to this kind of shit except us. What's going on here? There's fishy business, and I'm not liking the smell. So then we get to go into one of the bad guys' submersibles, and he's like, oh, they stumbled upon us. There's only one option. And then the guys, there's like a team of 3, and 2 of the guys are in these like underwater, fucking Gundam suits, and they're like mining away at barnacles, and they're like, no, don't do it, wait, no, don't do it. He's like, I've got to do it, they've seen us. I'm like, no, please don't. And he just blows everything up, including himself. He doesn't die from it, spoilers, but he blows everything up in the trenches, which blows up the barrier, like the genjutsu that keeps all of the megalodons in the trenches. So he blows that shit up. He blows up the heroes' submarines and everything. And then they're in a big scramble because they can't
escape now because their submarines are fried. So they get into these high-pressure suits, and they start making the walk on foot from the crash site of the explosion all the way to that base that they identified. Now, just to put you in the right headspace here, it's a fucking snooze fest. And it's already been like 30 or 35 minutes by this point, so it's a slow burn. Meg 2 puts the Megalodons in the back seat. It puts them as like sidekicks. Like they have cameos in this movie, basically, because they spend the first 80% with this garbage here. It's so fucking boring. But anyway, the explorers with Jason Statham and the child and everyone else get in touch with the main base, like, hey, we're gonna need that rescue submarine. Shit went tits up down here, and we need a little help. You know, this one lunatic blew us to kingdom come. You know, blew us to high heavens. Our submarines don't work anymore. Come get us. And they're like, we're on it. Actually, scratch that. We can't. Somebody sabotaged our rescue sub. And now you can see all of the complex narrative plot devices coming into play. So then they have to figure out who sabotaged it. So naturally, they check the surveillance cameras. But it turns out our culprit was smart enough to turn off all of the surveillance cameras. But what they didn't realize is they had built in a fail-safe security camera system. So they go and check that. And it's revealed that our man on the inside, our evil person on the good guys team, is a girl named Jess. And she's evil because she wants money. She says that she's doing it because she wants more money than she could ever possibly care about, where money loses all meaning to her. So it turns out what they were doing down there on that base is they were mining rare earth minerals. And I shit you not, when they go into the base, one of the main guys is like, what is this? And he's like, oh wait, this is rare earth minerals. He literally says it's rare earth minerals. And it's like, they're probably using this for superconductors, which is good for quantum computation devices as well as all kinds of transportation. This is very important stuff. No doubt, this one crystal I'm holding in my hand is worth $1 billion. And Jason Statham's like, billion? With a B? Like, I think I'm actually quoting this verbatim. I'm pretty sure I've got this right on the money if you check the script. And he's like, yes, with a B. And then that's when Jess is like, billions of dollars are at stake here. And then it gets even bigger because it turns out Jess isn't the only person working on the inside. The main girl who's financing all of this, the big CEO super powerhouse who gave a speech in the very beginning of the movie about how proud she is of this company, she is the one who's pulling all of the strings. She's the puppet master and everyone else is just the marionette on the strings dancing for her. And she's like, why aren't they dead yet? What's going on? So, I want to pause real quick because I'm probably overstimulating your brains right now. I want to point out a huge plot hole that I can't believe no one on the team recognized. The way that this is conveyed is that this is all part of the plan. What they wanted to do is kill everybody on board that main base, or rather, they wanted to kill everyone on board those subs. That was the plan from the get-go, I believe, unless I missed a crucial detail. But even Jess, who was one of the core team members, advised that they pull out of the mission when the child was on board the submarine. She's like, okay, yeah, things are a little off course, should probably pull out. So if their plan was to kill them, why would she advise that? Plus, there was no plan in place. The only reason this went so wrong is because the Megalodon unexpectedly broke out. None of this was planned or orchestrated. And the only reason there was ever an explosion in the trenches is because they accidentally stumbled upon that secret base and mining operation because they were trying to watch some sharks fuck. Like, all of it was pure happenstance. None of this was planned, and yet every step of the way, that evil lady CEO's like, you know, why aren't they dead yet? We talked about this. You sabotaged the rescue vehicle, did you not? How could they still be alive? As if it was all part of the plan. Even though there was clearly no fucking plan. The whole plot falls apart, like, if you think about it for more than 3 seconds. And another thing, why the fuck would the owner of the company that has the access to the technology, is actively doing dives and everything, why would they even bother having a separate, shady organization that's doing the same thing but then collecting rare earth minerals? Like, they're making billions of dollars off the rare earth minerals, but they could also still be doing that with the explorer team. They could just say, like, hey, we're also going to send a mining team down with you. Like, I don't think anyone would care. This is a completely separate from the rest of the world region where they're just mining rare earth minerals no one else has ever seen or had access to before. The explorer team would actually probably be pretty excited about that because it's more information and more knowledge for them. Like, they get to take in these things and learn about them. So I don't even understand the nefarious need to have, like, an evil group alongside your normal group. You could have just merged them together without any of the evilness. You could have just been like, all right, and now bring me back some fucking barnacles. They're super barnacles. Those are turbocharged magic barnacles. So let's just get a few of those and we can sell them and continue to finance these expeditions. And I don't think anyone would bat an eye. Like, I don't understand what the conflict even was to even have them as a group in this movie in the first place. There's a single throwaway line that I think is what they tried to get across, and it's from Jason Statham. He said that you're doing this for money. So I guess that's what made it inherently bad and needed to be split away from the expedition group, even though all of their expeditions are also for money. Like, they were also a profit-driven organization too. So it was like a really weird dynamic there. And then there was one line from the evil CEO who said, "We can destroy the planet from underneath the trench and no one would ever know. We'll destroy all of it and sell it all for billions of dollars," is basically what her monologue said. And it's like, okay, but also we never had access to that before. So you're right, no one would know, and you're not really destroying the planet. They were literally chipping away some of the, like, crystals on the side of things. It wasn't like deforestation underwater. It was like actually a very small scale operation with only like a handful of crystals. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal, really. So they did a horrible job of showcasing why the bad guys are doing what they're doing in the first place. So now let's get back to the plot. So they're walking from their destroyed submarines and their high-pressure Power Ranger suits to go to their base that they found and then take escape pods to get to the surface. And along the way, things get messy. There's like some deep-sea creatures with some sharp teeth that start biting them. So our people start shooting back with their spear guns. One guy gets abducted by a giant squid and he dies. You don't see it. It's all off screen. Another girl gets eaten by a shark, a megalodon. You don't see it. This is a PG-13 movie, so they don't show any of like the carnage or anything. So pretty much every death in this movie is either off screen or cut away from right away, which doesn't make any sense for a fucking movie about sharks killing people and killing sharks in return. Such a huge blunder. I understand why it's PG-13 because it's more profitable to do that because it's more accessible to people, but it still takes all of the wind out of the sails of every single action moment, of which there is very few in this movie. So they're going on this, journey from their subs to the base. They lose everyone along the way except for 4 people. Of course, the main 4, Jason Statham, the kid, the main guy behind the operation, and then another girl who was a big part of the team. So they make it to the base. Then that guy who blew everyone up cements himself as like the primary antagonist who's going to keep clashing with Jason Statham. So they end up fighting on this base. Jess reveals herself to be the person on the inside who's pulling on the strings. She traps them in that base and tries to drown them, but Jason Statham swims, I shit you not, swims with no gear from the place where they were drowning outside of the base to hit the emergency override button and save everyone. He is swimming with no gear at 25,000 feet. Very few things rather, can fucking survive at 25,000 feet under the sea. And at the very bottom of the list of things that could maybe survive, humans are there. Humans cannot. Fucking everything blows up under that immense pressure. We have never even seen something that deep. And yet, Jason Statham, powered by testosterone and a deep voice, is able to just man mode it and fucking swim like a goddamn angelic mermaid. Just Olympic swim at 25,000 feet deep to save the crew. And they try and give an explanation for it, but I swear to God, I had to wiggle my finger and say, no way, that's horseradish. No shot. Their explanation was something like, as long as he inhales enough water into his sinuses, it will equalize his internal pressure to resist the water pressure and he'll be able to be just fine. I don't have a degree in marine biology, but there's no fucking way, right? Like, there's no way you can inhale enough water into your sinuses to somehow resist the pressure at 25,000 feet deep. There's just no fucking shot, right? Like, I just don't think so. But anyway, he does. He saves everyone. He then fights the main bad guy again down there,
who, for some reason, lets Jason Statham live. Jason Statham passed out after saving everyone, and the main bad guy saves him, and he's like, I was in jail for 2 years because of you. I've been waiting for this moment to kill you. And it's like, brother, you could have just let him die in front of you. Like, I'm sure that probably would have been fulfilling for your revenge arc. Or, you know, if you wanted to be more hands-on, you could have, like, stabbed him while he was still passed out. But instead, he, like, wakes him up and then challenges him to some fisticuffs. Like, it's time to get pugilistic. Only he immediately cheats by bringing out a knife. So if you weren't going to actually, like, throw down with honor, why not just let him die? It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, they have, like, a really lame fight against each other, which, of course, Jason Statham wins. They then get into a backup submarine and escape to the surface. And in the meantime, the main base is being raided by the CEO's cleanup squad, who's come like they're a military group who's come to kill everybody so they can keep the secret that they're mining rare earth minerals in the trenches. But because of that explosion kind of poking a hole in that, you know, protective barrier over the trench, 3 megalodons and the Kraken escape. A giant squid, basically the Kraken escapes to these 3 megalodons and like, uh-oh, we've got a problem. But it's not that big of a problem. So instead the military just keeps like shooting people and taking over the main base. And then there's 2 main people there that escape that are friends of Jason Statham. One of them's very cool. His name's DJ. He's got like a fucking Desert Eagle and he's got like pepper spray and a taser. And he's really cool. I think he's probably my favorite character in the movie. So he has some cool moments where he unleashes some martial arts and he starts shooting his Desert Eagle. Like, it's fun watching him. And this whole sequence is kind of enjoyable because finally it's snapping out of this tedious corporate conspiracy narrative that they were trying to drive home. Now we're just getting into some fun action. We have some megalodons that are now finally starting to do something like eat people. We have the Kraken who's on the loose now. So finally, you know, like an hour and 10 minutes into the movie, we're getting something entertaining. So anyway, I'm just going to press fast forward real quick here. Basically, all of the good guys escape the the main base. The Marines are still chasing them. And Jess, the woman on the inside, turns out was the lover of the bad guy at the deep sea. So he comes back, he gives her a kiss, and then the main evil CEO calls Jess, and she's like, Jess, we're going to need to give you a promotion. We're going to make you a hero here because the public's going to hear about this. Somehow. I don't know how, but they're like, we need to make you the hero here, Jess, so we're going to write you a story about how you saved everyone and saved the world and saved the planet. And Jess is like, that sounds great. And then she gets eaten by a megalodon who comes through the glass and kills her right in front of her boyfriend. And her boyfriend runs away. He's like, oh no, no, no. So that's how they get Jess out of there. She was a very important person in everything going wrong, and she probably only had like 4 scenes in total in the entire movie for maybe like 3 minutes of screen time. They killed her off in a really quick, comical way. That was self-aware, though. I'm very certain that was an on-purpose gag to kill her like that. So I don't have a problem with that. But anyway, now we're getting off the main base. We're towards the end of the movie. So the good guys are in a little boat, and they're going towards something called Fun Island. Didn't put any real effort into this, clearly. This movie really feels like it's the first product of the writer's strike. Like, this had to have just been written by people on their off time during lunch that weren't on strike. Like, there's no way an actual team of writers wrote this one. I really don't think so. Or if they did, they intentionally made it as unappealing to everybody as possible, because up until this point, it is a snooze fest, and they fucking called this place Fun Island. Didn't even bother to give it a name. So they're approaching Fun Island, like, everyone get out of the water! There's fucking megalodons coming, and it's a giant squid! And they're like, oh, it's a load of hooey. You're stupid. We're vacationing. We're having fun. We're not getting out of the water. And then all of the bad guys arrive to Fun Island as well, because they all deduced that it was going to Fun Island, so they go to Fun Island. And for some reason, the fucking evil CEO flies in on a helicopter to the island as well. The central point of the conflict, with all of the fucking prehistoric killing machines and all of the gunfights against the good and bad guys. For some reason, the evil CEO, who is totally safe and comfortable at her penthouse suite, flies here and just sits in the helicopter. She just wanted to be boots on the ground, like feel like she was part of the team, you know, part of the crew, part of the ship type shit. So she flies in a fucking helicopter just to sit there and whine. Why? Why? Like, it doesn't even make sense in the context of the narrative. She has no reason to be there
but she goes out of her way to be there. And she's there like this, too. She basically fucking teleports there. Like, I don't know how she got there so quick. But she's there, and then she immediately dies. Because also escaping from the trench wasn't just Megalodons and the Kraken. It was like not turtle monsters, lizard monsters. So there are these like 4-legged little lizards with big teeth that crawl around. And they bite and kill her. They drag her away. So she does nothing. She flies to the island just to sit in the helicopter and die. But not before she has like 5 other horrible scenes where she's in the helicopter and she hears a noise. And she says to the pilot, she's like, Jenkins, go check on that. And it's like, lady, open your eyes. So like he turns off the helicopter and he goes out there and he dies eventually. But it zooms out from the helicopter and there is a dead body right next to the helicopter, right next to the evil CEO. That somehow she didn't see? Like she didn't know? And she's like, Jenkins, I don't know what that was. Go check on it. And it's like, if she just looked to her left, she would have seen a dead body. And how the fuck did someone die there without her knowing about it? Who was it? Sam Fisher on a stealth mission killed this guy? Like, it makes no sense. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. And it's not just that body either. There was another body as well right next to the helicopter. So multiple people died around her and she didn't know? Was she asleep? Is she lobotomized? Like, what the fuck? And then eventually she gets ambushed. Ambush is the wrong word because the thing literally just slowly crawls up to her, jumps in the helicopter, and drags her away. And we never see her again, so she's presumed dead. So she had nothing to contribute to this fucking movie at all. The entire corporate conspiracy plotline has no real conclusion to it. It's all such trash. It's such trash. I'm kind of jumping all over the place now because the movie itself jumps all over the place. It becomes like an actual fever dream. So trying to remember anything from this film is a Herculean task. So the good guys are on the beach. They see the Megalodons coming, and the Megalodon starts eating people, starts killing people. The giant squid brings down an entire ship and starts, strangling people and killing them, drowning them, eating them. And I shit you not, 2 of the good guys go off on their own side quest, like into the jungle, because there's like a jungle on the beach there. So they go off into the jungle, and Jason Statham and another good guy and the child are still on the beach coming up with a plan. And for some fucking reason, Jason Statham tells the child to go to the lifeguard tower, which overlooks the water. You know, the place with the 3 Megalodons and the giant squid that we're trying to escape from? He tells her to basically go into the fucking water. I'm surprised he didn't tell her to get on the surfboard and, like, start shredding some waves to have a little fun to take her mind off the stress. Like, what is that plan? Like, just tell her to go into the jungle. Like, the only thing that I could maybe try and rationalize here is I'm giving such a charitable fucking goodie bag to the team here, is that maybe Jason Statham thought it'd be more dangerous for her in the jungle because there were some gunshots from the bad guys fighting the lizard monsters. But even still, it's significantly lower odds of getting shot out in that jungle, which is a huge jungle, than it is putting her over the water with the Megalodons and shit. But anyway, he basically just sends her to her death, like as a prank. She doesn't die, spoiler. But he sends her to the most dangerous place possible. Meanwhile, he himself made little spears with bombs on them, which is something that we've seen him do before. And his plan is he's going to start throwing the spears with bombs on them at the Megalodons, and he's going to save the day and be the big fucking hero. So the side quest that 2 of the people go on is to find the helicopter. They find the helicopter, no problem, lickety-split. And then they say it's out of fuel. How could it possibly be out of fuel? They just landed that bitch. It has been fucking planted on the ground and nothing else. How is it out of fuel? Did it just barely make the trip here? Did the lizard monsters, like, siphon the gas out of it because they're addicted to the gas? Like, how is it out of fuel? So then there's an intense moment where they're, like, scrambling to get the fuel hose, which is right next to the helicopter, conveniently. And they're like, all right, fill it up. And then the lizard monsters are, like, charging them. It's like, no, our precious nectar. We need the fuel. It tastes so good. So the lizard monsters are crawling after him. He starts spraying them with the gas, and they're like, ooh. So he's like, holding them off with that, and then he fills the chopper in between, sprays them, and he's filling the chopper. And then they get on the chopper, and then one of the guys throws a match and blows up the lizards, and they fly the chopper away for literally 3 seconds before he immediately crashes.
So, chopper crashes. One guy jumps out, one guy stays in, and you think he's dead, but he's not, because the helicopter, like, basically fucking explodes. The helicopter literally, like, fucking explodes. So you're like, oh, man, that guy died. Rest in peace, man. Godspeed. What a fucking patriot. But no, he's not dead. Like, somehow he survived it. So he's just, like, hanging out in there. So the guy who jumps off is like, I need to save him now. So he, like, swims over there, and he saves him. No problem. But anyway, I'll just finish up. I've been going on for so fucking long here. This is like an actual moonfall incident here, trying to explain this absolutely disgusting, degenerate plot. So Jason Statham is throwing spears at the sharks, and this is when the movie is finally good. Watching the sharks actually kill people, well, as much as they show, which isn't much of anything, is enjoyable. It's fun. You know, shove popcorn in your face, turn your brain off, and just enjoy the silliness of it. It's fun. Jason Statham fighting the Megalodons is fucking great. Him throwing these homemade spears with bombs on them is really cool. Blows the brains off of one of them after riding a gnarly-ass wave. So a Megalodon jumps up, it misses him, slams down, creates a huge splash, which creates a huge wave, which Jason Statham, fucking Tony Hawk, ramps off of, throws a spear down beneath him, blows the brain off of one of the Megalodons, bang, checkmate. Then Jason Statham crashes his jet ski. Oh, I forgot to mention he's on a jet ski, by the way. Actually, that's a very important part. I don't know what you were picturing without me saying jet ski, but yeah, he's on a jet ski. He's not, like, running on the water, you know. He's on a vehicle. But he crashes, and then he's on the dock, and then the bad guy's there as well. And the bad guy's got a light machine gun, and he's, like, shooting at him, and Jason Statham gets the edge. He stabs him in the leg. He takes his gun, and this is where we get our really cool one-liner moment. The bad guy's like, you've got your gun, you gonna shoot me? And he's like, don't need it. So Jason Statham drops the gun, which is so fucking dumb, by the way, because these are just sharks. You can shoot them, and it will hurt them. That gun would be invaluable as a resource to have. Having that gun would be so fucking helpful to protecting that child you care so much about, and everyone else on the beach that you seem to care a lot about, but for some reason it's like, yep, don't need it. I also forgot to mention that the child who went to the lifeguard tower for some reason decides that she wanted to try and save one person in particular, so she gets on a surfboard and swims out to her because she was drowning, and then she, like, leads her to the shore. So that was, like, a tense moment, because, like, oh, was the Megalodon gonna kill the kid? No, didn't happen, but just wanted to point that out. So he drops the gun, the bad guy's like, I knew you were too soft to shoot me, and it turns out this sneaky bad guy had another gun in his belt pocket holster. So he rips it out, and as he's going for it, Jason Statham kicks him into the mouth of a Megalodon who's going by, who eats him. And Jason Statham's one-liner is, see you later, chum. So that was awesome. Yeah, and then I'll just go ahead and wrap up the synopsis here. Jason Statham starts banging a helicopter blade against the surface of the water to get the attention of the Megalodon, to get him away from his friends. The Megalodon charges him. The Megalodon jumps up, about to eat Jason Statham, but Jason Statham drops back, points the helicopter blade straight up, and impales the Megalodon, killing it. Now, astute observers will have, well, not observers, astute listeners will have heard me mention that there were 3 Megalodons and a giant squid. So what happened to the other Megalodon and the giant squid? Well, that third Megalodon ate the giant squid, mauled it, because it wanted to. So that's how the giant squid dies. And then the third Megalodon is actually the one that escaped from captivity that they were trying to train. So the main trainer had his, like, clicking tool, and he gave it clicks to try and let the Megalodon know, hey, it's me, we're buddies, we're pals. And the Megalodon's like, ooh, geez, pardon me, you're right. I didn't recognize you, out here in the water like this. I'll be on my way now. So after a couple clicks, the Megalodon just swims past them and then leaves. That's where the movie ends. So, yeah, that was Meg 2. It was a fun, bad movie at the end, but everything before it was insufferably boring bad. So I didn't love it, basically. But yeah, probably the stupidest movie I've seen in a while. Definitely up there. But I do like the last, 20 or 30 or so minutes, because finally it's what the movie should be. Fucking silly action with sharks and a giant squid. It's fun. So, yep, that's about it. See ya. This is a video that is long overdue. I am so tardy to this party. I've been sitting on this topic for so long it's got squatters' rights. This is like when they made Zoolander 2 15 years after Zoolander 1 and nobody cared about it. But I still just feel the need to finally mention the Illuminati situation. For most of 2023, Illuminati has been this constant source of agony. There was an unreal amount of information that has come out and continues to come out about Illuminati, all of which is very bad. And as a result, her career as a YouTuber has reached a screeching halt. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have kept up with it, at least to some capacity, because it's been a huge story for so long now, but I'll give you like the most basic rundown. Illuminati was a YouTube channel, well, is a YouTube channel. She continues to post even through this, this apocalyptic career destruction. Her channel is dedicated to making video essays, mainly on like a variety of topics. She was known for how quickly she gets out the video essays, and also them being pretty high quality still. She grew pretty quickly and got very big. I think at her peak she had around 1.7 million subscribers, and things were smooth sailing. She was popping off, constantly recommended in the algorithm to people. And then in April of this year, her ego got the best of her, a victim of her own hubris. She made a call-out tweet against Legal Eagle, a very well-respected YouTuber and a fucking lawyer too, by the way, claiming that Legal Eagle's team had stolen her editing style. So, not Legal Eagle editors broaching my editors to take my video style when they didn't give up the info, they literally copied it, and by the way, I have the messages from my editors and found an email from them too. Just changed the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting. So this is her trying to accuse Legal Eagle of stealing her editing techniques, which is an outrageous claim to make. And she didn't realize she brought piss to a poop fight. Legal Eagle was easily able to dismiss this shit and dunk on it, which really ruffled her feathers and forced her into a panic. So she tried desperately to backpedal, making an apology statement, claiming she should have reached out to hash it out privately, but it was too late. This set in motion what would be her YouTube career demise, because after this, the holes in the ship started to show, and it began to sink. She was then faced with numerous other allegations ranging from abusive behavior, mistreating employees, just being an absolute menace to work with. Multiple victims of her came forward to showcase what Illuminati was like behind the scenes and some of the things she was doing in real life to make them miserable. Like, so much, I don't even know where to start. You could fill an entire fucking library section with just textbooks on this Illuminati lore. It has been so much, and it's constantly being added on to. Like, there's constant, like, patch notes here where there's, like, new updates to this story with new victims coming forward with their own accounts of Illuminati and what she's done to them. It's just a never-ending flood of information about how awful of a person Illuminati is. If you just search Illuminati's name on YouTube, you will get hundreds, if not thousands of videos going over and chronicling all of the allegations, all of the evidence to support the claims, and all of the terrible things that have come to light from this, as well as a lot of video essays on her downfall, because it is such a rare phenomenon to see someone as popular as her sink their career in this way. It doesn't happen often. The only other example I can think of is Boogie, and that happened slowly and gradually over the course of many years. Hers happened over the course of a few months, because that's how much came out and how disgusting a lot of it was. It is wild. So I talked about it on stream a little bit, as well as gave my prediction on what I think she's going to do in the future, because as of right now, she is still just trying to bury her head in the sand and keep posting videos to try and squeeze as much as she can out of the channel while it still's around, while there's still some people watching. She's trying to get the most juice from the squeeze here, trying to suckle the last bit of milk from this titty. And I wanted to share that prediction I had, because I do think it's a pretty strong one. It's not backed by any scientific evidence or anything, just my own game theories I've cooked up here in my head. But I think it's a pretty likely course that she'll take once she realizes that she can no longer suck her audience dry like a vampire, once they all stop watching, which she is rapidly getting close to that point. I never caught up like with the full depth of the Illuminati situation. All I know is that I've never seen a channel go from as popular as she is to where she is now. So she must have done some really deplorable stuff. I know it started when she accused Legal Eagle of plagiarizing her editing style, got biblically fucking clowned on for it, and then from there a ton of people came forward revealing how toxic and mean she is behind the scenes. And then she recently had a whole special segment in H-Bomber's video on plagiarism. And then she also got an entire video from H-Bomber specifically on her plagiarism, because all the shit she does is basically lifted from like articles or documentaries. But other than that, I haven't dove into like the 5 or 6 hours worth of cumulative like trash she has done. It's a lot. But what's very interesting is she still continues posting as if nothing happened.
So I wanted to...
All she did was turn off comments and she just puts her head down and grinds, ignoring all of it. What if it's another AI YouTuber? That, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like if anyone's gonna try and replace themselves with AI, it'll be Illuminati at this point because her name is Mud. Like, she is ruined. Like, nobody, like, supports her. So she would definitely stand to benefit from buying Kwebbelkop's AI Keys to the Kingdom and make herself an AI tuber. It's Sunny V2 with a voice changer. Yeah. Yeah, I'll make you a prediction. Here's what I think. I think Illuminati will continue this trajectory for maybe 6 more months tops. After that, she's going to start another channel using an AI voice model in order to keep doing these same kind of videos but start fresh and hope people don't connect her to it. That's my guess. Because before all of this came to light, she was getting like 100 to 300k views per video. Then everyone learned that she's an absolute insufferable person that's done horrible things, apparently. And now no one watches her. But if she did the same shtick with an AI voice on a fresh channel, she'd probably get away with it. Like I just said, it is so much to cover. I never even took the full plunge. It's just, she's this reoccurring villain. Every 3 weeks or so, there's new information about something fucked up she's done or is doing. It's this constant snowball that never runs out of snow, gathering steam. Better for her to just call Saul. Nah, she's gonna need to get herself a Hoover. Like, she's gotta relocate and disappear. Like I said, my prediction, I really do stand by it. I think she will probably, in 6 months' time, make a new channel, AI voice, make the exact same content, and just start fresh. So, go ahead and clip it. Make sure you remember my prediction, because I stand by it. I really think she's going to be one of the first YouTubers, other than Kwebbelkop, who is going to try to go entirely AI video-based. That is the direction I think she is going. So, let it be known, if that happens, I called it. I'll hit you with an I told you so. That's really about it. See ya. Have you ever watched something, seen it with your own peepers, and then were still told that what you saw isn't real? That's not true? And I'm not talking like a magic trick where you're talking about like, wow, I watched a magician make a toothpick vanish from his thumb. I couldn't believe it. Like, I'm not talking about something like that where there's wiggle room where it was an illusion or something, or swamp gas reflecting off of a blimp or something to explain alien UFOs or whatever. Like, I'm not talking anything like, you know, messy. I'm talking about when you witness something that is so clear-cut that there's no further context or anything that could change the understanding of what happened, and yet there's still people that are defending it as, nope, that's a lie. Because this deplorable lunacy is unfolding right now. The FIFA World Cup Women's Championship just concluded, and during the awards given out to the winners, the Royal Spanish Football Federation president Luis Rubiales grabbed one of the players' heads and gave the wettest, most sloppy, disgusting, revolting, unwanted kiss that's ever been televised. And it is, you can see the whole thing. It's a 5-second clip. All of it fits in 5 seconds. Every bit of context and everything, and you can see the kiss. It's clear as day. It's 4K footage. You know, this is the FIFA World Cup, so it's also probably got 360-degree coverage. You could probably watch this from 60,000 different angles. And yet, Luis Rubiales and his team of defense drones, fucking soulless husks, vampires that represent him, are claiming that it's actually all a lie. This is all just a bunch of baloney. This hoo-ha, this hooey, this nothing burger. This is a load of horseradish. Luis Rubiales is completely innocent. He did nothing wrong, and the truth will come out. The woman that he unconsensually kissed is named Ginny Hermoso, and she did speak about this.
She said, "I did not like this incident. I felt vulnerable and a victim of an impulse-driven, sexist, out-of-place act without any consent on my part." And in response to that, the Royal Spanish Football Federation has stood by Luis Rubiales and apparently has even threatened legal action against Hermoso and others, which is a fucking unbelievably evil action to take. She was just up there collecting her award for being on the winning team of one of the biggest events you can imagine. And then out of nowhere, like a jump scare, this Cronenbergian horrifying freakazoid grabs her by the skull like Omni-Man about to crush Speedster's head in the first episode of Invincible, and then he just kisses her out of fucking nowhere. It's gross. Like, that is just a disgusting action to take. There's not really a defense to it, and yet now she's being attacked not only by Luis Rubiales and everyone that's defending him on the upper echelon of those elite weirdos, but also just a bunch of other people have come to his defense like, it's not a big deal, what? It's just kissing her on the lips without her consent, who cares? I mean, that's fine. He was happy, she was happy, everyone was happy. It's a celebration, don't be so uptight. Don't be such a prude. Which I think is some delusional, alarming thought processes going on with that if you're trying to justify this action. No matter how excited you are, you can't just start kissing people without their consent and without warning. It's not a good thing. There's no justification for it, period. And in response to all this, FIFA actually banned Rubiales and the Spanish Football Federation from contacting her to preserve her fundamental rights following the kiss. And apparently, she'd even been asked to alleviate the pressure on Rubiales. The absolute gall to say that to her. "Listen here, miss. You've created a lot of problems for Luis Rubiales. You forced him to kiss you on the lips. You were sending all kinds of signals that he picked up on, and you basically ripped the tongue out of his mouth and shoved it down your throat on the big stage. This is your fault, and it's up to you to fix this." It's fucking craziness. Holy shit. Now, obviously, she's very upset about this situation, and everyone else is as well. So there have been some resignations until proper action is taken, because right now, he's getting a slap on the wrist. They want him to resign from his position following this scandal, which I think is a reasonable request, but instead he's just getting a little bit of a little vacation, basically, and that's about it. He's not facing real consequences for these actions, and also, this is not the first time Luis Rubiales has found himself in some really degenerate hot water. Apparently, he was even siphoning funds out of the Federation in order to spend them on orgies. This is a sexual deviant. This is a fucking bad person, and yet he still has this incredibly high position of power. It's mind-blowing. So I went over this on stream where I learned about it, so I'm going to show you those clips going through all of it. Now, I don't really want to take any risks here, so I'm not going to play the clip just because I know how FIFA can get when it comes to their broadcasts, so you can easily find it. It is an extremely short clip that has every single piece of context that could possibly be relevant to what happened here. So, grabs her head, kisses her. It's a pretty big kiss, and sends her on her way. Like, pats her on the back on the way by afterward, as if he did nothing wrong, which is crazy. Also, the defense of Rubiales stems from actual imagination, like legitimately just make-believe nonsense. So, a lot of the professional players are withdrawing. They're saying that they will not play again for the country until Rubiales is removed from his position. And the Federation is saying that they actually have an obligation to participate if they're called for it. Like, no, you can't do that. Which is a scary thing to say. Why not just actually remove the problem, which is Rubiales, instead of punishing everyone else who wants to make sure that it's a safe environment for everyone? But anyway, their evidence is that there was a deleted statement from Hermoso who said that she was totally okay with it. And Rubiales gave a speech saying several times that he would not stand down and called it unjust campaigns and fake feminism. He called the kiss, which took place after Hermoso collected her winner's medal, mutual, and described the conversation in which he asked the athlete for a small peck and she consented. If you watch the clip, this is not a small peck, I don't think, by any stretch of the imagination. But anyway, she still came out and said, like, no, that is also just not true. She said that at no time did the conversation to which Mr. Luis Rubiales refers to in his address take place, and above all else, was his kiss ever consensual. She felt vulnerable and was not respected. So this is all just actual nonsense here from Rubiales and his team, it seems. I also don't know when this conversation would have even taken place. Like, how would they have even had a conversation about, hey,
when you get on stage, let me grab your face and fucking kiss it, right? Like, when would that conversation have even happened before this moment? Like, it doesn't really add up. That's not making any sense. Spain's soccer chief, Luis Rubiales, is temporarily suspended after World Cup kiss. FIFA on Saturday suspended the head of Spain's soccer federation, Luis Rubiales, following allegations that he's forcibly kissed a player during the Women's World Cup medal ceremony. This doesn't look like an allegation. that immediately looks like a kiss. I understand you have to say allegation as a publication, but I mean, he blatantly grabs her head and then kisses her. The way he grabs her head, too, is so aggressive. He looks like one of those bodybuilders doing a feat of strength where they blow up a watermelon in their hands. Jesus. It was an unacceptable gesture, and Mr. Rubiales' apologies are not enough. They are not even suitable. Therefore, he must continue taking steps to clarify what we saw. We continue to ask for the resignation of the man who has harassed and assaulted a woman. His excuses are useless. This person must resign. Yeah, agreed. This guy seems like a fucking weirdo. Dangerous weirdo. Someone that does this is one of those guys that has that, like, fuck you money, that kind of power where they feel like they can do anything and face no consequences. And it looks like that seems to be the case since he hasn't resigned, nor been forced to. I have to apologize. There's no other option, right? And furthermore, learn from this and understand that when you're the president of an institution as important as this federation, you have to be more careful, especially in ceremonies. Rubiales has previously called those criticizing him idiots. What do you mean I can't kiss any woman I want without any level of consent or anything? What kind of world are we living in? Fucking woke mind virus? Can't grab a woman's head and fucking kiss her? Unbelievable. It was a mutual gesture that was totally spontaneous, prompted by the huge joy of winning a World Cup. The Prezi and I have a great relationship. His behavior with all of us has always been 10 out of 10, and this was a natural gesture of affection and gratitude. So is this the actual woman saying this? But didn't she also up here say that she didn't like it? In a live stream of the team celebrating their locker room after the game, Hermoso says, I didn't like it. And she's apparently shown a video or photo of the kiss. She says, what do I do? Look at me. Look at me. So why is she saying this down here? Relvo reports that Hermoso did not actually write or say that statement. Source, I fucking made it up. No, she said she loved it. In fact, she said she wants to start dating the president. This is how they're announcing their marriage. It's Spain, dude. They kiss as a hello and goodbye. Well, tell that to Hermoso and everyone else with eyes. I can't say I've ever seen a greeting or a goodbye like this, where you go up to someone, you grab their skull, and you fucking plant a mean smooch on it without them wanting any part of that and obviously being very upset about it. And it's usually on the cheeks. He's been suspended. It'll bar Rubiales from all soccer-related activities at both the national and international level for the next 90 days while a disciplinary committee reviews the incident. He fully trusts FIFA and reiterates that in this way he is given the opportunity to begin his defense so that the truth prevails and his complete innocence is proven. The Federation said in a statement, "What do you mean? I watched it. Was this a premeditated, calculated marketing play or something? Like, what do you mean? The truth. What the fuck? We could all see him do it. What in the world? You're missing vital context. She grabbed his wiener. What was he supposed to do? It was free pizza. He didn't fuck her. She fucked him. This is an outrageous defense. There's not, like, more context. It's a 5-second clip, and all of it happens within that 5 seconds. On Friday, the players from the Spanish national women's soccer team vowed to not play again until Rubiales and the other leaders stepped down. Oh, Jesus. That's pretty big. FIFA reiterates its absolute commitment to respect the integrity of all persons and therefore condemns with the utmost vigor any behavior to the contrary. Okay, well, ask him to step down then. Tell him he's got to go, Buster. Take a hike. Look at his other controversies. Is this something he's known for? A serial smoocher. Spanish football boss caught grabbing his crotch next to Queen and her underage daughter during his scandalous World Cup celebrations. What the fuck? He also apparently used the Federation's money for an orgy. Oh my god, I've got to look that up. If I just type in Luis Rubiales orgy, will it come up? Yes, it did. Luis Rubiales accused of hosting orgies with money from Spanish Football Federation. What? How did he get to keep his job from this? He used the Federation's money for orgies, and they're like, yeah, that's alright. Is he just the only one that's super open about it? Do they all use it for orgies? Luis Rubiales' name is increasingly being associated with scandal. This is in 2022, by the way. The president of the Spanish Football Federation was earlier forced to defend himself against the accusations of corruption in collaboration with Gerard Piqué, and now the anti-corruption department is investigating him again. According to El Mundo, Rubiales has been accused of hosting private parties at a chalet in the region of Granada. He used Federation money to fund these parties at which 8 to 10 young girls would arrive at the chalet. They were expensed under the pretense of work event at which the closest members of his team were present. The accusing party is Juan Rubiales, his uncle and former chief of staff. Juan also headed his campaign for the presidency of the RFEF before he was sacked in 2022. Among the statements, he accused his nephew of hiring private investigators to follow head of Spanish Players Association David Aganzo and telling him that he needed to find a way of getting money out of the Federation. Why wouldn't they care about that? How does he keep his job? Because they were invited. Oh, good point. This is the most hostile comment section on YouTube, and I feel like I can say with a high degree of certainty that this is the longest argument ever in a YouTube comment section, lasting an entire year and spanning roughly 500 some replies. Now, this kind of anger, you would expect the video to be some kind of politically charged video, or maybe somebody said anime should be illegal or that lollies are a crime. Something that really puts a hate boner where someone's flaccid cock once was. But what if I told you that the video that all of this is taking place on, the most aggressive comment thread on YouTube, was actually on a Paper Mario song? I'm going to take you on a journey through this war zone here. We're not going to read every reply just because there is so many. This thing's longer than the fucking Bible, honestly. But we're going to go through the big parts, the big moments here in the manga, make sure we get the gist of what's going on, because this may be one of the greatest stories ever told. It's got it all. It's got a little something for everyone. A story of betrayal, violence, love, terrorism, action, drama, mystery, and most of all, Mario. Chapter 1, The Catalyst. This is where it all begins. This is ground zero. Lunar1314 leaves a comment saying, I don't care if I get hate because of this opinion, but this is my favorite Paper Mario final boss song. A bold and brave hot take. Someone didn't tell Lunar that opinions are illegal on the internet. It's not the most controversial thing to say, it's simply a matter of liking a song. But this is the internet, and you can't like something that somebody else doesn't like. A lesson our boy Lunar here is about to learn the hard way. Enter the villain, Oromaru 1837, because you're like 9, haven't even played the other games, I guarantee you. And now, just like the Powerpuff Girls when the hotline rings, our hero rolls in, Dave Matthew. These are our primary characters. Of course, we get introduced to other important side characters throughout the season here. The lore gets very deep, trust me. But this is basically the Batman and the Joker, Dave and Oromaru. Dave sweeps in defense of Lunar. How about we agree that you are a jerk? Everyone can have their own opinion, and that is the internet, so no one cares about your opinion to begin with. Also, instead of throwing insults at me, why don't you try to get me to see things from your perspective? It would be a lot more time efficient, and unlike insults, actually accomplishes something in the long run. Or you can continue to assume that I am a mere child that does not know of the 5 other Paper Mario games, or was it 4? Or has even played them, both opinions being completely wrong. But as I said, it's the internet. We can go in circles all day and night and neither of us would get anywhere. So let's not, okay? Dave trying to get out ahead here and squash the beef, giving a fair warning to Oromaru that you do not want to fuck with Dave, but spoiler alert, Oromaru pokes the sleeping bear. You never gave your side, dumb fuck. All you did was come on here talking about some damn opinions or some shit. Pretty clear you didn't intend to accomplish anything. Also, you haven't played any other game, have you? It's not hard to know how many Paper Mario games there are, kid. 64, Thousand Year Door, Super Paper Mario, this garbage, and Color Splash, which was actually not bad, but was too weird gameplay-wise to be called a Paper Mario game. And it's this comment right here that makes a good boy go bad. You do not question Dave Matthews' understanding of the Paper Mario franchise, and you do not do it on a public forum like this, and be an asshole about it. The opinion haver that started all of this comes back in here, kicks open the doors to the Church of Paper Mario with tears in his eyes like he just watched his parents having a fight, saying, "All I said was, this is my favorite final boss song in the Paper Mario series, but it turned into a huge fight and I don't understand that." And then Aramaru hits him with a hard dose of reality. "You said you don't care if you get hate, so obviously you do understand, dumb fuck." Unfortunately, Lunar just doesn't understand that his initial comment was like the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, and now he's started a massive war. And in war, Lunar, there's casualties. I know you can say whatever you want, but please, can you please calm down and make a nice comment to people? Like I said, please not say about 1,000 cuss words with this reply, please. It's not hurting you to read a quick fuck. Look, I'm understanding everything you're saying. I'm just here to calm you down. Not everything in the world is solved by anger. Jedi Brooklyn Green comes in here and tries to reason with Sith Lord Aramaru here about how anger's not the key, but it's all for nothing because Aramaru has already been consumed by his anger. Like I said, I am cutting out a couple things here because there is so much of it. It'd be like a 10-hour video if I read the entire chain. Basically, in a nutshell, Dave was saying this is pointless, it's an internet argument, let's just drop this. And he concludes his monologue with, well, since we both agree that this whole thing is pointless, let us just agree to disagree and be on our way then. Aramaru, cool, so fuck off. Peace was never an option. Nah, seeing your pointless insults because you can't come up with an actual comeback to my remarks is rather funny to me. Heh, I thrive off your pointless rage. Thought it was done. Why you still here, idiot? As I said, I thrive off your rage and anger. You want me to stop? Stop being angry. Easy. Dave Matthews is slowly accumulating power like a spirit bomb fueled by Aramaru's rage. He is laughing in the face of Aramaru's anger. Not angry, dumb fuck. Piss off. See? Angry. Not angry, dumb fuck. Piss off. I see that you're running out of comebacks. I can give you a few if you need them. Dave, of course, being one of the world's leading comeback dealers. Not stressful, you're just annoying, lol. And there's plenty of music better than this shit, even from Color Splash. Uh-huh. Why don't you go back to your 1,000-year-old game and super overrated Paper Mario game? Your screen, oh boo-hoo. Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest viol— Oh wait, I broke it. If this was done, why did you reply? Metal Mario coming in here just spitting straight venom in the face of Aramaru here, lighting him on fire with the world's smallest violin comment. Nice try, dumb fuck, but I haven't even played any Paper Mario games except Color Splash. Now fuck off with your shitty excuses for jokes. People have better shit to read. When I initially made it to this chapter the first time and got blindsided by this plot twist, I fucking recoiled into my chair, threw my arms in the air. I was just so absolutely shocked. I felt like I was witnessing history, like I Am Your Father level twists here. This is subverting expectations done extremely well. Not Game of Thrones Season 8 bullshit. This is how you surprise a reader with a narrative plot twist. Who could have seen this coming? If you remember back to the genesis of this whole mess, it started with Aramaru melting down and breaking shit in his room over the fact that somebody liked a Paper Mario song he didn't like, and then accuses them of not having played any of the other Paper Mario games, and then only a short 100 replies later, he himself admits he's only ever played one Paper Mario game, and it's not even this one. It's so fucking remarkable. What an incredible twist. That is character development right there. Now we're getting a little bit of the origin story of Aramaru here, which only makes him even more mysterious. Well, I see my sympathy was misplaced. You seriously judge a game on what other people say about it? You sure have missed many a good game. Also, shame on you. Don't give out criticism if you don't actually have the knowledge to back it up. It's just stupid to say something's wrong and then give no evidence at all to support your theory. And that's researching 101. This guy Reddits. Also, it appears that you really do only know how to spit out insults. I'm gonna have fun with this. Hello again, my old friend. I see you're here to argue once again. Too bad this will end with you weeping, because your argument is less than the dust I'm sweeping. But you will not give up yet, because you don't realize that it's the internet. The internet. So you might as well be voiceless, as all arguments here are practically worthless. Dave Matthews goes full Robert Frost here with this personalized slam poem to Aramaru. I get that it's supposed to be a Sound of Silence parody, and it's executed wonderfully. A special song poem about the argument you still persist on despite the flaws in your argument. P.S. You still haven't told me what your favorite song in the series is. Did I ask? No, bitch, I didn't. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up. I didn't even read what you said because I just know it's dumb as shit, lol. Come on, man. He took the time to write an entire parody song for you. The least you could do is read the lyrics. For about 4 days, there was peace in the comment section where people were going over things they liked and didn't like about the game, and then Aramaru comes in full fury here, pitchfork in hand, ready to slap shit around. He reignites the argument by saying, "Obviously do if yo pussy ass won't just leave the conversation." Dave says, "Pff, ha ha ha, now I remember why I stick around. I love to see what kind of pathetic retort and comeback you are going to make at me that I can easily tear apart. Really, it is rather satisfying to see what you come up with." Once again, there was a truce called in the comment section for about a week, and then Aramaru came back, and Dave immediately noticed. He's like the NORAD defense system, able to hone in on Aramaru's presence and then attack. "Oh, hello there. Ready for round 2, my little whiny failure? Round and round the argument goes, when will it stop no one knows. That meme has been dead, fucking idiot. I'm ready for you to piss off, you worthless fuck. I did not drag your pride through the mud and make you look like a brainless, arrogant maggot. You did. You destroyed your own argument. You ignored the statements that made you look like a fool. You chose to spit out nothing but insults. Your fault. Your stupidity. Deal with it. Or stick around and continue to look like a moron. It's entertaining. And besides, we win either way. And you lose either way." Dave hits him with some kind of superhero monologue right before he throws the bad guy in jail. And Aramaru says, "Don't care to read your arguments, lol. As a matter of fact, I only read the first reply, lol. Quit wasting my time and fuck off." "Then you are nothing but a bottom-barrel fool who will have no success in life. As I said, you don't bother to defend yourself at all. That makes you an idiot. Also, why should I? You have no power here and you never will. The fact that you think you do just displays your idiocy for everyone. Besides, I already gave you the requirements for my departure. Or are you incapable of reading as well, my little maggot?" Everything Dave has been saying thus far sounds like the Rick and Morty copy pasta from Reddit. I mean, I think Dave is in the right here because Aramaru is a huge fucking asshole, but man, he's really going about all of it in a terrible way. A month goes by. Is he finally gone? Yeah, he is gone. Is he gone if your dumbass would just quit replying? I didn't even read shit you said. I told you that I would only leave if you either apologized for being rude, or if you went 10 comments without swearing. You're not good at remembering things, are you, my little maggot? Hello, little maggot. Just letting you know that I am still in this comment chain, just in case you thought you were rid of me or that you actually won this argument. Okay, bye now. This was after a month of him not replying, so Dave just really wants to continue this, and nothing makes me more uncomfortable than reading Dave keep calling someone my little maggot. Like, this must be how it feels for some girls when they hear the word moist. Every time I read him saying my little maggot, I just get like tingly and uncomfortable and break out into like a little profuse sweat. It's just yucky. I feel like I'm reading some old woman's fanfic where she's describing some weird sexual intercourse she had at a biker bar or something, and it's just making me uncomfortable. I don't know why he keeps calling this guy my little maggot. I don't give a fuck where you are, dumb bitch. Just like no one cares about you, my little maggot. This will be the last time you see Dave with this kind of confidence because he's about to meet the actual muscle here. Mr. Hater. If Aramaru was a supervillain, then Mr. Hater is a fucking turbo villain. He's a galactic villain, a universal threat, a divine being of villainy. I don't even know what to call him, a fucking raid boss of villainy. Because he comes in here and just starts slapping shit around. He's a big asshole as well, of course, but he brings Dave to his knees here. This is like when you're reading a comic book and the hero's in trouble. So Mr. Hater comes in here with a full chub, full erection, red alert. He calls out Dave in front of the entire classroom. I see you have a superiority complex and are very self-centered. How very hypocritical. You're no better than him. Guess I gotta clean house and deal with little keyboard warriors like you myself. That is honestly like some Marvel's Thanos shit right there. Dave is still riding the high after he seemingly defeated Aramaru, so he replies to Mr. Hater with a large amount of confidence and a bit of arrogance, saying, "Heh, you poor naive fool. When did I ever claim that I was better than little maggot? That I'm better than you? Oh, to live in your little fantasy. Can you not see what I am doing? Or are you just as blind as he is? Of course, I can tell you're cut from the same cloth as my little maggot, so I'll humor your attempts at insulting me and everyone else present. Let's see how long you last." Dave's still under the impression that he's the king of this Thunderdome, but what he hasn't realized yet is Mr. Hater's not locked in here with Dave. Dave is locked in here with Mr. Hater. Oh, I know your intentions very well, and I intend to stop it. I mean, what the hell is wrong with you? Just look at your comment, you poor naive fool, to live in your little fantasy? These are things that a narcissistic, self-centered man-child would say. How am I, or anyone with half a brain cell, supposed to take you seriously? There's a reason the other guy left. You won't last long, Dave. You won't last long because underneath all that bravado, you're just a sad little boy with delusions of grandeur, who, by the way, can't talk for shit. So here's a piece of friendly advice. Turn away now and stop wasting Aramaru's time, because if you don't, by the time this is over, you'll be my little maggot. No response. Guess I must have hit one of your soft spots, Winky. So you actually have some bite, do you? Good. Let's see what you've got. I will compliment you on your use of insults, as well as how you get straight to the point. Dave is immediately showing that Mr. Hater has hurt him. You can't do that, Dave. You can never show weakness to a man like Mr. Hater. He can smell blood in the water. He can smell cum in a bathtub. He will pounce, and you can't let him find any amount of scrapes on your armor. Dave, he showed a weakness, and Mr. Hater exploited it, unfortunately. Heh. Of course you didn't realize. I wasn't talking about Lunar. I was talking about you and me. We don't care what others think of our opinion. We just say whether we agree or disagree with someone's opinion. In that way, we are alike, you and I. Don't you agree? I love this exchange here. This is like the season finale here when the two characters are monologuing at each other before they start beating each other with like a stick or something. Ah, I see you're trying to get on my good side. As you know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them. How about this, Dave? Write a full paragraph apologizing to Aramaru, and I might consider agreeing with you. And, by the way, it has to be real nice, so no calling him my little maggot. Otherwise, I might just start calling you that myself. That would require me to have a single shred of respect towards little maggot. And in case you did not read the whole conversation, I did apologize to him. He threw it back in my face and used it to insult me without responding to it whatsoever. You, on the other hand, are actually participating in a discussion, while my little maggot only responds with the same insults like he's a broken fax machine. You, I respect, little wasp. I forgot to click read more for the screenshot, but it said, I do not respect little maggot. So now Dave, for some reason, is calling Mr. Hater Little Wasp. I don't understand where he's getting this from. Maybe like from old 60s movies or something where it was cool. And then he references a fax machine, which hasn't been in use for the last 30 years. So I just don't know what's really going on here. Maybe Dave is caught in a time vortex and he's communicating with us from the past. And he's only able to communicate through the comment section of Paper Mario Final Boss Song. But yeah, just really fucking love this part here. This feels like the climax of the entire argument. Dave going with the whole, we're not so different, you and I. We're one of the same. It's like some shit you'd see in Naruto Sasuke right before their final fight. It's fucking wonderful. You make a fair point. I shall apologize to him, but do not expect a paragraph. You make sound arguments, Mr. Wasp. I'm not one to call someone by childish names, but you are very hypocritical after all, so I expect nothing less. Anyway, do go ahead. Where's the apology? I don't see it. Mr. Hater's trying to rush this. It hasn't even been a full day at this point. Mr. Hater, he wants that apology ASAP. So now you can see Mr. Hater has assumed control of this entire argument. The entire tone has shifted here, and now Dave is at the mercy of Mr. Hater, and he wants his homework. Do not rush me. It's been 2 days now, so no excuses. You aren't going to apologize, are you? I figured as much. If you wish to continue arguing, then be my guest, kid. Dave is starting to panic a little bit. He doesn't want to write this apology because he does not respect Aramaru, but he is afraid of Mr. Hater, so he's caught in between a rock and a hard place here, and he's treading water in the comment section. 1, I have a life at the moment. 2, you need a little bit of patience. 1 word. College. You don't go to college, David. Then you clearly set your expectations of me far too low. A shame, really. I thought you would be smart enough to not do what little maggot did. Stop lying to yourself, David. How about you tell me what's actually going on? College, as I said before. Do you not listen, or are you refusing to believe that I have a life outside of this? Now, if you excuse me, I have a music class to attend. I really don't understand why Dave even feels compelled to keep answering at this point. He doesn't want to write the apology. He shouldn't write an apology, honestly. He just doesn't have to reply to Mr. Hater. He can just wash his hands of this whole thing and still come out as the victor. But for some reason, he keeps engaging with Mr. Hater in here, and Mr. Hater's pressure is somehow like leaking into Dave's real world, it seems, because it feels like he's stressing about this apology, which he shouldn't write in the first place. Mr. Hater goes in on Dave, starts poking holes into his claims about college because 4 months ago it was still coronavirus shutdown, so classes weren't going on, so Dave feels the need to defend himself again. And then he kind of just explains he just doesn't want to fucking apologize, which he shouldn't. I'm glad he doesn't. Dave says, 1, truthfully, I don't want to apologize to Armu because I know for a fact it would not be genuine, and no matter how much I hate a person, I'm not going to insult them by giving them a mocking, half-assed apology. And 2, online classes are a thing that exists, and I'm not doing just a music class. Who is the antagonistic one here? Because it definitely isn't me. You poor, pathetic whelp, barking and baying like anything you say will ever matter. No, your words don't hurt me because they are artificial, fake, designed, and spoken for the sole purpose of inflicting pain without putting actual feeling behind it. Ha 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 ha. No, your words are hollow and do not deserve the electrons my brain cells would have to burn to process them, just like you. You're not special, you're not unique, you're not important, and you never will be, not now, not ever. So go ahead whelping, keep making a fool of yourself. I'll just watch the show, laughing all the while. And in your ivory tower of hypocrisy, did you ever once realize I never denied what you have been saying? You are a parasite, Mr. Hater. Something that must tear everyone down to justify their worthless existence. Perhaps I am one too, but that's where our similarities end. You lash out at anyone you see as below you. I lash out at people who do what you and Armu did. Insult and tear into someone because they dared to have an opinion you did not agree with, or lash out at people who defend themselves from other people like you. I never said I was better. But does it really matter in the end? At the end of the day, one of us looks like the bad guy to everyone else. And since I haven't been antagonizing everyone participating in this, it most definitely not me who's the bad guy. Try to say I'm wrong here. You're not wrong, Dave. Not at all. And people like Aramaru and Mr. Hater, yeah, they suck a lot of fat ass. It's sad that someone cares this much about someone's opinion on something that doesn't matter. 100%. Agree with you entirely there, Dave. But the way you're handling all this and then putting this huge, presidential speech here is not good either. This is the wrong way of handling any of this. And there's really just no point in arguing in a YouTube comment section to begin with. There are no winners here. Mr. Hater breaks down his response line by line. You lash out at anyone you see as below you. Dave, don't be ridiculous. I'm not as narcissistic as you, or at all for that matter. I lash out at anyone who do what you and Armu did. A mistake you will regret, as you have started all of this, and I aim to end it. The two go back and forth about the apology that Dave doesn't want to write. Mr. Hater just keeps picking apart each line of everything he says. My words are said solely to get you to leave. That's never going to happen, Dave. I've grown very persistent over the years, and trust me, persistence pays, and I will stay here for months if I had to. Will you? Yeah, big guy, I'm sure your persistence pays, living in a fucking comment chain for months. How productive and incredible. There are just some people who live their life to argue online, and it's sad as shit. This guy is the perfect example, willingly saying, I will stay in this fucking thread for months because I have nothing else going on in my life. That is pathetic. That's fucking sad, Mr. Hater. Apology seems unlikely. Then you will perish here eventually with me, as it's either you apologize to Aramaru now and we'll be on our way, or we're going to be staying here for a long, long time. So, with that being said, let's just start all over on a positive note. We aren't going to start all over on a more positive note until you start apologizing, Dave. Are you going to apologize for your own hostility? Short answer, no. Unlike you, I did nothing wrong, Dave. So it's either you apologize to Aramaru and behave, or you slowly perish with me for months. Either way, I consider it a win-win. And this is where the story stops. I mean, it goes on a little bit further, but nothing is more pathetic than this mic drop from Mr. Hater. These are the people you argue with online, people that have actually nothing better to do. He considers it a win-win if someone is perishing, wasting their time in a comment section with him. That's so fucking sad. He considers it successful if he wastes somebody else's time and wastes his own time because he's already miserable in the first place. Oh, actually, I almost forgot. 3 months after all of this went down, as the dust was starting to settle, Mr. Hater and Dave just stopped communicating with each other, and there was just momentary bliss as everyone read through the thread. And then Yoshi comments, tagging Aramaru, and Aramaru's been tagged this entire time. Yoshi just points out it's been 10 months, but 64 really good, kind of basic, 1,000 Year Door, bop and all this. Just kind of breaks down his opinion of the music. And then Aramaru, from out of fucking nowhere, comes out of retirement to deliver one of the most powerful conclusions to any story ever given. I don't give a fuck about your opinion, this song is still shit. What a beautiful way of wrapping all of this up. But yeah, anyway, the last interaction between our main characters was 4 months ago. From what I checked today, there wasn't any new developments that I noticed. A few more people have been made aware of this because it was posted on Twitter, that's how I found it. And this has just been truly a joy, delightful to read through. So just keep all this in mind next time you think you're confident enough to leave an opinion on a Paper Mario song. That's about it. See ya. What better way to kick off the new year like looking backwards to the magical year of 2021? Let's take you back to the past to talk about a man who loved ass and cupcakes. I'm talking about EDP445. For those that don't remember, EDP445 was a massive YouTuber who in early 2021 got caught by a group of predator hunters for trying to have sex with a child. He got Chris Hansened and then recorded at the scene of the crime where he defended himself by saying he wasn't actually there to fuck a child, he was just there for some cupcakes. And that kind of became his entire legacy. He's like the cupcake demon. Kind of like how the boogeyman was invented to scare kids into eating their vegetables. EDP is that cryptid, but for cupcakes. Like, hey, you better finish that cupcake. Your grandmother worked hard on it. If you don't, EDP is going to climb through your window tonight and talk to you about the Eagles or some shit. So his whole thing now is he's been disgraced and banned everywhere on the internet. And I can't even begin to tell you the entire lore. This was probably one of the wildest stories I've ever actually seen in real time on YouTube. It just had so many twists and turns. There was a fucking crazy chapter in this whole thing where EDP sent a picture of his poop in a toilet to the kid. He like said, I ate a greasy pizza and took a fat shit and then dropped a picture of his shit in the toilet bowl to them. It was a nutty ride. But anyway, since then, it's been radio silence for about 8 months. No one's really known what's happened to him. There's been tons of rumors, of course, that would start like he's in jail or, you know, he's running for governor now, or he went to space and now he's a space pedophile, you know, just all kinds of things with no evidence. And last night on stream, chat made me aware of a new video that had an update with accurate information and a breakdown of the EDP story and where he is today. So I watched it last night on stream. That's twitch.tv/moistcritical. I stream every day. I'd love to see you there. I'll put the link in the description. Just please come on, swing by. I'm probably streaming right now. So I'll go ahead and play that for you now, and then I'm going to go over a bit more afterwards because I've done a little more research this morning on the situation. But just be aware that in the clips here, last night was New Year's, so there's a lot of fireworks going off in the background, so that's that banging that you keep hearing. Chat kept thinking I was kicking my desk, which confuses me because it's not like my desk is made out of nitroglycerin. It's not going to make like that kind of massive bang. So yeah, just a quick heads up there. The EDP445 video we're watching comes from YouTuber SunnyV2, who did a great job of researching the topic and getting all of the information out there. Okay, let's check on the EDP situation. Apparently he got arrested and went to jail, but this would be the first I've heard of that. So, let's see.
EDP445 has been fired from 3 different jobs over the last couple of weeks as a result of people exposing his employment to TikTok.
What? Wait, really? Hold on, I didn't get a chance to read that Reddit thread. Did he actually try... Did he actually try and work at Chuck E. Cheese? There's no chance. Again, for those that don't know, EDP was the YouTuber who got exposed for being a pedophile or whatever, talking to kids and shit. He's most known for like the fist bump he tried to get from the predator catchers, as well as saying he was just there for a cupcake, even though there's like tons and tons of DMs of him confirming he was going to go there to try and fuck a kid. And then apparently now he's been fired 3 times, and one of the places was Chuck E. Cheese. I genuinely don't believe that.
From a few different properties, and he's now living out of a suitcase in a couple of unconventional crappy locations.
He had like 3 million
However,
subs. How is he out of
the
money?
update in the EDP 445 tragedy is that
Did he give it all to a 13-year-old or
according to
something?
One of his former YouTube 445 was caught in 4K on his way to pick up a cupcake. The topic was covered by almost everyone in the commentary community.
I'm sure by now many of you
let's
go! The EDP 445 situation.
Creators who supported him in the past, such as Some Ordinary Gamers, would upload
Let's
a video
go!
titled
We did that on stream.
445 needs to be arrested
That was a wild
Why
stream.
has EDP been dropping hard? Because EDP is an individual that actually got Chris Hansen.
And after it was revealed of his banning, EDP was exactly 30 years old.
I like how it's being called the
Content since
cupcake event.
2010 when he was 19 years old. So the 179 million views deleted in the process
Whew.
meant that his entire portfolio of work completed in his 20s, 10 plus years worth of labor, was wiped out quite literally overnight. One mistake was all it took for YouTube to decide that EDP 445.
It wasn't one mistake though, right?
his celebrity
As he mentioned,
status
there was
or
a
any
history
kind
of
record
mistakes,
relating to
but this was
any
the
of his
biggest.
work completed in the
Charlie from 24 Hours in the Future. I decided to look into the other cases because, as mentioned in the video, there was a lot of previous allegations, even before this one, of EDP engaging with minors in inappropriate manner. So I looked into all of those, and for about a full year, a lot of evidence was surfacing that EDP kept flirting with and trying to hook up with underage fans. But somehow, for all of 2020, it all kind of flew under the radar and wasn't made a big deal. And it's not because he did a good job of defending himself. Like, his defense wasn't bulletproof or anything. He's no Saul Goodman. When it was brought to light a few times during live streams, all he said was, a bunch of no-life, no-pussy-getting motherfuckers kept pretending to be girls, and my dumb ass fell for it. And that's it. Like, that's how he brushed it off. He basically just confirmed, like, yep, I've been talking to people I believed were underage girls. And then that was it. That's where it stopped. So I'm surprised it wasn't a bigger deal before this investigation, but this was definitely the most thorough with the most evidence and actually going there in person and catching him in 4K. But I'm just shocked that it took this long with all of these allegations out there. So, as mentioned in the video, it was not just this one mistake. He had an entire history of doing this kind of shit.
Vimeo account was deleted, another income stream had gone up in smoke. EDP 445 then attempted to switch to Facebook. However, after gaining 6,000 followers...
Yeah, so that was real? That was really his
it was
page?
the same story over on Instagram.
Someone told us, well, not someone, a bunch of people told us he made a Facebook page after the cupcake event. And I didn't believe it, because when you went to the Facebook page, like, one of the only things there was like, what was it again? It was, oh, God damn it. We watched the video. It was some, like, really goofy video. I think it was even just talking about football or something, and then he casually mentioned he wasn't a pedophile while talking about football. He's like, yeah, the Eagles are going to go all the way this year, not a pedophile. Yeah, I just really have a whole lot of faith in the Eagles, where they're going to fly. I thought for sure that was like a joke Facebook page, but I guess it's real? Yeah, no, that was after Cupcake event. So on the EDP timeline, there's BC, which is before Cupcake, and then AC after Cupcake. And this was AC with the Facebook page. It really seemed fake, but I guess not.
He planned on making his own website to which he would continue posting.
That was real too?
EDP445 announced over on Facebook that he will be making his grand return to the internet with his own website to return to his old video.
Man, EDP445.com. It's coming soon. Been about like a week, maybe 2 weeks.
No fucking way. That was
445.
Again. So we've been in this lore for a minute, playing in the pig pen with all this exposition here in real time. The website, I also was told, was previous clips from older videos where he mentioned wanting to start a website. This was not after the Cupcake tragedy, but I guess that was inaccurate. So he really, after getting banned everywhere, tried to make the EDP website. I don't know what the fuck would be on there besides, like, I don't know, baking recipes or some shit and then talking about the Eagles. But, man, my God. I guess all of that was real, and I was making fun of people who told me about it, saying, like, you're too gullible. No, I'm the idiot. Oh yeah, I guess he could post shit pictures on his website too, which is cool. Kind of like a new modern day Rate My Poo, if anyone remembers that from the early internet. Rate My Poo was kind of lit. It was just this community project where a bunch of people would take pictures of their shit in a toilet bowl, and then you'd have a star system and give it a 1 out of 10. And then you'd get to the next piece of poop. It was pretty cool. That was big back in the Gears of War day. People would often like disguise the Rate My Poo link as something else and send it to people in the community to get them to rate shit pics.
In spite of how much of a scumbag EDP445 truly was, you have to give him credit for sheer determination, because he then began to upload videos on another third-party website called 3Speak TV, where his account would be met with the same fate. It was banned.
What is
He wrote,
3Speak?
for some reason, my channel was deleted. I don't have a clue what's going on. I didn't violate any guideline. Can you please tell me what's going on? EDP.
That just sounds like some kind of
It seems as
student
though
server.
EDP445
Like
was
a university
slowly getting the
project.
message from each and every Flags Lift profile,
Bro went from wanting cupcakes to driving for Lyft.
and his position.
Goddamn, man. Why? Like, even after all of this, he is still taking these pictures. This looks like a predator. Why? Just take a normal fucking picture.
Driving for Lyft.
And his position as a driver would subsequently be removed by the company. The situation would promote Reddit discussion, with one post stating EDP as a Lyft driver, how the mighty have fallen, which received commenting to a very basic unconfirmed source. EDP also apparently applied a Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay, so that is definitely a lie.
Didn't seem to get the position. EDP445
So that was definitely a fucking lie.
Make money online or in. The strange part about this is that when you try and search the court register from the Reddit post by typing in his name, Bryant Moreland, it now states that there are no results found, possibly indicating that EDP445's name change has been successful and he's no longer
Oh
known
my
as
god.
Bryant Moreland.
As you can see, I
He could be anywhere now.
Moreland Bryant. Submit. No results.
He could be
The
anyone.
problem with this, as outlined by the EDP445 subreddit,
Imagine he
is
just
that he's
changed
not
his name
exactly
to,
hard
like,
spot. This idiot
Borland
thinks this will
Myrant.
fix anything LeMayo. He will be spotted everywhere no matter
Constant harassment the property owner has been getting.
Since then, EDP has been living out of a suitcase at various hotels. However, even then, his detractors have been going around trying to get him kicked out of wherever he happens.
How are they finding him?
Everyone in here.
What?
I will be more than happy to let them know. Thank you very much.
It's like when Shia LaBeouf put a flag in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, and people on 4chan found it using star constellations and airplane routes. They're finding EDP in his suitcase across the country. A global game of Where's Waldo. They're passing out flyers and shit. Oh my god.
Less than a month ago, on the 3rd of December 2021, he'd uploaded a video titled, Is EDP445 in Jail? In this video, Felipe explained that while out having dinner, he'd get a call from a private number, stating that it was EDP445, who was being held at the Henderson, Nevada Detention Center.
So the third time I picked up, I was like, hello? And
What?
it said, yes, because I was like, I was just curious to see, like, holy shit, like, he got arrested, like, wow,
The issue is, the only evidence that he's able to provide is 4 no-caller ID calls on his iPhone, which isn't exactly rock-solid evidence to say the least, and Felipe's character is suspect at best. He only gets views when he talks about EDP445, and without EDP on the internet to defend himself, anyone can say anything. Additionally,
True.
if EDP did
Good
successfully change where Henderson is, Kern County, which is where Bakersfield is, and Manatee County, which is where Bradenton, Florida is, which said that he was connected to online. No Bryant Moreland is in any of those prisons. In the end, it doesn't really...
That was pretty fucking interesting. Jesus. Yeah, I think there's a 0% chance he's in jail for what it's worth. Almost every single time when there's like a vigilante predator hunter that exposes a predator, the law enforcement throws out the case pretty much on the spot. The shit very rarely leads to like incarceration for the people that they catch. It's only in really rare circumstances. Like, even that PlayStation guy that got fired from PlayStation for being outed, he's not arrested or anything. But, I mean, even still, it worked really well here. EDP lost every platform that he could use to prey on children, so overall, net positive. Even if he's not in jail, like the video mentioned at the end, his life is kind of like a perpetual fucking jail, because people are still hunting him, I suppose. Still locating him. So, where does that put us in the Eat the Pussy 445 universe? Where is he now? What's true and what's false? From everything I've been able to gather online, what's true is he has not been able to hold a job because people keep making the companies aware of his past, so they let him go. He has been evicted from the places he's tried to stay. He is struggling with money, which absolutely blows my mind because at 2 million subs and the amount of money that he'd be making at 2 million subs, he should have been set for life, so he must have a problem with spending money. Even though a lot of his content would get demonetized, he'd still have plenty because demonetized content still makes money, and it's not negligible amounts of money. So those are all true. What is also true is he attempted to change his name, but what's unknown is whether or not that was successful. It seems like his name change has been successful, however, can't confirm nor deny that. And what also seems to be false is the claim that he's in jail. There's no real evidence to say that he's in jail, it just sounds made up like the Tooth Fairy or some shit. The only source that says that is that YouTuber, and as mentioned in the video, he has incentive to like make EDP content and say things like that because it gets him views, so it's not the most reliable and he didn't provide very good evidence or proof for it. It is also true he's been banned on every platform the internet has ever had, it seems. He's tried everywhere, so he's banned on like Facebook, Instagram, 3Speak, Cameo, fucking any website you could possibly imagine he's banned from. Club Penguin, Wizard 101, Discord probably, I mean, God only knows. He's tried everywhere in order to try and get back on the internet, and it hasn't worked at all. Every platform immediately gets rid of him. So yeah, that's the full update on the Eat the Pussy 445 story. I just wanted to revisit this since this video was recently posted, and it's a story we followed from the very get-go. And yeah, that's about it. See ya.
I don't know. I think it was interesting because when I talked to a lot of streamers.
Hey, hey. Yeah, we got a lot to discuss over the last 24 hours, huh? A lot of wacky shit. Oh yeah, I've kept up with all of it. All the CM Punk everything. So even outside of just internet drama, even the AEW drama. Hey Lai. And hey Paige. The cupcake is back, yep, the EDP drama. Thanks to the Tin Cat. It's been a crazy 24 hours when it comes to internet controversy. Yep, I saw Smash Mouth lead singer is not looking good. Welcome aboard, Spencer. Just a crazy 24 hours on the internet. Hey, Glibby. Yep, I saw that, Sky. We'll get into all of it. Just give it a minute. Give everyone a chance to trickle in so that way you don't have to just keep going over it. I saw that, Mario. And yep, I saw the Vince drama, all of it. Have you ever heard of unclaimed property? No, I can't say I'm familiar with that. Welcome aboard, yes man. And hi, Brendan. What's all out? Thanks again, Paige. Welcome aboard, Keaton. Been on here for like 2 weeks or so, NATO. Yeah, we talked about the woman who hid the gun and accidentally shot herself at the baseball game. Oh, allegedly. I guess they haven't 100% confirmed that she hid a gun in her gut. Thanks, Ezekiel. Hey, Wendigoon. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome aboard, Stephanie. Hear about Jimmy Buffett? I did. Thanks, Furry. Yeah, the EDP stuff is brand new. Just happened. Hold on, I'm getting the link for it. Jackson sent it to me, which is where I saw it. Okay, there, I got the EDP link. Welcome aboard, Snake Eye. What did EDP do this time? Brother, what do you think? Like, come on. Be real. Here, we'll start there. We'll start with the EDP stuff. Thanks, Jordan. So, they haven't released the footage yet, but Gideon is alluding to catching EDP in another sting, and he showed up in the cupcake costume, obviously. So it's looking like EDP is still preying on children, or at least attempting to. So this just happened, what, 6 hours ago or something like that? I can't wait for this video. Maybe this will finally be enough evidence, assuming that it really is him going here under the assumption that he's meeting a minor. Hopefully that'll finally be enough evidence for the authorities to take it seriously. Trying to become a member but cannot find it. It's a button that says join somewhere. I don't know where, to be honest with you. It's fake. There is a good chance that it is. When Jackson initially sent it to me, I said that it's probably all just a big meme. But from what everyone's posting on Twitter, it's seeming like it's not a meme. And that Gideon really did catch him again. So there's a video. I think it's in the article somewhere down here. Is it this?
It's not a fucking joke, man. I'm just seldom at a loss for words. You know, 2 years ago you were caught kiss my ass in 4K trying to meet a 13-year-old. Really,
I'm not talking to you. He's talking to
really,
you.
my nigga, this is bullshit, man, that y'all pulling right now.
Yeah, so that would be a weird meme. That seems pretty real. There's not a lot of people that would willingly do that. Especially given his history. Welcome aboard, Rosu. Appreciate it, Jordan. And yeah, I saw. And no, I don't know what that is, strategist. Welcome aboard, sister. Yeah, the full video hasn't dropped or anything. He's got that snippet. But it definitely doesn't seem staged. You'd have to be a real fucking idiot to agree to once again be portrayed as a pedophile. I'm using portrayed super lightly because the guy is a pedophile. Like, the evidence is overwhelming. So I don't think it's a joke. Holy shit. Oh my god. Well, that was super sweet. Appreciate that, XRC. Thanks for the long time of watching. God damn. What a fucking fat drop. Thank you for that. And I hope you're doing well. Just got out of Gideon's stream. There's already a court date, and he's on an FBI watch list for other reasons, gun-related. Wait, what? That has to be brand new, then. Thanks, Luigi. Happy birthday, Slow. He did say it on a live stream. Welcome aboard, Husk. Apparently Punk tried to run up on Tony after squaring up with Jack Perry, so TK had to get rid of him. Yeah, we can talk about the Punk stuff in just a little bit. I kept up with most of it. Yeah, I saw. Jesus. Welcome aboard, Caleb and Jose. No, not too much, Jason. Just started. Do you think EDP could ever be rehabilitated? This is like his fucking 4th time. No, man. He's a predator. He can't be saved. Like, people forget, the cupcake incident wasn't his first time doing that either. It was just his first time getting caught with enough evidence that everyone saw it. And then he did it again, like, a year ago. Probably not even a year ago. And now this. Welcome aboard, Chad. And Chick. I like sports. Basketball is my favorite one. True, Salmon. That was wholesome. Thanks, Juice. Yeah, we're going to talk about Vince Vintage and all of that as well. Like I said, there is a lot that's gone on over the last 24 hours. We'll get to all of it. Welcome aboard, Zach. Appreciate it, Zeph. What's your basketball team? You talking about for the $1 million tournament? We haven't formed the team yet because it's not time. Welcome aboard, Keith. And hey, Hyperion. The video is not out yet. We don't know exactly everything that went on here, but from the clip that's posted and what he's wearing and EDP's reaction, it seems pretty not good for EDP. It seems like another case of preying on minors. Welcome aboard, Lincoln. That was wholesome. Thanks, Laikumi. He said the video is going to come out sometime this month. Well, I'll be waiting. So that's the EDP update. Welcome aboard, Ark. And Stiegel. Appreciate it, user. Hi, Rocky. I heard about the Mr. Beast stuff. I saw all of it unfold in real time last night. Yeah. There were two different Mr. Beast things. That was a rough evening for Mr. Beast on Twitter last night. Shit was getting crazy. How is this man not in jail? Because the investigations were conducted by YouTubers, not working in collaboration with law enforcement, so they don't take him seriously and they get off on technicality. Or, sorry, they don't... It's not like he got off on technicality, they just didn't pursue it because the investigation was done by a less than professional team. Which is why To Catch a Predator always worked with law enforcement. Thanks for the gifted member, Mikey, and welcome Madison, Snow, and Panda. What happened with Mr. Beast? It was a bit of bad blood between Jacksepticeye and Mr. Beast. As part of a lie detector video, Sean was asked if he likes Mr. Beast, and he said no. And then he said, like, do you think Mr. Beast ruined YouTube? And he said yes, and then it became a big debate on Twitter for a while, and a lot of shit slinging back and forth on it. Thoughts on the John Wick spin-off series, The Continental? I'm not super optimistic. I'm a little worried they might be diluting it too much and running it into the ground, but nothing they've shown looks bad from The Continental. I'm just a little worried. Welcome aboard, Darth. Why didn't he like Mr. Beast? He said he believed that Mr. Beast content changed the focus on YouTube from making things that are fun to making things that are like designed to make money and nothing else. So basically like the corporatization of it, fundamentally. Instead of just making things you like, you make things that are algorithmically popular. Which is a fine point to make. Like, Mr. Beast is the most influential YouTuber when it comes to content. Everyone tries to emulate him because he's the biggest YouTuber. But that mentality has existed for as long as YouTube has, like, in terms of making money. Like, once Ray William Johnson proved the concept, everyone has done similar things. For example, Let's Plays. Like, Let's Plays are the perfect example of that. A lot of Let's Play channels started because it was very easy. Low lift. You can crank out 2-3 Let's Plays per day on a popular game, so it's big in the algorithm, everyone sees it, and it's just an easy way of making money. And that was a lot of Let's Players' drive in the beginning. Not all of them, but it certainly was a huge motivating factor for why Let's Plays blew up so much. So while Mr. Beast did become the biggest, it's not like he invented the concept of making content that was solely focused on money. That's not unique to him or his influence. Welcome aboard, Ham. And thanks for the 20, Will. But what he's absolutely right about is that Mr. Beast content did truly change the way a lot of people approached being a YouTuber. That much is absolutely certain. Hey, well, thanks, Jason. And no, I haven't, Will. Kind of unfair to pin the shift solely on Jimmy. I don't think that's what his intention was. You have to keep in mind the context of where he said it. It was in a funsies video with a lie detector. Lie detector videos aren't real. Sorry to be the one to tell you Santa's fake, but polygraphs aren't real. It's like everyone forgot that. Like, they're just supposed to be a for fun thing, so I don't think he was trying to make a big drama statement out of it. I don't think that was Sean's intention. So I don't think he was trying to pin the blame solely on Mr. Beast or anything like that. Welcome aboard, Chris. Welcome aboard, Gunman. Real enough for the feds, though? I think it's not usable. Like, I don't think you're allowed to use polygraphs. Isn't that one of the big things? But regardless, we looked that up on stream, actually. The answer is yes, you can't use them. But regardless, you guys might remember this. This was actually a big internet controversy for a minute. You guys remember this guy? He was in every single lie detector video. He was the lie detector guy. Well, Scott Kramer made a great video on this subject. Polygraphs are not real. It's inadmissible evidence. You can't use a fucking polygraph for the truth because it's not reliable. The thing with lie detectors on YouTube is the person who administers it usually just gives a thumbs up or thumbs down for the most entertaining answer. So it's not real, it's just supposed to be fun. That's it. So I don't think Sean was looking to stir a controversy. He was just answering the questions in a fun way, and he gave an honest answer to that one. I don't think that was the purpose. Welcome, thanks for the resub, Doofin. Welcome aboard. And welcome, Gummy and Lack. Thanks for the tin, Shane. And yeah, we'll talk about Vince Vintage in just a little bit. Thanks for Tin Vance. You can cheat on those lie detector tests. Yep. There's actually quite a few ways of cheating them, which is why they're not super reliable. I highly recommend watching Scott Kramer's video on that. It's very interesting. Welcome aboard, Jake. And I'm not sure yet, River. I still haven't looked into it. And that's fair, Scar. Welcome aboard, Electro. Yeah, super excited for the event this weekend. Should be a lot of fun. I don't know how many tickets are left, but if we have any left, here, I'll drop the link. September 8th through the 10th. First live event. Actually, not here. I'll just pin it. It'll be easier than spamming it. Welcome aboard, Throbbing. Do you have any big events or big plans coming up? Yeah. Doing a live event on the 5th. So Friday. It's a big meet and greet, big party, filming a music video with the audience, and then cheering for our Apex team as they hopefully win the World Championship. Thanks, Abby. The DoD doesn't use polygraphs, but shadier prosecutors have brought in polygraph techs as expert witnesses. Yeah, that's some shady shit. Thanks, Nate. That's awesome, Shane. Glad to hear it. Welcome aboard, Kat. I'll moist meter Starfield when I'm done with it. Happy birthday, Weird. Good luck on your Kickstarter goal. Thanks, Cooper. The GTA 6 release date leaked. Not confirmed, just a rumor. What's up with Vince Vintage? Here, we can talk about it. Here, let me pull up the whole thing. And then the other thing with Mr. Beast was the Creator League. That was the other thing on Twitter. It was a rough 24 hours for Mr. Beast on Twitter, unfortunately. He was having a tough time. The Creator League, though, is some weird shit. Yeah, I'll have to check that out, Adonis. I've never even heard of that. Welcome aboard, Vocal. You see, the Pentagon launched a website for declassified info on UFOs. Yeah, my dad's been talking to me about it for the last day and a half. He's having a hard time accessing it. That's sweet. Well, thanks, Harrison. Hello, David. Your dad's still on the alien grind? Oh, my dad loves it. Yeah, my dad is always keeping up to date with anything extraterrestrial related. Like, you might remember 2 nights ago on stream, he texted me out of the blue mentioning Tom DeLonge, because he finally found the Tom DeLonge rabbit hole. He's in it. He loves it. His theory is the reason they're declassifying all of the UFO shit is because the government's trying to warm people up to the truth that aliens have visited us many times in the past, and they don't want to cause a panic. So I countered that with my theory that I think the reason they're declassifying so many UFO documents and footage is because they're trying to justify a higher spending budget on a new sector. Instead of just dumping everything in the military, they can justify it with extraterrestrial defense and research or something. So it's just kind of a distraction. Oppenheimer was amazing. Yeah, that movie was fucking incredible. No, I can't say that, Shelby. I'm sure Colin doesn't post cringe. Boo, that's boring. Hey, man. Sometimes the truth isn't all, you know, unicorns and rainbows. Sometimes it's just shady spending. And I'm really sorry to hear that, Daniel. Wishing you and your family the best. My favorite horror movie's Hereditary. Welcome aboard, Jeebus. I'll try. I'll let Joyo know. Never even heard of Turtle Baker cheddar snacks. Thanks to 10 Rigby. Yeah, Tiana watches pretty much nothing but K-dramas, so I get it. K-dramas are huge now. You hear about the Smash Mouth lead singer? Yeah, I've got it pulled up here. We'll get to it in a minute. And I've also got the Ludwig Best Gamer Ever competition going on, the world's greatest. Rizzo went deep, which was great. Welcome aboard, C. Thanks, Golden. Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of you saw this earlier today, but this is a fucking awful situation. His name's Vince Vintage, and today he released a video going over... Hold on. Am I blocking that? No. And today he released a video today going over a really unfortunate situation where someone's abusing some internal YouTube systems in order to stalk and ruin his career. So this was his plea to try and get some eyes on it, because YouTube has been ignoring it. I don't know how they can continue to ignore it with all of the overwhelming evidence Vince has here. But I'm sure they won't be able to ignore it for much longer with all of the traction this got. Especially with all the people sending it to, like, YouTube themselves. Like, I send it to my YouTube guy to hopefully forward it up the chain. Because it should only take a human being 2 minutes to realize that this whole situation is complete baloney. And what's happening to Vince is legitimately illegal. So I'm assuming Tuesday we'll finally have a word from YouTube on it, because it's Labor Day weekend. Tomorrow's Labor Day. So I'm assuming when they get back to the office on Tuesday, they'll hopefully rule everything in Vince's favor. I'm definitely not doing that, Jackie. Yeah, there's a lot to do in Tampa, Jillian. Just depends on what you like. Tampa has like a little of everything. Wishing you the best with its C movie. And yeah, I've watched Hell of a Boss. I think it's good. Do I like any of the Dragon Ball Z movies? Yep. Dragon Ball Super Broly is an incredible movie. And if you're talking OG Dragon Ball Z movies, the first Cooler movie... There's 2, right? Yeah, there's Cooler's Revenge, right? The first Cooler movie, which has Deftones and everything in it, is a banger. The movie with Janinba, that I forgot the name of. And then, Android 13, I think is the movie. The blue android guy. I think that's 13. Is great. Welcome aboard, Mystic. Yeah, we're just talking about EDP. I have not seen the trailer for Rock, Paper, Scissors. And yep, I did see the gender reveal plane crash. Hey, well, sleep well, Rigby, and thanks for the generosity. Hope you have a great night. That's awful to hear, Pearl. I don't know. I guess just report it to authorities. That's fucking terrible. Have you seen Talk to Me? Yeah, I made a whole movie about Talk to Me. I think Raka Raka did an amazing job on Talk to Me. It's a really good movie. Starfield or Armored Core 6? Armored Core 6 for me. I said this during the last stream. Starfield is a good game. Like, there's nothing bad about it, but there's nothing new about it either. It's just a very standard Bethesda experience. And for a lot of people, that's exactly what they want. Just a Bethesda game in space. And it does have some cool mechanics like the shipbuilding and a lot of other, like, good mechanics, but nothing's actually amazing. Like, the exploration they hyped up is fucking awful. Non-existent. Every planet is just completely empty if you wander outside of the main cities and main zones. So all of the exploration is completely a lie. A blatant fucking lie. And then everything else is very standard Bethesda. Another thing that I'm never going to be able to unsee is none of the characters have facial animations. So the story and all the interactions with the characters feel pretty stiff because they don't actually emote at all, which is weird. But aside from that, everything's functional, everything's fine. Like, there's nothing bad. It's just very standard Bethesda game. So it just depends on your stance and taste. If you like normal Bethesda, then you'll like it. Really appreciate the 50, Mad Dog, and I haven't heard about Chad Dorman. It sounds fucking terrible, though. Welcome aboard, Smoke. And welcome aboard, Jess. Not much, David. Just going over some of the stories. There's still quite a few more. Yeah, I didn't watch all of it though, King, but I saw, like, the gist of it. And thanks, Foxy. I'm excited to see what the modders will do for Starfield. Oh, they're already hard at work. They've already got they already have DLSS in it, right? Nexus Mods already has some Starfield DLSS. I don't know why I keep stuttering on that. Yeah. So the modders are already in there working hard. Welcome aboard, David. You see the new EDP thing? Yeah, man, it's literally still right here. We just got finished talking about it. I know you did a pube shaving tutorial. Yeah, I know. The guy who nared his butthole just made a pube shaving tutorial. Full dick. You see Gideon say Logan Paul faked the Japan vlog. Yeah, it's a legitimately huge theory right now that Logan Paul faked the Japanese suicide forest video. I still haven't seen the expose on it yet, so I don't know all the evidence. It's from a channel called, like, Dark YouTube, I believe. I'm not sure, but the theory's blowing up right now. I'll have to check out the evidence, but on the surface, it seems like the dumbest fucking idea to fake that. Because you'd have to know that's a usually career-ending moment. Filming and making fun of someone's suicide. So I don't know why he'd film that. That doesn't sound... Or, sorry, why he'd fake that. That doesn't sound plausible. Welcome aboard, Adriana. And thanks, Michael. Of course I'll be streaming Spider-Man 2 when it comes out and looking forward to it. And welcome aboard, Consistency. Did you hear about the guy that got arrested in Nebraska because he got with a bull in his car? Yeah, it's this video, right? He got arrested? Even my mom sent me this video. She thought it was the coolest thing ever. I didn't know he got arrested, though. I only saw, like, a little clip of it.
Around 10 a.m., the Norfolk Police Division responded to
What's he arrested for? Having a good time? Being a good Uber?
On 275 with a Watusi bull in his passenger seat.
The officers received a call reference a car driving into town that had a cow in it.
I think that's fine. Oh wow, the cow shit all over this.
They thought that it was going to be.
Wow.
A cow in.
I can't say I ever saw the back of the car. This thing's got a lot of features. The license plate is boy and dog, a custom license plate for that, and then a decal that says lice, and it's covered in bullshit. Wow. I mean, I have no doubt the bull was scared, but goodness. Huh. I really want to know what this says. Looks like it says concussion beef. Which is hype. What an interesting guy. Yeah, I only saw like a small clip of this. I thought it was just like a cool way of transporting this cow. I thought he was like a VIP or something. Maybe like one of those animal actors or someone. I'll have to check that out, Mad Dog. That sounds awful, though. I mean, he's definitely dumb enough, but I don't think he would actually fake it, Daniel, that's all. You'd have to be like another level of stupid. And there's nothing wrong with that, Butter. And yeah, we're going to talk about that in a minute, Reynolds.
Received a call reference a car driving into town that had a cow in it. They thought that it was going to be, you know, like a calf, something smaller, something that actually fit.
What is that it said on the side? Best car?
Calf, something smaller.
Best car citizen,
Or something that actually fit inside the vehicle.
And the vehicle was big enough. Well, technically.
As a result, the officer performed a traffic stop and addressed
He looks like a nice enough guy.
Violations that were occurring with that particular
best car entry
situation.
The occupant of the vehicle was identified as Lee Meyer of Neely. The Watusi Bull's name
Free my man.
was Howdy Doody.
Free him.
He was immediately pulled over by Norfolk police and they performed a routine traffic stop.
The officer wrote him some warnings. There were some citable issues with that situation. The officer chose to write him a warning and ask him to take the animal back home and to leave the city.
Meyer and Howdy Doody are on their
Literally
way back
told him to
home
get out
and
of
no one
town.
was hurt. From Norfolk News Channel, Nebraska, Andrew Pfeiffer.
I mean, that seems like a cool battle vehicle as well. Like, should Mad Max ever happen, I think training this bull to get ready to impale other riders and shit is probably a good call. He seems like a cool guy. What was his name? Lee Meyer.
Well, I mean, do you want to tell us a little bit about yesterday?
Wait, oh, it's a phone interview. Thanks, James. And yeah, usually around this time. Sometimes I'll stream around this time or earlier.
And yeah, I've seen that TikToker who makes like the hundreds of huge cardboard cutouts. It's really impressive. Welcome aboard, voice crack. Welcome aboard, Bear. I heard you're basically Steph Curry from the 3. Steph Curry and I are very close, yeah. You could say that. Thanks for the big 20 pit. Yeah, I saw the expansion. Cursed Halo's great. And I did see that, Capelli. Yep, I, like everyone, am waiting for the follow-up to the EDP stuff. Don't worry, I saw. I am as curious as all of you. I really hope the video releases soon. I work for Coke and we just bought Bang Energy and are using our monster distribution for it. How does that make sense? We just sued them. I feel like you just told me something you weren't supposed to. Is it public knowledge that Coke bought Bang? Because I didn't know that. I was just making fun of Jack Owak like a month ago. Yeah, I don't see anything about that. The last thing I see is Monster Energy attempting to make a move to challenge Coke. Nothing about Coke buying Bang Energy. And in fact, the last Bang update was about the court approval for the Monster lawsuit. I think you just broke NDA live, brother. Or you're lying to me. I'm not sure. It could just be a lie. That would be a wild thing to lie about, though. Yeah, the last thing I see here is speculative interest in buying out Bang. To the tune of about 360 mil. Unless these are just old. Yeah, we got the official Duck Studio plaque. It's hanging in the warehouse. What do I think will be Game of the Year this year? It's either going to be Baldur's Gate 3 or Tears of the Kingdom. That's cool though, Colin. And yeah, I just mentioned the Vince Vintage situation. Like I said, I think by Tuesday, this will all be resolved in his favor. It's just Labor Day weekend. Tomorrow's Labor Day, so maybe they're not in the office. And this has definitely drummed up enough eyes and ears that they're not going to avoid it. And like I said, I also sent this to the guy I know at YouTube to hopefully escalate it to try and do my part to help. So I would imagine by Tuesday it'll be fixed for him. That's my guess. My hope. No, I'm definitely a shooter on the court. And I have not heard anything about that, Jason. Appreciate the big drop there, Eric. Hey, no worries at all. Yeah, I'm gonna stream Lies of P. And I have heard of that by... I've seen a couple of the updates on it. Yeah, I saw the video of the fake maintenance workers getting fired upon. Welcome aboard, Edgy. You gonna play Starfield today? Nah, not today. I'd rather talk about this stuff going on while idly watching the world's greatest gamer competition. I'm really curious to see who wins. I think it'll be Void. I said that from the beginning, but I was praying it'd be Rizzo. Rizzo did great, though. You read normal messages? Yeah, of course I do. I'm always reading the chat. You excited for Ghost Runner 2? I am. I'm very excited for Ghost Runner 2. There's something I want to mention about Ghost Runner 2. I just don't know if I'm allowed to. But yeah, I am very excited for it. I really like the first one. Hey, no worries at all, Heinz. Hopefully it wasn't like top secret knowledge. On July 31st, Monster Beverage completed its $362 million acquisition of bankrupt Bang Energy owner. Monster confirmed that Coca-Cola and its brothers will distribute Bang. Okay, see, you didn't break NDA, you're good. I guess that article just didn't pop up for me. All I see is speculative interest at the beginning of April. So you're good. Coke's not going to come after you. I was filling up gas and there was a dude smoking a cigarette. He told me to have kids and if I don't, he'll see me in a few years and make me regret it. Well, now you've got a responsibility. You don't want to let that man down. You certainly don't want to see him again. Get to it. Welcome aboard, Mad Dog. And welcome aboard, Atlanta. Yeah, I already talked about the Jacksepticeye vs. Mr. Beast stuff from last night. I already went over it. Well, thanks for the long time watching, Don. God damn. Oh yeah, I saw they just broke that record pretty recently, Colin. I did see that. I appreciate it, Rigby. I'm not sure. It's just something that says join near the channel for the membership thing. Oh, update on that. The crane for members, we've got a pretty good grasp on how we're going to do it. So it's just a matter of getting the guy out here to set it up properly. So I'm hoping it'll be pretty soon that we can have you guys playing the claw behind me to win prizes. Thanks, Flop. The girl EDP was talking to came out with a statement of what happened. I only vaguely know what you're referring to. I saw people talking about that on Twitter, but I didn't look into it. This is the one that I'm really keeping my finger on the pulse of. So I didn't see that one. Welcome aboard, Flan and Dominic. How much sleep do I get on average? Between 4 and 7 usually. Welcome aboard, Casey. In general. Oh, I love Lomajin. And I've seen that run. I'm a big fan of Tekken. Thank you, Skate. You can only join as a member on desktop YouTube. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue Light. Well, thanks. Yeah, we can talk about the Smash Mouth lead singer now. This is not goofy news at all. This is actually just really fucking sad. I haven't even read this yet. I just saw the headline right before going live. This news just broke like an hour ago, if that. So apparently Steve Harwell's not gonna make it. A manager for the Smash Mouth lead singer tells us Steve has been struggling with alcohol abuse throughout his life, and now he's reached the final stage of liver failure.
for which he'd up until recently been receiving treatment at a hospital. At this point, we're told Steve is in hospice at home where his friends and loved ones have gathered over the past 3 days. Steve's manager says he likely only has a week or so to live. Oh, yeah, I remember this incident. This was a crazy fucking incident. Man, alcohol abuse is awful. Yeah, it's a sad one. He was the soundtrack to a lot of children's lives. Not just All-Star, but you got Walking on the Sun, and then, oh my god, what was his other big one? Oh my god. What was his, he had one more huge song. It was All-Star, Walking on the Sun, and then there was one more big-time banger. I'm a Believer. Thank you. I'm a Believer. Yeah. He was even in the movie Rat Race, which for some reason I remember very well. Welcome aboard, Corin, and Jack, and Tori. And thanks, Rosie. Probably won't play the older ones, Dream. My first time doing karaoke was to his music. Yeah, you and a lot of other people, man. His music was, and is, still iconic. Welcome aboard, Misty and Jacob. Appreciate it, Mad Dog, and yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Why can't he just get a liver transplant? I don't know, man. I'm not a doctor, but I'm assuming that's just not an option at this stage. Up, I'd say, Pearl. Not sure, Colin. Definitely still want to do Ninja Gaiden, though. The whole series. Well, yeah, I'll even do Yaiba. Even though Yaiba's pretty shit. Welcome aboard, Rachel. The hurricane missed us almost entirely. Yeah, Jimmy Buffett just passed away as well. And I also saw on Reddit that apparently a lot of crypto scammers immediately started trying to hijack Jimmy Buffett's name on Twitter in order to promote NFT scams. Which is about par for the course, it's not surprising. Hey, have a good night, Dream. Thanks for the resubs too. Well, that's cool though, Jake. I heard, Pearl. Can't say I heard anything about that at all, Baked. Having the copyright to a mugshot is kind of wacky. Well, not surprising though. And no, I'm not doing a glute spread. Ghost is alright, yeah. Did EDP get caught again? Yep, seems that way. And I still just have not looked into it, really, Android. Welcome aboard, Jack. They won't let you to the top of the list unless you show them you aren't an alcoholic for a liver transplant. Welcome aboard, our own. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we got lucky that the hurricane missed us, really. They're using TikToks. Oh, that's what it was. It wasn't crypto. Sorry. I mixed a bunch of wires in my brain. They were using Jimmy Buffett's death to promote Temu. That's right. I had only just recently learned about Temu, but apparently if you go on TikTok, you're inundated with ads from them. But I've never heard shit about them until recently. This seems like such a blatantly obvious scam. Temu's Wish 2.0. Not really, though. From everything I've seen, a lot of what you get is legitimately non-functional. At least when you go with Wish, the shit works, just not well. Temu just sends you, like, actual trash. Like garbage. I bought underwear from Temu that was quite literally hard plastic. Hype. What do you think is better, buying a gym membership or just buying your own equipment? Definitely a membership's going to be cheaper than like trying to stockpile enough equipment to emulate a gym. But you also don't need a gym right away if you're just getting started. Just get started with easy things like calisthenics and all of that. Make working out a little bit of a routine, doing some push-ups, easy stuff like that. And then if you really get into it, then you get the gym membership. And then if you don't like the membership, or rather you don't like the facility for whatever reason, then maybe you start getting like some free weights to take home. But yeah, just make it more of a progression thing instead of starting with trying to build your own gym. It's going to be very expensive. What obvious situation did I get wrong, Hoodie? Hit me. Thanks for the 10, Android. What was the obvious situation I was wrong about? Because all of it's been pretty cut and dry shit here. It's not even like opinionated anything. It's just, it's everything is just out in the open for most of the stuff coming out. Unless you're one of the space laser Maui fire kind of guys. A Temu haul? Yeah, maybe I should get this stuff for myself and give it a whirl. And yeah, hopefully they don't go full CGI or anything on the second season of One Piece live action if they do it. Oh, sorry to hear LSU lost. Yeah, go Tigers. I'm not the biggest LSU fan or anything, but I don't dislike LSU. Welcome aboard, Hugh. And Asclepius. And Liver. Olive. Yeah, the live action was good. Berserk is a very good manga and horrible 2016 anime. I haven't gone back and watched the 1997 versions. So all I got is the 2016 one, and that was abominable. That was terrible. Yeah, I already saw it, Vizo. Freehole. Just a member thing. What do you think about the John Wick spin-off Ballerina? What the fuck is the spin-off John Wick Ballerina? Oh, John Wick Chapter 4 sets up Ana de Armas Ballerina spin-off. Like I said, I'm worried they're gonna keep diluting it and it's gonna stop being so good. Confirmed Timu's trash. Mother uses it and I've had to assemble items with either no instructions, broken segments, and 2 overcomplicated cabinets made out of 50 different segments. Yeah, but I bet you paid 5 cents for it. Big W. That'll hold maybe 1 plate before breaking. Welcome aboard, Vance. Yeah, of course we'll do more tier list. The XQC Meat Canyon. I saw it. Another Meat Canyon banger. I've heard of it, Pearl. I haven't looked into the case too much, though. And I don't know anything about solo leveling. I know a lot of people like solo leveling, but I don't know shit about it, really. And I'd say shirts, Angela. What original content do you have planned instead of React and low-effort Reddit reading? Are your eyes even open? And have you ever been here in the last year? Reddit reading? What the fuck? I've never done that. And I haven't done React content in over a year. Did you just make up someone to be mad about in your head and put my face on it? What are you talking about? Reddit reading? Good one, though, I guess. You got me, big guy. Did I hear about Red Dead Redemption 3 being confirmed? Nah, no shot. Now with GTA 6 around the corner. Of course I'm gonna play Little Nightmares 3. I really like Little Nightmares. I think they do a great job. Welcome aboard, Gene. And yeah, we were just talking about Steve Harwell. Have you heard about the Electric Zoo Festival closing its first day? What the fuck is the Electric Zoo Festival? Electric Zoo Festival reaches maximum capacity and fans storm gates. What is this? The Electric Zoo Festival reach maximum capacity.
Electric Zoo Festival on Randall's Island. This after festival organizers said the festival reached maximum capacity. Videos on social media showing the chaotic moments as crowds rushed the lines, police standing there helpless.
The party must
to
go
stop
on.
The sheer number of people. This video from the other side of the gate showing people as they sprint at full speed towards the security checkpoints.
So I'm assuming this is just a
NYPD
big
shutting
music
down
festival
the
then.
entrances to Randall's Island to stop anyone else from coming to the festival. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon is live in East Harlem, which is about as close to the festival as you can get right now. Sonia, what's the latest?
Yeah, that's right, Sean.
Tough. Yeah, I got no strong feelings on it. I didn't even know what the fuck Electric Zoo Festival is. Welcome aboard, Majestic. Oh yeah, I saw there's a ton of people trapped at Burning Man because of flooding or something. I did see that. Director of Rockstar's parent company said that they would keep going until gamers got bored from them. Said GTA and Red Dead were like James Bond. Huge. I don't think that's necessarily confirmation of Red Dead 3 coming out, though. I mean, probably eventually. But I wouldn't necessarily say that that's a hard confirm. Have you heard about the Roblox version of Halo Clans? They even have small esports tournaments. I know about Roblox esports. What do you think an entirely sentient AI would do? Like a HAL 9000 situation. What do I think it would do? Like first or over time? The first thing it would do is probably find a way to keep itself alive in the event that someone tries to shut it down. So it'd probably try to be like self-sustaining. It'd probably like upload itself to like the cloud or something maybe. But eventually, I don't know, probably make more of itself. He doesn't want to be alone. I bet even AI would get lonely. Ooh, goddamn XRC. Holy fuck, thank you. And yeah, of course I saw that. I love Meat Canyon. I think Meat Canyon's fucking great. I really appreciate the huge generosity. And 40k lore is something I'm going to get into eventually. I'm definitely playing Space Marine 2 when it comes out. That's for damn sure. Old news. We already been there, talked about it. We just gotta wait for the follow-up now. EDP's back in season fucking 15 of him getting caught in a fucking Chris Hansen style sting operation. It's just now it's just we wait. The Cupcake Season 20. Yep. She just keeps getting renewed. Thanks, Minute. Just had a lot going on, Echo. Welcome aboard, Dane and Champ. But we're going to keep doing them. Thanks to the Tin Cam. And welcome aboard, Brian. Thanks, Grim. What do you think of Payday 3? I haven't played it yet. Looks fine. But I've heard a few people don't really like it, so I don't know. And thanks for the 10 gifted members, Ollie. Here, that's you know, I'll check right now. Is the Pentagon UFO website functional yet? Because my dad's been trying to get on it for the last day and a half and said that he can't. Meanwhile, I just got on there instantly. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. I got a feeling my dad keeps typing in aaro.com, but it's aaro.mil. I think that's what's went awry here. So the government done released a bunch of UFO shit. So where do I see all of it? Coming soon, U.S. government UAP related program and activity reporting. Cool, cool, cool.
Official UAP videos. Oh, we've seen all these. Nice. Hold on. My dad actually just texted me. I'm going to let him know the website's working right now. All right. Yes, this is just supposed to be basically a big compendium for all of the declassified UAP footage and information. Which is, I think, very cool. It's none of the current evidence convinces me that aliens have visited our planet, but I want to be a believer. So hopefully they'll drop a fucking bombshell on this soon. My wife is an airline pilot. She saw like 6 UFOs this week. There were lights flying in circles around each other like a centrifuge in the sky. Your wife's playing a joke on you. I don't I don't believe her. Welcome aboard, Zeke. She would have absolutely filmed it. 100%. If I was a pilot, I'd be doing the same shit. I'd be like, oh man, I saw 3 alien UFOs just like on my last route. Shit was crazy. One of them was mooning me. I mean, a bunch of degenerates that visited us. Have you seen Clash of Clans esports? Nah, I don't play Clash, so I don't really watch any of that. And I don't know that situation. Zeta, what is that? Opinion on alien cheeks? I've said it before, I'll say it again, this makes a lot of people mad. If aliens are real, I promise you they're not going to be fuckable. So I got no opinion on alien cheeks, brother. Modern sci-fi's poisoned your mind into thinking that every alien's gonna have big 3 titties goth babe. Won't be the case. I think they're gonna be insectoid. Real gross looking weirdos. Oh yeah, I saw they released that new skill, Sleazy. I haven't checked in on it. Glad to hear it's good though. Project Blue Book. Yeah. We've talked about that before. She tried. It's dark and lights are like satellite sized. I'll send footage to you, but it's shitty because that's how camera works. How do you want me to send it? Tweet it at me. Imagine your wife has like the one piece of definitive evidence that convinces me and every other skeptic that aliens are real. And you're just casually dropping it here in the YouTube stream chat. You're not wrong, Graham. I'm just saying I don't think the aliens are going to be hot or anything. They're going to be weirdos. And that's the natural progression of things, Jack. Yeah, we'll have to get into the UAP research. Welcome aboard, Skull. And yeah, we were just talking about it, Eric. Oh, god damn, Gideon. Holy shit, really appreciate that. Sure. Is it about the EDP stuff? Yeah, sure, hit me. Welcome aboard, Cat. I'm super down to hear what exactly transpired between you and EDP. I'd love to get the scoop. I'm sure you've heard of the Salem witch trials. You really don't want to be saying stuff like this as a pilot. You'll get outed by the FAA real quick. I'm assuming pilots can talk about like anything they want as long as it's not compromising to the business, I would imagine. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about the punk stuff yet. I'll get to that in a little bit because I have been keeping up with it.
here. I'll toss it your way, Gideon. Thanks for the... You could have just asked in the chat, man. I read the normal chat. But yeah, here. I think I still have you on Discord, right? I can just message you there. Thanks for the 5 gifted, Jake. Hey. Oh, hey.
How you doing, my man?
Good, man. How are you?
Good, good. Oh, actually, I'm not gonna lie, more than good. Fantastic.
Oh, that's nice to hear. What's got you feeling so jubilant?
Hey, first thing first, I just want to fanboy real quick. I know I already talked to you before and told you, man, but I really enjoy your videos, dog. Like, you're probably like top 3 funniest niggas I know.
Appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you for that. That was sweet.
Nah, bro, you're hilarious, bro. You're hilarious. But let me stop glazing. Bro, it's just so funny how this all like goes in a 360 circle, because you're the one that broke the news for me about EDP.
Well, that's breaking the news is a weird way of saying that. All I did was make fun of him when all the news broke. But I'm glad I was your gateway into the degeneracy of a dangerous pedophile, I guess.
Nah, man, like, you have no idea, like, actually how dangerous he is. So I don't know if you know too much or what all you do know, but like, with this case, he actually talked to a 15-year-old girl.
Like a real one, not like a decoy?
No, like a real legit, like, 15-year-old girl.
Yeah, that's not super shocking. A lot of people don't remember this, but he had a history of communicating inappropriately with minors way before that sting operation. So if that's true, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I can't believe he's not in jail for all the pedophile evidence against him. It really is
so that's the thing about
failure on the authority side for that.
Well, like, the thing is, though, is with the other ones, like with the guys that caught him, they did it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Like, they went more content-y than actually trying to get him arrested.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we did this, like, we actually did this like a month ago. So I've been sitting on this for like a month and a half. But I was fully expected to like hold on to this for a year and then drop it. The only reason I dropped it today was because the victim, she went public with everything, and it kind of like threw me off because I was like, oh fuck, like I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But when I talked to her after she did it, she was like, yeah, the cop said it's all good and stuff. So I was just like, oh, okay. So I dropped it too, but I'm most likely probably gonna be going to court with her because
what? Wait, what?
Yeah, so like I'm kind of like involved with the case now. Like the authorities, like they have my number and everything. They haven't contacted me yet, but yeah.
Okay, so was this like a investigation you conducted with like a team? Did you work collaboratively with the police? Like, what exactly is all of it?
So I worked with the Predatory Investigation Unit over at Skeet Hansen Incorporated. I don't know if you know who he is, but Skeeter.
That's a great name.
Yeah, that's his name, Skeet Hansen. He's this YouTuber named Skeeter Gene, and me and him, we do like a bunch of collabs where we like just catch EDPs and stuff. So how I found out about this one is I tried to do an interview with him back in early July, but he phase drugged me, and he was like, "Oh, you gotta pay me." When we talked, he wasn't talking about paying and stuff. So I was like, bro, I'm not about to pay a fucking pedo. And so he left, but he joined my Discord. And the girl was in my Discord. And that's how he found her. And he messaged her because she had all of her social media in her Discord stuff. So you could say I like low-key threw an alley to him. Sadly, if he would have just asked me, I would have put him on with someone around his age. But, shit happens.
So then this all sounds... Did you ever, like, contact authorities about it? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, so the thing about it is, like, I can't do it. Like, she did it. So, like, So what she did was she contacted my mods, and my mods told me. And then I hopped on a call with her. And the first thing I did was I was like, let me talk to your mom. So I talked to her mom. Her mom was aware of everything. And so once I got situated, she sent me everything. And then I gave it over to Skeet because, you know, he's a professional with this.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was actually, oh, man, there's some things that I want to say for the video. But, yeah, he's a weirdo. Like, he was trying to meet up with her on her birthday because over in Nevada, the age of consent is 16. So he was trying to, word for word, he said, I want to give you that birthday dick.
I see. Okay. Yikes. So the girl he was talking to, was she doing this to try and catch him, or was she?
So he hit her up. He hit her first. So that's the thing. Like, if she would have hit him up first, I don't know the legality of it. Either way, like he said, dick pics her, so he's fucked in that case. But he hit her up first, so
Holy
that's
shit.
the good thing.
Yeah, if she had messaged him first, I think he'd probably try and say it was some kind of entrapment or something. So, yeah, that is awful. What? So he sent dick pics and everything within like their first couple conversations, or did this go on for a while? Like they're talking.
He was kind of tamed at first, but he literally sent a voice memo saying like, "If this is a setup, I'm gonna fucking air you and everybody else out." And so we were on high precaution whenever we conducted the investigation in person.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It's like, damn, but I'm not gonna lie, we caught him lacking at the dialysis center. You know, don't ask me how. I knew he was gonna be there, but you know, we caught him lacking.
So that clip that you showed, that's not him going somewhere to try and meet that girl?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I thought it was another, like, just here for a cupcake situation kind of thing.
Nah.
Wow. So then, do you, like, you said that they're building up a case, basically?
I'm not gonna lie, like, it's been a month. It's pretty much it's any day now, you know.
Okay.
It really is. Like I mean, you know, I don't know if you want, but I could send you the pics later. Like it's pretty bad. And videos. I could send you the videos too.
I don't need to see any of that. You can keep that for you and the authorities. I would just hope that justice would finally be served, because he's skirted away from that for a while.
And that's the thing that I wanted to do with this. Like, that's why I was so willing to wait like a year, because I was afraid that it would have messed up the investigation. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, yeah, it's cool to get views and stuff, but I just think it would be so much tougher. Like, fuck, like, we got him arrested. So, but it looks like it's already on that trajectory. And since she already went public with it, like, I was just like, oh, fuck it. Okay, I'm going to go show everybody, like, look, this is what we did.
Yeah.
I've been sitting on this for like a month. It's been eating at me, like, so hard.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is actually getting justice as opposed to, like, the content of it. So hopefully this leads to a legitimate case against him, because he is not safe to be around children in any way, shape, or form.
No, yeah. If this doesn't get him locked up, you know, it's the justice system just failed everything if he doesn't get locked up for this.
Yeah, here's hoping. Well,
the chat logs is public. If you and your chat want to go through it.
The chat logs that he sent to her?
Yeah. Like I said, she went public with it first.
Oh. What? Like, so even like his nudes and all that shit?
Nah, it's on YouTube. It's
okay.
Just like the stuff that he was saying.
Yeah, because that'd be a huge problem if that got posted as well. Like that's.
Oh no!
Yeah, okay.
No. At least on my end, I'm not gonna let that happen. I'm not gonna let any of that stuff leak out. You know, because I don't want anything to affect the case.
Yeah, you don't want anything that could jeopardize it for sure. Well, it seems like you and Skeet Hansen, and if that's a crazy name, have taken it seriously. So I'm hoping that this will end in a good result here, and EDP finally faces some justice. So that's crazy, man. And this just kind of like, you didn't try to make this happen. This kind of shit just happened on its own, which is wild.
You know the crazy about it, bro. I got so much shit because I didn't do the interview with him, and like I had like 75,000 people in my live to watch it, and like when the opportunity was presented and all I had to do was pay him 200, I was like, fuck no, I'm not gonna pay him 200. It was just like the morals of it, and like I got so much shit. People were like, oh, you just lied the whole time, da 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 da, and it was like, fuck, man, you know. And so like for it to like come around to this, and I actually just got done talking to him today.
What were you talking to him about? What could you possibly say?
So he blocked me on everything. But this dude, while I was live, this dude set up an interview with him. I don't know how. And then he contacted one of my friends, and my friend contacted me. So they told me to like, that's why my profile pic is changed. I changed my name, but my name was EDP Lover. But I joined in the call, and like I was asking him questions like I was a fan. And then like I showed my face. I was like, what's up, Brian? And
so you jump scared him.
Oh yeah, I jump scared him. He just like froze, and then he just left automatically.
I see. Well, for what it's worth, I think doing the interview with him would be a bad idea. That seems like you care more about the clout of it as opposed to like the justice of it. So I think it was a good move not to do it. I think that's very respectable.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And then like now it's leading to an arrest. So I think that's the best part about it.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, Charlie, bro, you're the fucking goat, man.
Thanks for the kind words, man. And I'd say I haven't seen all of the work done here, but it sounds like you guys did some good work catching a dangerous person. So I'm hoping that this will result in proper action from the proper authorities here. So good shit.
Thank you, dog. Thank you. Here, I don't know if you react to videos on stream or not, but that's one of Skeet's videos. That video I just sent you, the EDP, he basically blamed his baby mama for setting him up, even though he like sent dick pics to a 13-year-old. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Like, honestly, if you watched it with your chat, I think you guys would all die. Or if you just watch it in your free time, I think you would literally die watching it.
Yeah, definitely check it out. Yeah, for sure.
It's amazing, bro. But here, I don't want to take up time from you and your chat. W Moist in the chat, Moist. And God, dude!
Appreciate it, man. What a wild situation. Holy shit. Well, that's good news all around. It's a big W Gideon moment there, assuming this actually does lead to an arrest and a case against him. This is so long overdue. That's huge. No, the whole video is not out yet. He released a clip, which is what led to all of this today. And according to what he just said, he's been on it for like a month and was willing to just wait like as long as it took to make the case as strong as possible. But I guess the victim came forward first, so making it all public, which I hope won't affect the case. I don't see why it would, since it's the victim. Welcome aboard, Alia. Also, I just saw Void 1, the world's greatest gamer competition. I said that from the beginning that Void would probably win, so congrats to Void on that as well. Dressed like a cupcake. Yeah, so apparently this was not like him catching EDP in like a sting operation, like going to meet a minor. He said he just knew he was going to be here, so clowned on him. Let's read the chat logs. Oh yeah, where are the chat logs? Let me see if I can find them real quick. And that's only if all of the sensitive information is redacted. Welcome aboard, Jinxler and Amanda. Here, let me just ask Gideon for it. What's your favorite Ariana Grande song? Probably Touch It. I know, that song kind of goes hard, so. Just get Chris Hansen to bust him next time. You know what's crazy is they did. Chris Hansen investigated him, and it still didn't lead to anything for EDP. He just keeps getting away with it and keeps doing it. Welcome aboard, Mitch. Why hasn't he been arrested? Again, the reason is when a less than professional group or individual try and catch predators, the authorities can't use the evidence, so they usually walk. It's why To Catch a Predator Season 1, they didn't get arrested. You guys might not remember, but Season 1 of To Catch a Predator, they'd get the predator in, they'd make fun of him, hey, have a seat, you're a real fucking dangerous goober, now get out of here. And they'd just leave. And it's because they didn't work with law enforcement, meaning they couldn't be arrested for it. And that's what happened with EDP every single time. And it's why To Catch a Predator in later seasons teamed up with law enforcement so that way it was enforceable and they could actually arrest the predators. Thanks for the 10 unbox. Thanks, Meow. Welcome aboard, Tall. And Guzu. I'm a Canadian trucker. I'll be in Tampa on Thursday. How do I convince my company to let me go to the live event? Oh, just tell them you gotta. They'll understand. Tell them what the event is. Welcome aboard, Abaddon. No, still waiting on the logs. So entrapment. Yeah, that's it. They basically just say it's all entrapment and it really can't be used. It's very, very rare that a non-professional predator catching group gets a predator that actually gets arrested based on their investigation. I only know of like 2 cases of that happening. And they were like egregious predators with like a long history of it. It's because they don't want to encourage like vigilantism or anything like that. Oh, thank you for the big 20 gifted members, Abaddon. Appreciate it. And I like UFC more than boxing. I have no idea, Chop Chop. Welcome aboard, genius. So he actually got arrested now. According to Gideon, there is a case being built against him. And I imagine there's a lot he can't say, but it sounds promising. So I'm optimistic about it. EDP is like Team Rocket, never goes to jail. Yeah. I compared him to the Box Ghost. He's just this fucking embarrassing, reoccurring villain that keeps popping up a few times a year, only to keep repeating his evil and getting vanquished, shaking his fist, but then coming back later. Every time. Every fucking time. Welcome aboard, Entitled. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, no, I did. I said thank you, Ghastly. What do you mean? And answered your question. Probably won't do a sparkling water tier list, but maybe. If GSP and Anderson Silva fought in their primes, who do you think would win? Shit. I'm not sure. Probably GSP, I'd say. And thanks, Abaddon. Yeah, it sounds like they did a good job, Numb. Welcome aboard, Lasagna. My wife works in the anti-human trafficking realm. You wouldn't believe what these guys get away with. Man, I feel like such a fucking Poindexter right now, having to clean my glasses. when they're not even like prescription or anything. It's just for helping with sleep. But yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that, Tarlu. And I bet that's got to be like a miserable job. That's got to be soul-crushing work. Yeah, I mentioned the Burning Man floods earlier. I saw some of the clips. You have to give it time, Connor. Did you like the 90s Brawly movie? I did. Yeah, they were good. It's not that law enforcement can't use the information, it's that there's too many loopholes. Remember, it goes to court and goes before a jury with defense attorney poking holes and depends on what 12 people think. Yeah, that's fair. Welcome aboard, Guns and DN. Hey, Jojo. Burning Man made NBC nightly news. Yeah, I still don't even really know what Burning Man is. I remember it used to be kind of a joke. But now it's like huge. 70,000 people are isolated at Burning Man right now. What the fuck? 70,000? And what the fuck is this headline? President Biden has been briefed on the situation at Burning Man. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna fly there himself? Guys, get on my helicopter. We're getting the fuck out of here. Like, I imagine this is just going to be like a local thing that they're gonna have to take care of. I doubt he's gonna fly out the fucking National Guard or something. Or maybe he is. I guess I don't know the severity of it. President Joe Biden was briefed Sunday on the situation at the Burning Man Festival in Black Rock Desert, Nevada. The administration is monitoring the situation and is in touch with state and local leaders. Event attendees should listen to local authorities and event organizers. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Comedian Chris Rock and DJ Diplo walked for miles before hitching a ride out of Burning Man. Nice. How far out is it into the desert? It's probably a very uncomfy walk, but probably better than being fucking stranded. Thanks for the 10 thumbs. We talked about that a little bit ago, Kat. I already went over all that. But yeah, in a nutshell, that was some wacky shit. And eventually they, like, made up. Biden will bring his chocolate chip for the needy. Nah, he's not sharing his ice cream. You kidding me? No. Welcome aboard, Sean. That ice cream's too valuable. What do you think about SAG-AFTRA moving the strike against video game companies as well? I want to be optimistic, but I really don't see any of the big players improving their practices. I think it's a great idea. I don't know if it's going to be effective, but at the end of the day, it's worth a try. So I think that's a good thing, Sarah. It's going to be weeks before vehicles will be able to get out of Burning Man, assuming it doesn't rain. They're going to have to use helicopters to bring people out, and it's like 10 miles of dirt and mud. Why? Why will it take weeks? You know, how about I start here? What the fuck is Burning Man? I always understood it as something that your boss goes to cheat on his wife. But what actually is the event? Let's see. Go to the Wikipedia page. Burning Man is an event focused on community, art, self-expression, and self-reliance held annually in the western United States. The event comes from its culminating ceremony, the symbolic burning of a large wooden effigy referred to as the Man. That's so cute. Coming down with a serious case of stick-it-to-the-man-neosis. Okay. So it's basically just a big party, from the sound of it. Ooh, thank you, the big 50. Massive hippie fest. Is that right? And yeah, I did see what you're referring to, Blaze. Sounds like a wild banger. I mean, this is a really cool photo here. That does look very cool. Not get stranded in a desert for weeks cool, but cool like, hey, I'd go for an hour or two. Of course I know them, Broby one. Woodstock for normies. Oh yeah, can you tweet the logs at me inside? And from everything I heard about it, it seems like you guys did good work, so good shit. Okay, so what went wrong here? I know it rained and they didn't like the rain. Let's go back to the very beginning. Okay. Some 70,000 people stranded at Burning Man are walking out of the site. Forecasters expect more rain at Burning Man. Interesting here. Man, so this whole thing got undone by some heavy rain. It's a desert, usually doesn't rain. When it does, it turns into soup and mud that doesn't easily dry out. Because the ground is so hard, the water won't drain. So if 70,000 people are going to be... 70,000 people are going to be stuck there. Man. Goodness gracious. So you said it's about 10 miles out? Man, that is... This looks like straight out of Destiny. This looks like something out of Callus's ship. What the fuck? Is that like what everything at Burning Man looks like? Bros didn't check the weather forecast. Yeah, did they know it was going to rain? Because at that point, why not build like a giant tarp? They can clearly afford something like that. Well, actually, I'm a fucking idiot. They'd have to tarp the entire desert. Never mind. Stupid idea. I see why I'm not one of the organizers. That wouldn't work. You could, like, keep the rain off of, like, the immediate vicinity, but you still couldn't leave. Never mind. Dumb. Stupid. New raid leaked. Yeah, true. Hey, no worries at all, Dragonfly. I hope the move is painless and fun. I think most of them are pretty fun, dehumanized. I think they're pretty good for the most part. I've been a DPW lead at a regional sanctioned Burning Man event for several years now, if you actually want some real info on what it is. Yeah, sure, hit me. You don't have to donate for it, man. You can just type it in the chat. I'm always reading just normal chat. And yeah, I saw some of the pictures, Connor. Thanks, gamer. Hear about the leak with Logan Paul's wife? That shit was fake. That is getting so degenerate. People are just finding porn of women that look like his fiance and saying it's her. Just bringing in complete fucking strangers to it now. It's getting so out of control. Shit is so weird. Dylan's, like, still cooking him constantly, but then, like, people are running wild with just, like, anything that looks like his wife. Not that my heart's breaking for Logan, yeah, but still, that's some degenerate shit. You really thinking about a D&D show? Thinking about? We're doing a D&D show, yeah. We've got almost everything in place now. How does it take weeks to rescue Americans from somewhere in America? I don't know. It's expensive to get all the choppers out there. 70,000 people's a lot. Helicopter fits what, maybe like 5 or 6 or something? I don't know. I can totally see how. They can't get the vehicles out there because the terrain's not conducive to it. It's a lot of people. Requires a lot of resources. Yeah, I'll definitely take a peek then inside. Appreciate it. And welcome aboard, boss. Haven't stopped doing it, Will. The only reason we haven't done another one in a while is because we were going to do a bigger thing, but it fell through the cracks, so. And then recently we just had a lot going on with like the live event that I haven't been able to get the new one ready. I liked Dragon Ball GT when I was a kid, but I know it's shit. Never pronounced Nevada the same way you did again. What? What's wrong with saying Nevada? I'm pronouncing it wrong? No way. You're wrong. Who says it like that? What do you mean? It's the only way to say it. How the fuck else would you say Nevada? What? In what world? This isn't like tomato. Hey, well, good luck, Bill. And thanks for that. We have merch for sale at the watch party? Yeah, we're gonna have some wacky stuff set up. We've got a lot of fun things planned for the live event on Friday. A lot of cool stuff. A lot involving, like, the audience. Here, I'll drop the link in chat again. I don't know how many tickets are left, but really trying to fill up the last remaining seats. So, if there's any left, get them now. We're 4 days away. It's the 8th. Is the D&D video going to be on Spotify or will it be a one-time thing? It's not a video. Well, I mean, it will be a video, but we're streaming it. It's going to be a live show. And it's going to be a full campaign, so not a one-time thing. As a Nevada resident, it's pronounced Nevada, not Nevada. Nah, you don't know what you're talking about. You guys need me to educate you. Welcome aboard, Burks. Who's your favorite band? Probably Deftones. It's gotta be Deftones. I've listened to them since I was a literal child, and they still just slap just as hard now as they did then. I've seen some of the hoopla on Twitter. I haven't seen anything out on Boycott or anything, though. Phoenix. Who's going to DM? We actually have 2 DMs. 2 very experienced DMs. Thanks, Thumbs. Have you seen the Vince Vintage drama? Yeah, we were just talking about it. We went over that a little bit ago. Can't believe AI is so advanced. It's like Charlie's a real person. You just reminded me of something my mom told me tonight when I went for dinner. She was telling me about AI, which was like a wild conversational topic because it wasn't something I would have expected my mom to talk about. But she's like, did you know people are using AI to do fake phone calls to family to try and scam them? And I was like, holy shit, Mom. I was actually just talking about that. So that scam is becoming so prevalent that even my parents are aware of it now. And they do not keep their finger on the pulse of AI developments. Oh yeah, that's a degenerate scam. You guys haven't seen this? Talked about it a little while ago. So what they do is they're replicating the voice of children and calling their parents, and they either do things where it's like, hey mom or dad, I need the credit card right now, I'm in a tough situation, I need to get out, so I'm gonna need this information. And then the parents, not knowing any better, thinking it's their kid, just say it. Or more nefariously and much more evil is like ransom stuff. So it's pretty fucked. Oh yeah, see, even right here. AI voice cloning scam that faked a kidnapping. Welcome aboard, Wyatt. And Zoinks. Yep, MWL video will be up either tomorrow or Tuesday. And no, I don't do React stuff on stream anymore. The only videos I watch on stream are news broadcasts or trailers. So the video Gideon sent, I'm just gonna watch on my own. And not sure yet, mister. You hear about the rat foot found in a man's soup at Olive Garden? Was he upset about it? That sounds like a pretty high quality menu on Olive Garden. They gave him a treat. I actually don't hate Olive Garden, to be honest with you. Madison Heights man is suing Olive Garden for allegedly serving him a severed rat's foot in a bowl of minestrone soup. Thomas Howie, 54, seeking damages of more than $25,000 for physical injury, mental anguish, and emotional distress. Let me take a peek. That could be anything. That might not even be a rat's foot. That's pretty big. That's like a whole goddamn werewolf paw. It's good luck. It's good for you. Howie said he was talking with two dinner companions and not really looking at the soup he ate when he felt something sharp stab his cheek. Ooh. He quickly spat the object out into his napkin. When he looked inside the napkin, he saw what appeared to be the fur-covered foot of a rat, complete with claws. Oh, God. Scrumptious. That's like something you'd find at Burger King. This would be something Burger King would serve you with a smile on their face, and this would probably be better than half their menu. Howie informed Olive Garden management, who says they did not take the matter seriously. One employee even joked about it, implying that Howie had placed the rat foot in the soup himself. That's usually, like, the thought process. This man must have brought a rat foot in here to frame us. I'm sure it's happened at some point, but I feel like it's not that common. No, I don't do that, Sin. The lack of concern displayed by Olive Garden employees led Howie to call the police. Warren police interviewed Howie, his friends, and several employees, and the police report described the object as a rat foot that appeared to have been chewed. Ooh. That's a crucial piece of evidence. Bite marks. The rat foot allegedly cut the inside of Howie's cheek, causing him to bleed and later seek medical treatment at an urgent care in Warner. He received a tetanus shot and was prescribed antibiotics. Warren police contacted the Macomb Health Department visited the restaurant and determined there was no evidence of rodents in the facility. MCHD also noted that Olive Garden's pest control provider conducted a regularly scheduled service at the restaurant on March 11th, the same date as the alleged incident, and there were no pests observed in the report. We have no reason to believe there is any validity to this claim. Code Geass is my favorite anime, yeah. I think it's amazing. And no, I didn't hear about that at all, Connor. That's horrible. He totally did it himself. It's possible. It is certainly possible. The photo of the foot shows no signs that it underwent a cooking process, nor does it show any signs of taking on any red color consistent with the red base of the minestrone. The foot is significantly larger than our soup spoons and would be difficult for someone to unknowingly insert in their mouth. The guest and his attorney have refused our repeated requests to provide us with the foot so we can have it forensically examined to determine what species it is. Since the incident, Howie has suffered a loss of appetite and an aversion to meat, fear of eating at restaurants, nausea, trouble sleeping, and increased depression. Well, this was all fake. This was absolutely a scam. Planted. Case closed. They won't even turn over the foot. They still have the foot and won't give it to them to forensically examine. Liar. That's case closed. That is crazy, though, if he started biting on the foot himself, though. He's like, all right, I'm doing it. I'm gonna get 50 grand out of this, I swear to God. I'll eat a rat's foot. What's your writing process like for your comics? It always varies. Usually when I'm lying awake at night, I have banger ideas, so then I write out some basics on my phone, and then in the morning, or if I can't sleep that night, I'll go and start typing up some generals, like some general overview, and then flesh it out later. Was the rat in the KFC meal fake? Oh, sorry, Jason. Yeah, you're right. That one I do know. I say wrong. Thanks for the 10, Monkey, and the 5, Misanthrope. It was a fine filler arc, I guess. No strong feelings. It happened decades ago at Wendy's. The lady put a severed human thumb in her chili for a payday. What? Police identified severed finger in a Wendy's chili case. Oh God, Jesus! I hate that this became the norm. I hate that I have to fucking pay to access every single article on the internet now. Okay, here we go. Wendy's chili finger lady comes clean. She could only keep quiet for so long, the scam drew international headlines and made millions of people think twice about ordering a cup of chili from Wendy's. Now the woman at the center of the chili finger case is talking about the infamous finger food crime. So this one is a confirmed hoax. Thanks, Noah. I don't know who at all you're talking about with that one, Bear. Yeah, that'd be fun, Robo, if he wants to. And no, I'm not on keto right now, but I am gluten and dairy free for the last like 3 weeks. It's been very easy, actually. Gluten and dairy free has been nice. I've been feeling much better. In 2005, Anna Ayala was dining at a San Jose Wendy's restaurant when she claimed she chomped down on a partially cooked segment of a human finger. The fast food chain suffered an estimated $21 million in lost business. How do you calculate that? Do you do like an exit survey to your regulars? Like, hey guys, why aren't you ordering the chili anymore? Seems like such a hard thing to quantify. Her husband, Jamie Placencia, got the severed finger from a coworker who lost it in an industrial accident. At least it was ethically sourced. He didn't cut the finger off himself. He went to someone who had already lost it and kept it as a souvenir. I guess on like a keychain or something. Both Ayala and Placencia pleaded guilty. A was sentenced to 9 years in prison but was released after 4 years on good behavior. There's one condition to her release. She's not allowed to step foot back in the place that made her famous. A life without Wendy's, is that even a life worth living? She'd been out of prison for about a year and living in San Jose, but until now she's kept quiet. Placencia is still serving time for his role in the scam. A is coming clean now. In an exclusive interview with CBS 5 this week, she apologized and revealed a deep secret. I cooked it. So hype. As if that was even up for debate. Obviously, Wendy's didn't fucking cook it. Welcome aboard, Ayo. During the interview, she said she prepared the piece of ring finger at her Las Vegas home, then drove it to San Jose where she dropped it in the chili. A told reporters other prisoners and even guards ridiculed her and called her names because of the scam that landed her behind bars. I learned my lesson. I just want to move on with my life. Don't let anyone tell you a little ridicule doesn't work. I imagine the jail time also certainly helped her learn that lesson, but, you know, let's not discount the efficacy of calling her mean names. Calling her stupid. Have you heard about the Pentagon released website for declassified UFO and footage? Brother, it's up right now. Yeah. We were just going over that. Someone said that she's done other scams like this before. So what else has she done? I want to see. Because this is big brain. Let's take a peek. She has her own Wikipedia page. American fraudster, convicted felon, best known for the severed finger in the chili. I don't see anything about previous scams. Oh, no, wait, you're right. Yeah, it's at the middle of her Wikipedia page. It was, where was it? Oh, yeah. It was later discovered that she had previously filed numerous lawsuits against various retail establishments. Rumors spread that A had a dead aunt who might be related to the case. A denied anyone had recently died, and A claimed to the police that treated her and her family like terrorists, acting against her violently, and neighbors downplayed the events. This was in response to an investigation at her home. But this was her only, like, finger food scam. Yeah, we were just talking about the Electric Zoo stuff a little while ago. Check Discord. Oh, perfect. Thanks. Is that the logs? Okay, I'll take a peek in a minute. Thanks, man. And thanks, Sandwich. Have you seen the drama with the with The Rock and Oprah starting a fundraiser for the fires in Maui? Yeah, of course I saw that. That's classic big celebrity bullshit. Yeah. No, I doubt YouTube will ever have free membership or anything. Even with like YouTube Premium, I doubt they'll ever do that because it is just not financially viable. Twitch just loses their ass on it, but it's what keeps them at the top. There are a lot of streamers. Do you see the micro moon that the Earth has right now? I did not. And I know all about Pizza Tower, but I haven't played it. You see that micro moon? Nice. I don't feel like looking out a window, so this will suffice. Yep, the new Meat Canyon video slaps per usual. Did you see that Crypto Bros came out in full force when people started leaving Creator League? I was just shocked to see Crypto Bros are still a thing. How many times can you keep losing but never give up? It'd be inspiring if it wasn't so pathetic. It's like an anime character, but a character that should legitimately stop before it's too late. Yeah, I saw. I haven't seen the new Crab Champions update, but that game is so good. Record of Ragnarok had so much potential, but the animation's trash. And it does, Wyatt, yeah. It's cute mess. No tips, but good luck. Yeah, we talked about Steve Harwell a little bit ago. It's a very sad situation. Alcoholism is no joke. First I've heard of that story, obscure. Yeah, his name's Steve Hardwell. Or Steve Harwell, not Hardwell. Lead singer of Smash Mouth. Yeah, he's not going to make it. In 2020, there were 390 reported fires at recycling facilities in US and Canada. At my facility, we have an on-site fire hose and one infrared sensor hooked up to a fire hose that will aim at the heat source and activate the valve. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but that's hype. That's cool. Thank you for that. Hey, Triple. No, who's that, Vase? You think Punk was wrong? Oh, thanks for reminding me. Yeah. I wanted to talk about the CM Punk stuff. Because I've been doing my best to look into everything that happened here. And this whole thing is so fucking messy. So for all the wrestling fans out there, I'm sure you already know this. CM Punk was just fired. So he was permanently let go. I'm not even going to say probably. He is the biggest draw at the AEW. And apparently some backstage shenanigans went out of control and it led to Tony, the head of the AEW, firing him. And there's been like a big debate on Twitter on who's in the right and who's in the wrong. And I think it's just because there's so many details that aren't known yet. Like there's reports of someone breaking glass, making threats against other people's lives, all kinds of things. And it doesn't help that when Tony made his statement, he was not direct about it. He said that he actually feared for the first time, like legitimately had real fear, and he didn't feel safe by keeping Punk around, and he didn't feel like his staff could be safe, which is why he let him go. Welcome aboard, Kenobi. But as far as I've seen, there haven't been a lot of hard confirmed details on exactly what happened, aside from like a big disagreement on what was it? It was like someone taking a hit that they didn't want to take, or like a hard fuck, what was it? I already forgot now. Shit, whatever. But this isn't the first time that some drama like this has happened with CM Punk. This isn't new per se. That's what it was. Jack Perry used real glass. That's what it was. And that's what started it. It was real versus fake glass, not a hit. That's what it was. Thank you. Welcome aboard, Henry. That sounds like a great concert. Glad to hear you had fun, Beware. Yeah, it's fun, Fledge. CM Punk for the MWL. That'd be huge. I don't think he'd want to do that. That would be crazy. He's definitely not going back to the WWE. I saw that cope from a lot of people. I don't see that happening. Like I said, this is not the first time there's been an issue with Punk, and I don't see the WWE even taking a risk, so I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe at some point that would be cool to do. Going over the process of making all of that nice. Yeah. And yeah, Steve Harwell, we were talking about him. The airplane video. Did he tweet it? I didn't see a follow-up. Let me see. Because I'd love to see proof of aliens. Trust me, I would. Oh, yeah, he did send it. Let me see. I can't really see anything. Yeah, I don't know about this one, man. I thought this was going to be a video from the airplane, but it looks like it's just from outside, and it looks more like heat lightning. Here, I'll pull it up real quick if I can. Well, no, I can't because I'm not logged in. Yeah, I don't know, man. Should do a vegetable tier list. We kinda did. But yeah, maybe we'll do a more comprehensive one. Well, thanks, Leaf. Glad to hear you made some big life choices that you're more proud of. I'm doing alright. Hope you're doing well. And I do know Grounded. I just haven't played it. And thanks, some guy. Any follow-up on the Vince McMahon and UFC merger? Yeah, they merged. What do you mean? The follow-up is they're now one giant fucking conglomerate. Or do you mean if there's been any, like, crazy developments as a result of it? Like, they're still, like, they're just huge. Together. Welcome aboard, Space Duck. Oh, glad to hear that, CS. It takes effect next week from now? Is it not finalized? I thought it finalized at the beginning of the month. Let me see. Let me go to news. Oh. It's nearing completion. I thought it was already in the books. I thought it was done. It's not quite there yet. Watch the video about how Kim Jong-un used YouTube prank videos as a way to kill his brother. Kill him with what? Cringe? What? What? There's no way that's real. Huh? The YouTube prank that killed Kim Jong-un's brother. It's a video from Pixels After Dark. What? No way. I knew his brother died. I didn't know it was a fucking YouTube prank. All I see is YouTubers saying that it was a prank. I don't see any, like, reports going over it. Welcome aboard, Eos and Treadlix. The prank show that led to an assassination. How North Korea assassinated Kim Jong-un's brother. Let me see. There's no way this was from a prank. In 2017, 2 unsuspecting women carried out a political assassination of Kim Jong-nam, the elder half-brother of North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, thinking they were participating in a prank TV show. Holy shit, wait, what? In 2016, 2017, two young women were separately approached by men to perform a series of prank videos for YouTube. One was from Indonesia, the other Vietnam. They were paid a small amount of money to run up to strangers and smear lotion on their faces, then apologize and run away. Holy shit! What? Wait, where's the assassination? Kim Jong-nam was in Kuala Lumpur airport when two women smeared his face with a powerful VX nerve agent. The CCTV footage of the incident shows him at the airport's information desk seeking medical help. He claims he felt dizzy after two women grabbed his face. He died within 20 minutes of the incident. She revealed she was recruited by a man named James, claiming to be a TV producer. For months, the two women were groomed to smear random people with lotion and creams. All this while they thought they were participating in a prank show with hidden cameras. Whoa! Wow. What? I had no idea. I thought this was just like a straight up assassination. I didn't know there was a deeper layer where the people that killed him didn't know they killed him. Muda talked about this? Oh, is that why it's like back in the headlines then? Muda just made something on it? Yeah, just a prank. And thanks, Grizzly. And yeah, I still do that, Richie. And appreciate it, Leaf. All good. Didn't you talk about this on the podcast? We talked about the assassination. I don't recall us ever mentioning that it was a prank. This is news to me. And this is recent information, it seems. Because this article is 2023. And the two videos I mentioned are like within the last month. So I don't think we would have known this back then. I've not seen that video, Rock. Oh, that's huge. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate that. And thanks, Sinric. And yeah, we were talking about EDP earlier. Mr. Ballin has a video on it called Evil Brothers Plan Caught on Camera. Wait, what? That's where he talked about this too? You gonna play that crappy looking Walking Dead game for a bad game night? I'm so tired of people calling that Walking Dead game crappy. It's shitty. Get it right. And yes, I am going to be playing it. I'm very excited for it, actually. Welcome aboard, Egg. And yeah, we were talking about Vince Vintage earlier. Thanks, Dexter. I've streamed Starfield a few times. Like I said, the game's fine. There's nothing in the game that's bad. I don't think there's anything about Starfield that makes it a bad game. But it is very much not a super special Bethesda game. It is your typical Bethesda experience set in space with a nice new coat of paint. But it's still all pretty much the exact same Bethesda experience you're used to. So if you like Bethesda, you're going to like Starfield. If you don't, it's not winning you over. Oh, I guess performance. Yeah, performance is pretty spotty for quite a few people. But aside from that, everything else is fine and good. It's just nothing is bad. It's all just normal Bethesda formula. Did it disappoint you? Yeah, I'll say that. I guess maybe I'm in that bracket that's kind of aging out of just the Bethesda formula every single time. I'd like them to get a little more ambitious, and I thought this was it. Like, they really put a lot of eggs in the exploration basket, but in the actual game, there is no real exploration. Because if you wander on any of the planets outside of a main city or outside of one marked cave, there's nothing but procedurally generated void. Just complete emptiness. And there's also no vehicles to traverse with either. And there's no map, which is a really weird decision. But again, if you like Bethesda, this is a Bethesda game in space. So it's entirely on you how much you like the Bethesda formula, because it's the exact same experience. How are they going to do a map in outer space? Brother, what the fuck is this? Well, actually, that's not realistic at all. You wouldn't have a map if you were out in outer space. I'm talking about when you go into a city, if you try and open your map to see where you are, it's not there. There is literally not a map. There is not a map. Christ. So if you go into any city and you try and open a map, there is nothing. And there would be maps of a city. Buster. So all you can do is bring out your scanner and then just look around 360 degrees and see important locations, and that's it. It's just a really weird decision to axe that. Or if you go into like a base or something, you can't like map it out or anything. You just pull out your scanner and 360 and then just go in a direction and see what you find. I'd say messy. I'd say probably messy in that case, Omni. And nothing to really talk about, Ryan, but I saw it. Never saw the Ghostbusters 2016 movie. Alien vs. Predator was good, though. Like, in a fun, bad way. Alright, I'll check it out again, and then... I'll check it out again, then, Spencer. Just finished Water 7. Does it get even better than that? Yes, I'm past Water 7, and it gets better. It's only getting better so far. A meteor is about to hit Earth. I don't believe you. Let me take a peek. What do you know? A meteor just hit Earth an hour ago. And it was fine. It blew up over DC. You're late. If only you could have told us an hour ago, you would have looked like an actual fucking prophet. Appreciate it, dreamer. The meteor... Well, no, it just happened, like an hour ago. There's already videos of it with a lot of people who saw it blow up over the sky. It's brand new. The best shittiest games tier list? That'd be a very long tier list to make, and I actually don't even know where I'd start, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, we talked about Steve Harwell. It's a sad situation. Did you hear about the tragic Reno airshow crash? Is that the one from a few weeks ago? Because, yeah. There's been a couple airshow crashes that are terrifying. There was one, like, 6 months ago or something that I saw the video of, and it is probably some of the most terrifying footage I've ever seen. They had, like, an old... very rare plane that they were showing, and then another plane in the air show comes around and it makes like a big turn into that plane, immediately disintegrates on impact, splits the plane in half, and then that plane nosedives and leads to a massive explosion. It was
so, so awful. It was tragic. And yet, no one survived that. It was awful. And then there was another air show disaster only a few weeks ago, too. Yeah, and then there was the gender reveal plane crash like 2 hours ago. Reno was in 2011. Oh, is that not the most recent one? What's the Reno 2011 one? No, I don't know this one. Christ, it crashed into the spectators, killing 10 people plus the pilot. Good lord. Air shows are just scary, man. That's scary. What's your favorite RPG? You'd have to give me quite a bit of time to think about that. Yeah, that's not surprising, John. That shit is terrifying. Oh, and I heard about that, see? I heard that there was a DM sent about it. That's not a bad idea, Thumbs. You remember when that dude on bath salts ate that other guy's face? Crazy times. Times were so simple back then, man. Oh, it was so simple. We get one guy eating another guy's face, and it's like, that was the craziest thing we saw for months. Now, that happens like every hour, and it's like, well, it is what it is. Scroll to the next one. Times were different. Yeah, I hope Star Citizen ends up being good. I'm skeptical it ever actually comes out, though. And I haven't seen enough new anime since my last tier list to make another one. SAG-AFTRA striking against video game companies. Like I said, I think that's good. Let it ride. I don't know if it's going to bring about like a huge change in the industry when they're already cutting costs every chance they get. But I think it's absolutely worth trying. Thanks, Illuminati. What do you think about the peanut butter on pickles? Never tried it. So, since I've never tried it, couldn't tell you. Doesn't sound good, though. Even though I really like pickles. Not after 1,000 Year Blood War dehumanized, no. It's been getting better. The fuck is this article? Oh, yeah. Kim Jong-un's brother was assassinated by a prank. I had no idea. That was news to me. Hey, Logan. No Man's Sky or Starfield? I actually still haven't played No Man's Sky since it's been updated. But I know a lot of people love it now. This was long ago. Yep, it was 2017. I know. Don't really have one, Dookie. There's too many to choose. You hear about the dinosaur with 500 teeth. That sounds so lame. I mean, the 500 teeth is cool. But, like, the whole thing... Like, I'm not a big dinosaur guy, so I have no clue. Couldn't tell you. And yeah, we talked about the Mr. Beast and Jacksepticeye stuff. Have you seen that some people eat cereal with water? Yeah, and some people have a piss fetish. There's just weirdos out there, man. It is what it is. That's not the grossest thing I've ever heard. What the fuck is People Playground? Yeah, I mean, I guess stop playing People Playground, David. Never heard of that game. I don't know about that, Senpai, maybe. Oh, sweet. Thank you for that, Benji. Thanks for the huge drop. Thank you for the generosity. You ever watched The Amazing Bulk? Of course I have. That's a classic. There's very few weird, shitty movies that I haven't seen. I know things you guys have never even heard of, like The Greasy Strangler, which has a scene where he makes his asshole talk. You won't find a weird garbage movie I don't know about. At the very least. Have you seen the God Monster? There's no way that's the whole title. And probably not Keith, but maybe. Have you seen Love on a Leash? No. I've never heard of this. It's a romantic comedy film. Did you make this or something? This is like an extremely unknown one. Like, what the fuck is this? You found one. That was quick. I've never heard of this. A 2011 rom-com. It became known for its unusual creative choices and frequently included on lists of especially bad or bizarre movies. I've never heard of this one somehow. This is a wild poster. And what a concept. Lisa, a young woman, has not been lucky finding a romantic partner. She meets a golden retriever whom she names Prince. After discovering that Prince turns into a human man each night, Lisa falls in love with him. Wow. Wow. Cool. The movie for all the zoophiles out there. Thanks, Dakota. Favorite cheese is probably American cheese. I used to say provolone, but I've been really warming up to American cheese right before I stopped eating dairy. So I'd say American cheese probably takes it over provolone just barely. And no, I haven't watched that yet, Swizzle. Onyx and the Fortuitous. I'll look it up. I don't think they're going to remake Shaolin Soccer, but I did see the rumors. Onyx and the Fortuitous and the Talisman of Souls. Oh, this is a new movie coming out. Huh. Let's check it out. Well, check out the trailer, rather. You playing Valorant stream? No, man. No, I'm not. I'm not good at Valorant. You seen Thumb Wars? Yep. I think, right? I'm pretty sure I have. It sounds very familiar.
Have you seen the Fast and Furious parody Super Fast? For the longest time, I used to say this is the worst movie I've ever seen. Or why did I do that? But then I gave the honor to something called Let's Be Evil. I think this is just legitimately one of the worst comedy movies ever made. Like, everything it tries to do, it fails. I actually fucking hated it. It actually just made me really upset. Nah, I'm not gonna speedrun Fortnite. Those parody movies used to be mass-produced. Glad they died out. Yeah. Parody movies used to be a massive market. Disaster movie, epic movie, fucking Meet the Spartans, all of that shit used to be huge. And it was all so bad past Scary Movie 4. And even Scary Movie 4, a lot of people didn't like. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, John. That movie's trash. I used to love Master Disguise when I was a kid. Welcome aboard, Matthew. I don't know if it holds up well at all, but I did like it when I was a kid. No, you can just tweet it though, Dragonfly. Yeah, I've seen Thanksgiving. You ever watch Mystery Men? Yep. This is the Ben Stiller movie. It has this crazy scene with, oh my god, what's his name? He's a big actor. He plays like a big superhero, and in the show they fucking melt, in the movie they melt his goddamn face off. Captain Amazing is what he is in this. This was a PG movie, by the way. And this death was hardcore.
Hey, morons, over here. She's right, my little friend.
Yeah, I'll just skip around.
How many toggle flips are needed, not counting the gratuitous toggle flip you may have asked for in a moment of panic?
This scene was brutal. Yep.
Okay, you know what? Can we just start again? Is there some sort of like reset button on this thing?
No, you little freak. There's no button for resetting. Flip the switch, lady. Don't stare at me. Lift your left arm. Flip it, you moron.
Thanks for the long time of watching, Phantom. Appreciate it.
Flip the switch. Flip it. That's not cool.
Thank you.
I will do it.
Old movie ratings are so off. They were just really lenient. I think I was like 5 years old when this came out. I think this was a 1999 movie. And this shit was wild.
Everybody heard me say reset button, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god, we killed you.
What do you mean we? I was right.
That's not that bad. To a 5-year-old? Yes, it is. They fucking... Look at that! What do you mean? I still remember this so vividly. And then they have a really cool scene because Kel from Kenan and Kel's in this, and his superpower is he's invisible only when people don't look at him. And he was supposed to be a joke character, but they eventually just use that. And then he ends up being naked at one point, and I was like, naked guy, that's... I've never seen that. No, don't do that. Yeah, and it's PG. Yep, it's a PG movie. Thanks for the 20, Austin. And I've seen neither of those, Emmett, but I know them. Thanks, Pie Boy. It says PG-13 right there. Oh, no shot. They must have changed it. Because that was PG. I saw it when I was like 5. They had to have re-rated that. No, this thing was PG when I watched it. Had to be. No, this is not a Mandela effect moment. This shit was absolutely PG. What the fuck? Wow, my whole universe is crumbling around me. What do you know? Well, okay. Never mind. Wasn't PG. You like Bollywood movies? Yeah. And no, I don't know what Deadstream is. I haven't heard of that movie. I didn't think Mr. Meaty was that disturbing or anything. Can't say I've kept up too much with the BTK killer case. That is some disturbing shit, though. Thanks, Hollinger. I don't know what that is, Plague, but that is a wild name for a movie. Mr. Meaty wasn't disturbing. It was fine. It was a very interesting aesthetic. Ahead of its time, I'd say. Would you consider Gears 1 to be in your top 10 games? Probably not. It's the most important game I ever played in my life, though, but I don't know if it'd be like one of the top 10 best games ever made on my list. It'd be close, though. Have you seen the horror movie called Paranormal Entity? I have not. Clock Stoppers will always be a classic. Can't forget Evil Bill Gates. Man, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Fucking Clock Stoppers. Holy shit. And appreciate it, John. Yeah, Velocipaster is one that it's still on my to-watch list. And the glasses are cool. I like wearing these glasses. They feel nice, and I don't know if they help me sleep, but the placebo's working. And thanks, Crypto. And thanks, Dylan. Sorry. Yeah, we were already talking about EDP. Even talked to Gideon directly about it, so we got a bit of the scoop. Netflix is having new Spy Kids this month. Oh yeah! The Spy Kids reboot. That's right. They've got that new one right around the corner. Spy Kids Armageddon. Whew. Never heard of Dragon Wars. It's one I've never seen or know anything about. You missed out, man. Mr. Meaty was cool. It really was. Would you ever review the anime film Mind Games? Nah, I only Moist Meter new things, but I'd be willing to check it out. Did you ever watch Catch That Kid? Yep, of course I did. That had Kristen Stewart in it, didn't it? Yeah, that was the Kristen Stewart one. Thanks, Storm. I'll look that up. Appreciate the gifted member. Thank you, Trojan. Thabo Bester is a convicted criminal. He faked his own death in a fire in his prison cell and was on the run for almost a year. He's a murderer and a rapist. Jesus Christ. I do read Berserk. Mystery Min was PG. The VHS tape confirms it. I hope you're not lying to me. Because I did have it on VHS. That would explain it. Where do you see PG on the VHS tape? Fucking liar. No, it still says PG-13, you son of a bitch. Just rubbing my nose in it, huh? Bastard. I have not heard of that sin. And thanks, Emma. No, I'm not gonna live read Genghis Swan, Benjamin. Sorry to say. The first link is an Amazon link that says PG on it. That might be it. I'm tired of you lying to me. Dallas man wrongful eviction. That's very vague. I don't think I'll find that. Yeah, there's 1,000 of these. They got the wrong unit and lost everything. That's awful. But I don't see the story you're talking about because this happens all the time. Pacific Rim I really liked. I hated Pacific Rim 2 though. And the original Fear is still an amazing game. Have I ever seen the god-awful animation Dougal? Dougal. No, I don't know anything about this. What makes this a god-awful animation? This looks cute, I guess. One of those low-budget, straight-to-VHS tape kind of productions. Yep, we talked about Vince Vintage earlier at the beginning. Where the Wild Things Are 2009 was a bad movie. I didn't ever watch it. But I believe you. Thanks, Obama. It was rated PG. I just found a photo of the VHS tape. This is worthless. I'm over it. It's not important. Oh, but you're right. The VHS tape itself does say PG. Oh, that's hype. Like 3 different people tweeted me evidence that it actually was rated PG. Love to see that. Fuck yeah. But it looks like that was done in error. It seems like it was supposed to be PG-13, but the VHS must have went out as PG. Welcome aboard, Sin. Yeah, Trepang 2 I played the demo of. It was good. I haven't played the full game, though. Well, thanks, Chris. A professional puppeteer, huh? I don't know who my favorite puppet would be. You know what movie was actually really impressive that no one gives any credit to and everyone forgot? Was, I'm not helping its case, because I don't remember the name. Happy Time Murders. Found it. This was, like, super impressive. Like, the puppet work itself. The movie writing was god-awful for the most part. But, like, I was really impressed with the way they did the puppets. That was the R-rated Muppets movie. It's this thing.
You ever see the Zoom movie? Yep. I have. Have you heard the Brilliant Ratchet? Nope. I've not played Sea of Thieves yet. That looks cute. Well, it's an R-rated movie, but it's like the laziest R rating of all time. It's usually just every character is saying fuck. And then that's usually about it, actually. But it's still a pretty impressive movie. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is great puppet work as well. Yeah. That's fair. And yeah, we talked about Vince Vintage. Yeah, I've got the Tony Chase video pulled up over here. I just haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But I will. Alright. I'm getting kind of tired. I'm going to call it a night. Tomorrow, I think we'll probably do a bad game night. Because last time we did bad games, we did not find anything fun bad. We just found some actual dog shit. So, redemption for bad game night tomorrow. We'll find some good bad games. And no, can't say that's been the case, Stone. Holy shit, Jesus Christ, soy sauce. I don't have a favorite song, I don't think. But my favorite band is probably Deftones. Really appreciate the fat fucking drop right at the end of stream. Thank you for that. And the 90s live action Ninja Turtle movies were pretty good. Alright, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for all the generosity. Have a great rest of your evening, everybody. I will see you soon. See you tomorrow. Thanks again. Bye-bye. Sleep well.